Chapter 351 Anxious Zi Zhenzu. These two people were Chuan Yi and Huo Wu, who followed Zi Zhenzu. They originally wanted to wait until Zi Zhenzu returned to her residence before suddenly showing up. Unexpectedly, they were presented with an exciting scene right away. Huo Wu was even more surprised at this moment. This scene directly opened up a new world for her. Zi Zhenzu's forehead was covered with sweat and she was filled with fear. She didn't dare to make any unusual movements, because even if she showed her body, she couldn't sense other auras from the two people in front of her. This meant that the strength of these two people far exceeded her. However, even so, she did not choose to escape, but stood firmly in front of the shop owner. Chuan Yi also noticed Zi Zhenzu's behavior in a hurry. He said slowly, "Don't be nervous, we have something to discuss with Captain Zi today." Zi Zhenzu was under great tension, and suddenly heard Chuan Yi's goodwill, which made her stiff body softened involuntarily. Although her vigilance did not dissipate, her body unconsciously relaxed because of the feeling of surviving a disaster. Zi Zhenzu resisted her inner fear and asked carefully, "Who are you? Do you have any instructions for me?" When Zi Zhenzu spoke, she kept her attitude very low, and she was not as high-spirited as she was in the tavern. "Chuan Yi," Huo Wu stood up and approached, and walked from the dark corner to Zi Zhenzu's eyes. Under the bright light, Zi Zhenzu could see the faces of the two people clearly. First, the two people's extremely oppressive body shapes made her look up. Secondly, contrary to their body shapes, the two people's faces were extremely young. At the same time, when her eyes swept over Huo Wu, the beautiful demeanor that combined nobility and sexiness made her slightly stunned. She was impressed by Huo Wu's beauty. Chuan Yi looked at Zi Zhenzu, who could still maintain her lust in this situation, and she was also alert in her heart. "Ahem, Captain Zi, this is not a place for a conversation. Let's go to another place to have a serious talk. You decide the location." Under such circumstances, Zi Zhenzu didn't dare to say no. After a little thought, she said, "Then please come with me to my boat to discuss in detail." "Okay." Chuan Yi didn't refuse. Although Zi Zhenzu breathed a sigh of relief for a short time, she was deeply disturbed by the other party's indifferent attitude. She pretended to be calm and turned around to comfort the worried shop owner. "Don't worry, wait for me to come back." After saying that, Zi Zhenzu strode out of the hotel. As soon as she opened the door, the cool night breeze blew in, and Zi Zhenzu was shocked by the coolness and trembled. It was at this time that she realized that she was sweating all over. She turned around and saw Chuan Yi and Huo Wu following her calmly, basically confirming that the newcomers had no hostility. Walking through the long night road, the three of them remained silent all the way. Passing through the city gate, the three of them rushed forward. A quarter of an hour later, the three arrived at the large ship anchored at the dock. This is the ship that Purple Pearl spent a huge amount of money to build. Ship name, Purple Pearl. The huge ship can carry more than 500 crew members. However, at this moment, there are only more than 300 ordinary people on the ship. The soul masters with cultivation are all in the city. The crew members were surprised to see the captain returning to the ship with two people. Purple Pearl made an excuse to deal with the crew, and then took the two people into her captain's room. "No one will easily approach this space. Can you two explain your purpose now?" Chuan Yi smiled calmly, "My purpose is actually very simple, I just want to find the captain to cooperate. We want to subsidize the Purple Pearl pirates and want to use the Purple Pearl pirates to achieve our goals on the ocean. In short, we want to achieve a win-win situation of cooperation." Chuan Yi frankly put forward his request to Purple Pearl. Zi Zhenzu's face did not fluctuate much. She also had some guesses about Chuan Yi's purpose. "Can I ask about your identities?" Zi Zhenzu asked with a little trepidation. Chuan Yi did not choose to hide it when seeing this. "I wonder if Captain Zi has heard of the Chuan family." Zi Zhenzu's face suddenly changed when she heard it. She looked at Chuan Yi with disbelief. Of course she knew the Chuan family. Although the Chuan family has only been in Hanhai City for a few years, as a soul master family with a strong soul Douluo, it has long been famous in the soul master world of Hanhai City. "Of course I know the Chuan family, but I don't think I've ever heard that the Chuan family has two powerful soul masters. May I ask what your true identities are?" "It's normal that the team leader doesn't know our identities. We just came to Hanhai City not long ago. However, we are indeed members of the Chuan family. My name is Chuan Yi, and I am the current young master of the Chuan family." On behalf of the Chuan family, I have come to discuss cooperation with team leader Zi. As Chuan Yi spoke, the light of soul power emerged on his hands. The light flashed, and a metal hand armor mixed with black and vermilion covered the broad palm. At the same time, 6 soul rings appeared behind Chuan Yi. Zi Zhenzu felt an unprecedented sense of oppression from Chuan Yi. Her eyes widened, and her heart was even more shocked. Soul Emperor. The 4th soul ring of 10,000 years. And the iconic hand armor martial soul. How about it, you should be able to trust me now, right? Chuan Yi immediately retracted his martial spirit after he finished speaking. Zi Zhenzu nodded blankly, and her body fell backwards somewhat limply. She asked somewhat confusedly, with your strength, what exactly can I do to help you? Although sea soul masters are stronger than land soul masters on the sea, facing a force like the Chuan family with soul masters, no one except the Sea God Island should be able to compete with it. This made Zi Zhenzu somewhat suspicious of Chuan Yi's true purpose. Of course, we need the Michi pirates to eliminate the obstacles on the sea for us. On the contrary, in this process, you will not only become famous, but also expand your own power. Zi Zhenzu then realized the real purpose of Chuan Yi's trip. Although Chuan it sounds good, but in fact, it is just a commission to kill someone. Zi Zhenzu did not rush to refuse. On the contrary, she felt that this was a very good opportunity. She originally wanted to use this time to expand her power on the sea. But she didn't expect that there were still people here who wanted to fund them. And it was the powerful Chuan family. However, she still remained calm. I admit that your proposal is very tempting, but why did you choose me? She believed that she had not reached a very high position, and the Zi Zhenzu pirate group was still keeping a low profile. If it was a murder for hire, there were obviously many stronger pirate groups to choose from. If this was not clear, Zi Zhenzu would be uneasy. Chuan Yi explained calmly, among all the pirate groups, only Captain Zi meets our requirements. I heard that Captain Zi often robs the rich to help the poor and helps the poor fishing villages around the seaside. It is this point that made us choose you. Chapter 352 Zi Zhenzu's Transformation. Zi Zhenzu didn't expect that the reason for people to come to her door was because of this. Although I don't know where you got this information, since you are interested in our reputation and quality, I think we will have a certain consensus. The task you want to entrust me with will not deviate from our style. In this case, let's talk about the specific details. Chuan Yi's answer aroused great interest in Zi Zhenzu. Chuan Yi replied, in this case, I will speak directly. I hope you can help us occupy Jinsha Island and Maju Island. What? Zi Zhenzu said in surprise. Don't you know that these 2 islands are occupied by powerful pirate groups? The Golden Sand Pirate Group and the Demon Dove Pirate Group occupying the islands are stronger than us individually. Moreover, both pirate groups have several Soul King level warriors. We are just a newly started force, and we really don't have the strength to compete with them. Chuan Yi stretched out his hand and pressed it lightly, saying, don't be nervous. Of course, I can't let you pretend to be a rabbit in front of me. We will secretly help you to annex the opposing forces. Have you heard of the Ghost Pirate Group? This pirate group was completely annihilated by us because it provoked the Chuan family, so you don't need to worry about your own safety. What we really need is to use the name of the Purple Pearl Pirate Group to complete the occupation of these 2 islands. When Purple Pearl heard this, she couldn't sit still. The Ghost Pirate Group is a powerful pirate group. Its leader is a Soul Emperor level warrior. There are more than 100 Soul Masters and nearly 2,000 ordinary pirates under his command. Relying on its powerful strength, the Ghost Pirates were rampant on the sea, wantonly plundering the wealth of merchant ships. In terms of strength, they were much stronger than Jinsha and Maju. However, just a year ago, the notorious Ghost Pirates suddenly disappeared without a trace, and completely lost their trace on the sea. At first, everyone was skeptical about this, but as time went on, people found that the sea route originally occupied by the Ghost Pirates could actually be freely unblocked. At this point, people completely believed that the Ghost Pirates really turned into ghosts and disappeared in this sea area. This incident shocked the entire pirate circle at the time, including Zi Zhenzu. Originally, she thought that the Ghost Pirates had encountered a group of sea soul beasts, natural disasters, or other powerful pirate forces, leading to their destruction. However, Chuan Yi told her that this was caused by the Chuan family. Although it was a little unbelievable, there was no need for the Chuan family to lie to him, the leader of a small pirate group. At the same time, it was this message that made Zai Zhenzu completely understand Chuan Yi's purpose. They just want to hide themselves through the Purple Pearl pirates, and at the same time, use them to deter the outside world. Although she didn't know why the Chuan family wanted to occupy these two islands, it was obvious that the other party was planning to do something that could not be noticed by outsiders. This also means that if she chooses to join them, she will be entangled by the other party if she is not careful. Sure enough, cooperating with a big force has certain risks. And the biggest risk of cooperating with the Chuan family is that they are likely to lose their freedom. Since the other party has something they don't want to be known, as an insider, can their pirate group still remain free? Purple Pearl began to think about this problem. However, soon, she secretly made up her mind. That is to do it. And the reason is very simple, that is, there is nothing wrong with cooperating with the Chuan family. You must know that the Chuan family is very rich, and the shops opened by the Chuan family are very popular. Especially the various protective gear and equipment made of sea soul beast materials, not only are the prices fair, but the quality is also very good. If she didn't know the Chuan family very well, she would even want to join the Chuan family directly. With a rich and powerful backer, she doesn't have to continue to struggle hard at sea. Therefore, Zai Zhenzu quickly made up her mind. Okay, in that case, I agree to cooperate with you. Zai Zhenzu raised her lips slightly and stretched out her hand. Chuan Yi raised his lips and held her hand. Happy cooperation. So far, the two reached a cooperation in the dim captain's room. After reaching an agreement, Purple Pearl began to ask about specific details. Since you have determined the target, you must have determined the action plan. What do you need us to do? Looking at Purple Pearl who volunteered, Chuan Yi felt a little funny. Well, I will tell you our plan now. We decided to go to Jinsha Island tomorrow to complete the occupation of Jinsha Island. Chuan Yi raised a cunning arc at the corner of his mouth. And the expression of Purple Pearl on the opposite side collapsed directly. The next day at noon, the scattered crew members returned to the Purple Pearl one after another. To their surprise, there were two strangers on the ship. However, they did not treat the two rashly. Just because their leader, Purple Pearl, followed the two people with a well-behaved face and introduced the equipment on the ship to them. They looked at Purple Pearl's soft explanation and couldn't help but drop their jaws. Purple Pearl's original personality was very irritable, and it was almost impossible to see her gentle side on weekdays. Zai Zhenzu's performance made them realize that Chuan Yi and Huo Wu had a great background. Chuan Yi felt a little headache when facing Zai Zhenzu's passionate explanation. Okay, you should prepare to sail, and you don't have to stay with us. Chuan Yi looked at Zai Zhenzu with a black line on his head, and drove her away with a little annoyance. Zai Zhenzu was very obedient. She turned around and shouted to the crew, "What are you looking at? Get moving for me. We will set sail in a quarter of an hour." Yes. Zai Zhenzu's prestige on this ship is very strong, and all the crew members started to move. However, the team of hundreds of people moved, not only without signs of crowding and chaos. On the contrary, they moved in an orderly manner and seemed very efficient. With the addition of those soul masters, the work efficiency was very high. After a while, they completed a series of preparations before sailing. Chuan Yi had seen the scene when the Chuan family's ship sailed. However, when they sailed, they were not as efficient as the Zai Zhenzu pirates. In terms of sailing experience, they still have a certain gap. Chuan Yi silently took in the preparations and memorized all the processes and experiences in his mind. Just then, an old pirate came to Zai Zhenzu and asked in a low voice, "Captain, we are ready." Zai Zhenzu nodded with satisfaction. And walked to the rudder and shouted loudly, "Target Jinsha Island. Set sail and set sail." With Zai Zhenzu's order, the huge sails fell quickly. Under the action of the wind, the large sea ship slowly sailed out of the dock. Chapter 353, Landing on Jinsha Island. After an afternoon of sailing, the Zai Zhenzu sailed half of the way. The sky was dark, but there were no clouds in the sky and the moon was bright in the sky. Under the bright moonlight, the sea surface was shining. Chuan Yi and Huo Wu leisurely enjoyed the quiet atmosphere, but the crew behind them looked uneasy. The old pirate, whose prestige was second only to Zai Zhenzu, came to Zai Zhenzu again and asked in a low voice, "Why are we going to Jinsha Island?" "Captain, there are thousands of pirates there, including thousands of soul masters and ordinary people. And we still have many brothers who have not gathered. If we go there rashly with the current manpower, we will surely die without a burial place. Please think twice, Captain. The old pirate advised Zi Zhenzu with great pain. Although Zi Zhenzu wanted to simply and rudely refuse, she was also a little troubled by the old pirate's sincere advice. However, if she forcefully implemented her orders, it would lead to the psychological collapse of the crew. Her purple pupils involuntarily looked at Chuan Yi and Huo Wu. Seeing Chuan Yi nodded slightly, Zi Zhenzu felt relieved. With Chuan Yi's permission, Zi Zhenzu stood up and came to the center of the deck. Don't panic, I won't sacrifice my brother's lives in vain. This time, in order to successfully capture Jinsha Island, I specially invited 2 powerful soul emperors. With the 2 joining, we only need to help behind the scenes. Young men, this is the first step for our Purple Pearl pirates to become famous in the sea, don't let me down. When the crew heard the explanation of Purple Pearl, the fear in their hearts dissipated by half, and at the same time, a greedy green light ignited in their eyes. No wonder the captain was so radical, it turned out that he invited 2 soul emperors. Although there are only 2, but with the existing team of 500 people, the combat power is definitely greater than that of the Jinsha pirates. Moreover, taking advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness and plundering the enemy's base sounds very dangerous, but it is also very tempting. As long as the operation is done properly, they can obtain huge benefits. The old pirate was also very calm at this moment, and shouted, "Follow the captain to the death! Follow the captain to the death!" The morale of the crew became extremely high under the encouragement of Purple Pearl. Watching Zi Zhenzu's performance, Huo Wu said with some amusement, as expected of the leader of the pirate group, "You know best how to mobilize the morale of the pirates. However, it doesn't matter whether they are there or not. When the time comes, we can sweep the enemy with just the 2 of us. It's really a bargain for them." Chuan Yi touched Huo Wu's hair, asked softly, "The Jinsha pirates have 2,000 people, are you confident?" Huo Wu smiled confidently, "Of course, in terms of group battles, my methods are not inferior to yours." "Okay, then let me see your methods at that time." Chuan Yi and Huo Wu had never planned to rely on the Purple Pearl pirates from the beginning. In their eyes, the Jinsha pirates will be a suitable whetstone. Chuan Yi looked forward and thought to himself, "I hope the 2,000 people can hold on longer." The ship did not stop at night and kept sailing. Finally, in the early morning of the next day, the ship successfully arrived near Jinsha Island, 500 miles away. Purple Pearl slowly came to Chuan Yi and Huo Wu, who were sitting cross-legged in meditation. "You two, Jinsha Island is just ahead, when will we launch the attack?" Chuan Yi and Huo Wu slowly opened their eyes, and their pupils shone brightly. Purple Pearl felt a stinging pain in her pupils just by looking at them. What a terrifying mental power! Fortunately, this brilliance was only for a moment, and was restrained by Chuan Yi and Huo Wu. Otherwise, Zi Zhenzu's spiritual sea is likely to be damaged. The 2 slowly stood up and saw the faint outline of the island not far away. "Well, thank you for your hard work. The battle will be over soon, please help me. Clean up the battlefield, what does that mean?" Before Zi Zhenzu finished asking, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu disappeared in front of Zi Zhenzu. There was silence on the deck. What is going on? Even Zi Zhenzu was confused. At this time, the old pirate walked up to Zi Zhenzu and asked, "Captain, what should we do now?" Zi Zhenzu gritted her teeth and commanded loudly, "Forward!" On the other side. While Zi Zhenzu was thinking, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu had already flown over Jinsha Island. In the omniscient vision, Chuan Yi turned into a tiny cluster of fire elements. And Huo Wu was covered in pink flames, and at the same time, the 10-meter giant wings stretched behind her also showed pink flames. Huo Wu's body was completely covered by the peach fantasy fire. However, the most peculiar thing was that the Hokage martial spirit floating behind Huo Wu not only showed a pink state, but also had a very different shape from usual. It actually extended into the shape of wings as the phoenix bone wings stretched. Obviously, the external soul bone that was integrated with the body completely became a part of the body, which in turn caused the transformation of the Hokage martial spirit. Of course, this change did not stop at the appearance. As the Hokage expanded, Huo Wu's martial spirit produced strange special changes. First, the expansion of volume not only enhances the power of the flame, but also increases the control over the flame. Yes, just by opening the phoenix bone wings, it can produce the effect of amplification type soul skills. According to Huo Wu's test, in this state, Huo Wu's flame power and flame control will increase by 50%. Moreover, the flame power and control will have a multiplying effect. If the original Huo Wu can produce 1 point of flame power with 1 point of mental power. But in this state, Huo Wu can produce more than 1.5 points of flame power with half of mental power. At this time, Chuan Yi's mental power has a connection with Huo Wu. Spiritual communication. Xiao Wu, the pirate group below has done many evil things. Even ordinary people have stained many lives on their hands, so don't have a psychological burden. Don't worry, I won't show mercy. Huo Wu's tone revealed coldness and determination. Well, let's start with the strongest person. Chuan Yi's gaze towards the ground also turned cold. His red dragon pupil had already locked onto all the soul masters on the island. There were 5 soul kings. There were 22 soul ancestors. There were 153 soul masters, great soul masters. The rest of the weak pirates numbered 1,762. In addition, there were more than 500 slaves on the island, who were captured by the pirate group and enslaved by them. Looking at these people, Chuan Yi's heart became more determined. Accept the judgment of the flames. Chuan Yi's fire spirit body turned into a thin red line and flew towards the soul master group scattered around the island. At the same time, Huo Wu's giant wings flapped gently, and her body also moved rapidly towards the target. Her target was the 5 powerful auras in the center of the island. The sky in the early morning was still dim. The pirates who were still immersed in their dreams had no idea that the 2 scorching flames had already targeted them. Chapter 354 Silent Killing. There are 5 luxurious buildings in the center of the island. These buildings are specially prepared for the 5 strongest soul kings in the pirate group. Huo Wu arrived outside the captain's residence first. She saw the closed window and flapped her wings directly, using the wind blade cut by the bone wings to smash the window. Such a loud noise should have aroused people's vigilance. But under the control of Huo Wu's peach illusion fire, the perception of these pirates was controlled by Huo Wu. After smashing the window, the pink light on Huo Wu's body shone into the empty room. Beside Captain Jinsha, who was lying on the spacious soft bed, a dark light appeared strangely. Human figure. The domain of shadow. Huo Wu's innate domain skill. Within the range of the light of the Hokage, the shadows of all creatures will be controlled by Huo Wu. However, this is not over yet. Huo Wu's 5th soul ring lights up. This strange black shadow floating in the air seems to have resonated with the Hokage behind Huo Wu. At the same time, an extremely tiny light needle with pink and white condensed on the top of Huo Wu's head. After condensation, the light needle actually shot back and hit the Hokage's martial spirit. The light needle that hit the Hokage not only did not penetrate the Hokage, but was swallowed by the Hokage. At the same time, a pink light suddenly shot out from the head of the black figure lying with Captain Jinsha. The light penetrated the black shadow and penetrated the brain of Captain Jinsha, who was sleeping. The 58th level Soul King, the leader of the Jinsha pirates, died. And the soul skill that killed him was Huo Wu's 5th soul skill, Purgatory Instant Shadow Kill. Purgatory Instant Shadow Kill can penetrate the black shadow illuminated by the fire shadow, forming a shadow space that can be shuttled through. The light needle passed through the shadow space and instantly penetrated the brain. All of this did not attract anyone's attention. After doing all this, Huo Wu did not stop, turned around and flew to another building. Following the method, split the building that blocked the light, condensed a flame spike, and passed through the shadow space to kill the pirates. In less than a minute, 5 powerful soul kings died quietly. After doing all this, Huo Wu's figure quickly passed through each building. For those who could not penetrate the light, Huo Wu first smashed them with her wings, and then made up for it. In order to save soul power, Huo Wu killed them one by one according to the strength of the breath, from high to low. Observing from a high place, you can see 4 giant wings, flexibly shuttling through various buildings. The 10-meter-long giant wings can maintain a very fast speed even in a narrow space. After more than a month of practice, Huo Wu's flying skills have improved by leaps and bounds. In terms of speed and flexibility, Phoenix Bone Wings is no less than the top-level flying soul masters. At the extreme speed, the life breath of the core of the island is rapidly fading. 5 soul kings and 22 soul lords lost their lives completely in less than 5 minutes. After killing the highest level enemies, Huo Wu checked the soul power in her body. Under the amplification of Peach Shadow Ghost King transformation, Huo Wu increased her soul power by 200%. However, after releasing Purgatory Instant Shadow Kill twice, the abundant soul power was reduced by about half. Realizing that the soul power consumption was too great, Huo Wu no longer used purgatory instant shadow kill. Instead, she began to use phoenix bone wings. The sharp bone wings easily penetrated the thick stone wall and pierced the pirate in the house. The phoenix flame attached to the bone wings not only burned his body, but also burned his soul. In just a moment, the pirate's soul was burned to ashes. If there is reincarnation in this world, people burned by the phoenix flame will not have the opportunity to reincarnate. After switching to phoenix bone wings, Huo Wu's soul power consumption was greatly reduced, but the efficiency was not greatly reduced. A quarter of an hour later, more than 100 soul masters in the center of the island died quietly in their sleep. At the same time, on the outskirts of the island, most of the people living here are ordinary pirates without soul power. At the same time, there are also soul master guard teams scattered around the island. Chuan Yi's target is these soul master teams. On the coast, there is a tall sentry post built of wood. 3 soul masters at the level of great soul masters stand drowsily on top of it to be on guard. This period of time is the easiest time to relax. It is also the easiest time to be attacked. Although these soul masters also know this truth, no one in this sea area dares to anger the Golden Sand pirates. However, at this moment, a vermilion ray shot out from behind the 3 people and directly cut off the 3 people. 3 round heads fell from the high platform. After waiting for a while, the heavy body flipped over the railing and fell heavily on the golden beach. The last scene the 3 people saw in their hazy consciousness was the beach. However, it all happened too suddenly, and they didn't even realize anything before they fell into the long-awaited sleep. This ray was Chuan Yi's 3rd soul skill, the Scorching Ray. Under the attack of the high-temperature ray, everything of the 3 people was completely carbonized, and not even a drop of blood was sprayed out. Chuan Yi didn't even look at it, turned around and turned into a red flash, and appeared in another sentry post several miles away. From a high altitude, you can see that a vermilion laser flashes every 10 seconds. The trajectory of the laser is from the outside to the inside. Every time the laser flashes, it means the dissipation of life. Although the pirates on the periphery are weak, they are a little far away from each other and there are a lot of them. Therefore, Chuan Yi is responsible for the periphery, and Huo Wu is responsible for the inside. Chuan Yi turned into a flash and quickly harvested the lives of the pirates. After dealing with the outermost sentinels, Chuan Yi began to focus on the gathering place. Among them, his first target was the place where slaves were imprisoned. More than 500 slaves were locked up in a crude wooden prison by this group of pirates. Outside the prison, there were 10 soul masters and hundreds of ordinary pirates. Looking at the pirates who enslaved the same humans, Chuan Yi felt a chill in his heart. Faced with the huge number of pirates, Chuan Yi burst into a brilliant golden light. This golden light not only contained a scorching breath, but also contained a spiritual fluctuation containing a sacred breath. This is Chuan Yi's 5th soul skill, the Holy Judgment. To be more precise, this is a sacred judgment that makes people fall into a coma through mental judgment. The mental power of all people present may not be as much as Chuan Yi, so everyone fell into a coma under Chuan Yi's judgment. At the same time, Chuan Yi's scorching rays pierced through the bodies of hundreds of pirates mercilessly. After cleaning the cell, Chuan Yi did not free the slaves first, but turned and flew to the other pirates. He wanted to wait until everything was settled before releasing them. After dealing with the pirates here, Chuan Yi flew to the next place without stopping. Under the internal and external attacks of Chuan Yi and Huo Wu, nearly 200 soul masters and nearly 2,000 pirates were completely destroyed. A quarter of an hour had passed since Chuan Yi and Huo Wu disappeared on the deck. The Purple Pearl finally arrived at the coast of Jinsha Island. Chapter 355 Undercurrents. Zai Zhenzu led all the crew members to board the island carefully. However, unlike what Zai Zhenzu expected, the whole island was unusually quiet. The morning sun shone on the beach, emitting brilliant golden light. White waves washed the beach, creating a peaceful scene. However, the beautiful and quiet environment did not relieve Zai Zhenzu's nervous heart. She frowned and looked at the inside of the island with a serious look. She thought to herself, what's going on? Haven't they landed on the island yet? Why is it so quiet? Just when she was doubtful, she saw the sentry post not far away. At the same time, she also saw 3 bodies falling to the ground. She walked forward quickly and saw 3 heads with their eyes closed peacefully, and a chill surged into her heart. The old pirate who followed her said in astonishment, "What a neat attack! Judging from their expressions, they didn't even react. Is this the foreign aid the leader has found? Zai Zhenzu thought bitterly, how can I find such foreign aid? However, Zai Zhenzu also knew that it was not the time to say these words. She immediately led the crew to the center of the island. However, as they went deeper, they saw countless headless corpses, lying peacefully on the cold ground. Some people seemed to have died suddenly while cooking. The aroma of food echoed in the quiet village. At this time, whether it was Zai Zhenzu or other members of the pirate group, they were shocked by the extremely contrasting picture in front of them. An indescribable sense of fear lingered in their hearts. So many people died, but there was no smell of blood. It's terrible. Zai Zhenzu only noticed the sense of disobedience at this time. After walking almost half of the way, she saw hundreds of corpses, but she didn't smell any blood. After a short stop, they accelerated their pace. A quarter of an hour had passed since they landed on the island. The Purple Pearl pirates arrived at the center of Jinsha Island. The buildings in the center were obviously one level higher than those in the periphery. In the center of the many stone houses, the group finally saw Xuanyi and Hua Wu. At this time, behind the two, there were wooden boxes as high as 2 people. Some of the wooden boxes were opened, and many dazzling gems and treasures were piled in them. Obviously, these were various treasures collected by the Jinsha pirates. However, all the people in the Purple Pearl pirates saw countless treasures, but there was no greed in their hearts. Just because Xuanyi and Hua Wu standing in front of the treasure chest exuded a terrifying cold murderous aura. For those who were weaker in strength, a strange shadow appeared in front of them just by looking at the figures of the two. Even the strongest Purple Pearl couldn't stop trembling when standing in front of the two. Xuanyi noticed the performance of the Purple Pearl pirates. He smiled and said, "You are finally here. We still need you to help us deal with the mess here." While speaking, the strong murderous aura permeating Xuanyi's body returned to his own body. The terrifying murderous aura brought by killing thousands of people could not affect Xuanyi's mind at all under Xuanyi's powerful mental power. Although Hua Wu killed less than 500 people, they were all the most powerful soul masters, and the murderous aura accumulated on their bodies was no less than Xuanyi. However, this murderous aura also could not affect Hua Wu, who had a strong mental power. Moreover, Hua Wu, who had accepted the sacrifice of the Phoenix Remnant Spirit, inherited the purification ability of the Phoenix Flame in her spiritual sea. The murderous aura could not shake Hua Wu's heart. However, after the killing, the minds of the two people obviously underwent a huge change. The various hesitations in the hearts of the two gradually dissipated. After this incident, their hearts would become more decisive. As warriors, they obviously completed a transformation. Zai Zhenzu looked at Xuanyi, who was free to send and receive, and felt submissive to Xuanyi and Hua Wu. "Yes, please wait a moment. I will clean it up." Zai Zhenzu immediately led the crew to clean up the mess. Burn the bodies, free the imprisoned slaves, and collect the scattered treasures and materials. Thanks to their more than 50 soul masters and more than 400 strong seaman pirates, and only then did they complete all the work before the sun set. At night, Zai Zhenzu stood respectfully in front of Xuanyi, reporting the specific information of Jinsha Island. Jinsha pirates have 40 ships and assets and treasures with a total value of more than 1 million gold soul coins. In the island, in addition to the 521 slaves who were liberated, a total of 1,942 bodies were burned. We have placed those slaves in the residences of the pirates, and now they have remained stable. In addition, there are many fertile fields inside the island. According to our judgment, it can fully provide 3,000 people with self-sufficiency. My lord, do you have any other instructions? Xuanyi sat in front of the campfire and thought quietly, then ordered, "You did a good job, and that's it for today. Tomorrow we will go to Maju Island, let everyone go back and have a good rest." Zai Zhenzu bowed and slowly retreated. Her attitude was more awe-inspiring than at the beginning. Hua Wu sat beside Xuanyi and asked, "These people, how can we say that more than 500 slaves are not a small number? These people can be placed on Jinsha Island first. When we capture Maju Island, our fleet can enter the island. At that time, they will be properly handled by the family." Slavery, which has been swept into the garbage dump of history, still exists on this isolated island far away from the mainland. In the lawless sea, the law of the jungle is more prominent. There are very few pirate groups that support the weak like the Purple Pearl pirates. It is for this reason that Chuan Yi would not hesitate to choose Jinsha Island and Maju Island as targets. That night, the sea area of Jinsha Island was calm, and this day, just like usual, there were no waves. However, no one would know that a turbulent undercurrent was gathering. The next morning, the Purple Pearl set sail from Jinsha Island. However, this time, the pirate group left half of its members to take over Jinsha Island. The other half went to Maju Island. After a day of sailing, the ship arrived at the sea area near Maju Island when the sun was setting. After a day of rest, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu's condition was not only fully restored, but also significantly improved. You know, after evolving into the ultimate fire, the speed of their cultivation is comparable to the speed of a turtle. Especially Huo Wu, she did not have the assistance of Chuan Yi's red dragon horn, so her cultivation speed was slower than Chuan Yi. However, I didn't expect that a real battle would help the Soul Master's cultivation to a certain extent. This made Huo Wu look forward to the trip to Maju Island even more. When the sun was setting, 10 ships were floating around the sea area of Maju Island. Most of them were cruise ships. In terms of the degree of strict vigilance, the Maju pirates were more stringent than the Jinsha pirates. Chapter 356 Maju Pirates. In order to cooperate with the night killing, Chuan Yi transformed into the body of Dark Flame and Fire Spirit. The dark fire element is barely visible at night. The overall strategy of this battle is the same as that of Jinsha Island. Chuan Yi goes from outside to inside, and Huo Wu goes from inside to outside. There are nearly 3,000 pirates living in Maju Island. Among them, the strongest pirate group leader, Maju, is a Soul Emperor above level 60. Under him, there are 5 Soul Kings, 30 Soul Sects, and a total of 180 Soul Masters at levels 20 and 30. There are more than 2,500 ordinary pirates. In terms of overall strength, the Maju pirate group is much stronger than Jinsha. If it is a head-on battle, even Chuan Yi and Huo Wu will need a lot of effort to kill them all. However, who would have thought that 2 fire attribute Soul Masters would have such a sinister concealment ability and extremely strong mobility? On a ship outside the sea, 20 guards composed of great Soul Masters and ordinary people carefully searched the surroundings. At this time, the strongest Great Soul Master pirate said with dissatisfaction, "Damn, why do we have to be on guard here when holding a banquet?" The subordinate beside him also echoed, "Yeah, I didn't expect such a good day to catch up with our cruise time, it's really disappointing. I heard that there are some women in the captured caravan this time. I wonder if they are pretty." As he said, a wretched expression appeared on his face. "Hehe, I heard that the caravan this time is quite powerful, and I heard that there are beautiful female soul masters in it. I have never tasted what a female soul master tastes like in my life." The subordinate licked his lips and did not hide his greed. At this time, the great soul master pirate slapped the back of his subordinate's head and said disdainfully, "Just because you want to get involved with female soul masters, aren't you afraid that she will slap you away with a slap? Also, these female soul masters have long been divided by the captain and cotters. For people like us, we can only find female slaves to vent." The subordinate who was hit on the back of the head was an ordinary pirate without soul power. Even though he was slapped, he could only smile and dare not show any dissatisfaction. In the eyes of these soul master pirates, ordinary pirates were no different from slaves. If he angered the great soul master in front of him, he might be turned into a slave based on his status. This phenomenon is not uncommon in Maju Island. Pirates who violate orders are often demoted to slaves and enslaved. At this moment, a grand banquet is being held inside Maju Island. As for why the banquet is being held? This is because the Maju pirates they plundered a large merchant ship from Hanhai City to Xingluo Empire. Generally, such a large merchant ship would be equipped with sufficient military forces. However, at this point in time, the official forces and land soul masters retreated comprehensively, which made the pirate forces more rampant and the land merchant caravans more and more weak. In addition, the powerful strength of the Maju pirates enabled them to successfully intercept this large merchant ship. This merchant ship carried countless precious treasures and supplies. Not only that, the merchant ship itself also had a large enough value. Especially those sea ships built by large chambers of commerce, which can be said to be armed to the teeth. The outer layer was covered with thick metal plates, and the armor was even equipped with large military crossbows. In theory, it would not be easy to take down such a sea ship. However, I never thought that there was a traitor inside the caravan. Moreover, this traitor appeared from the ship workers sent by Hanhai shipyard. Hanhai Shipyard is an official force. At the same time, Hanhai Shipyard has a long history and is trusted by people. This caravan did not have too many doubts about Hanhai Shipyard. It's just that this ideological deviation led them to this situation. The brightly lit island was filled with laughter. Thousands of pirates gathered together and vented their emotions in the wide venue. However, in the center of the venue, there was a high stone platform. A thin man was sitting on it. This man was the leader of the Maju pirate group. At this moment, he looked at the banquet with a smug look on his face, and his heart was full of pride. You know, it is a feat to take down a large merchant ship with almost zero loss. It was also thanks to the fact that he had placed the dark chess in Hanhai Shipyard a long time ago, which made him so relaxed. I wonder if everyone remembers that when Chuan Yu and Solinger first arrived in Hanhai City, they encountered a fight inside Hanhai Shipyard. At that time, Zhang Jun's fellow disciples were exposed for colluding with pirates. Although this matter was eventually left unresolved because the mastermind could not be found, they were not the only traitors planted in the Hanhai Shipyard. This time, they were able to seize the merchant ship so smoothly because other hidden chess pieces lurking in Hanhai City played a role. After having a traitor in Hanhai City, the Maju Pirates group could grasp the various connections between other caravans and Hanhai Shipyard. Shipbuilding, ship repairing, accompanying boatmen, etc., these jobs, many caravans cannot avoid Hanhai Shipyard. Therefore, as long as the shipyard is mastered, a lot of information that is not known to the outside world can be mastered. At the same time, this is safer than sneaking into the caravan directly. Although there were some fluctuations before, which slowed him down. However, after patiently waiting, the time for harvest finally came. When he thought of the captured hot female soul master guard, he felt itchy in his heart. He saw that everyone was drunk, so he was ready to go to his own residence to enjoy himself. He slowly stood up from the platform, but at this moment, his consciousness suddenly became a little fuzzy. What happened? Did I drink too much? Just as he was wondering, the scene in front of him suddenly turned, and his head fell heavily to the ground. Looking at the people who were still immersed in the banquet, he felt angry. I fell down, why didn't you react at all? No, that's not right, how could I fall down? I didn't drink much. The picture that finally froze in his mind was too strange, but even if he thought of something, he had no way out. Because he was already dead. Behind the fallen leader of the Demon Dove Pirates, stood a strange black shadow. However, this black shadow slowly dissipated as the leader of the Demon Dove Pirates collapsed. If you look closely at the forehead of the fallen leader, you can see a tiny hole penetrating the entire brain. Behind the leader stood Huo Wu with cold eyes. She stood on the high platform, slowly watching the pirates below, without any fluctuations in her heart. She slowly said, "Let you die in laughter and joy, which is my last tenderness." After that, Huo Wu flapped her wings to emit a rich pink light. At the same time, 15 flame spikes condensed on her head. The spikes quickly sank into the fire shadow behind her, and then, 15 pink flashes lit up under the high platform. Nearly 50 figures fell at the same time. Chapter 357 Fame. Under Huo Wu's careful calculation, each flash passed through at least 3 pirates. The intricate lines formed a complex picture. Compared to the golden sand, the Demon Dove Pirates, which gathered in a wide field, were easier to clean up. After more than 50 pirates died, the remaining pirates still maintained a carnival. They didn't even realize that purgatory had come. Huo Wu constructed the enemy's position configuration in her mind with the shadow that appeared. At the same time, she constructed the most efficient attack route with her spatial perception ability. 15 flame spikes condensed again. A brand new composition appeared at the banquet venue. More than 50 pirates were killed. Under Huo Wu's special care, Soul Emperor, Soul King, Soul Sect level strongmen, all killed. In the outer sea area, the patrol captain and his men who were still complaining were still chattering. However, they didn't know that Chuan Yi was floating behind the two of them, eavesdropping on their conversation. This ship was Chuan Yi's last clearing target. The other 9 ships had already been dealt with by Chuan Yi. Of course, this ship would not be an exception. However, the two were talking about the fact that the Demon Dove Pirates intercepted a large merchant ship without any damage. No wonder there are some strange soul masters on the island. It turns out that the entire caravan was captured. Of course, with the position of these two people in the pirate group, they could not get more detailed information. So, after listening to the general information, Chuan Yi interrupted the two people's chatter with a short sword condensed by the hot ray. The two social animals were full of negative emotions, and Chuan Yi was afraid that continuing to listen would affect his emotions. So far, all members of the Maritime Guard team with a total distance of more than dozens of miles were killed. After that, Chuan Yi flew around, constantly cutting the lives of pirates. However, Chuan Yi deliberately left the pirates in the cell. Half an hour later, the lively Maju Island was completely silent, leaving only bonfires and lights to illuminate the island. The Purple Pearl was anchored on the beach. Purple Pearl led half of the pirates to move inside. However, at this time, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu appeared in front of everyone first. Purple Pearl asked respectfully, "Excuse me, what are your instructions?" Chuan Yi was not polite, he directly ordered, "There is a cell of the Maju pirates in the west, where slaves and a caravan are held. I hope you can lead the crew to rescue them. Some of the caravan members in the cell were recently captured. Remember, this is a good opportunity to become famous." Purple Pearl paused slightly, and then figured out Chuan Yi's intention. "Yes, I'll go now. Men, prepare for battle, target the prison cell." Zai Zhenzu immediately led more than 200 subordinates and ran westward. Deep in the prison cell, there were several cages made of hard alloy. This kind of cage is specially used to imprison soul masters. Usually, they rarely have the opportunity to be used, but now, the cages that were originally vacant are crowded with people. These people are the soul masters of the caravan. At this moment, a hot-tempered soul master grabbed the railing with both hands and said angrily, "If it weren't for the poison, how could I be caught by these pirates? Damn it, it's all the fault of the Hanhai shipyard, there was a spy of the pirates." This person is the leader of the caravan, and his cultivation is similar to that of the demon dove, a soul emperor-level strongman. However, due to the poison quietly laid by the traitor, he fell into a weak state. In the cage opposite him, there were more than a dozen women sitting. They had no time to care about the leader at this moment, and their hearts were occupied by fear. They knew that if they fell into this situation, their future fate would be clear. Despair filled the air. Just then, the sound of fighting suddenly broke out outside the cell. Fourth soul skill, Viper C. At this moment, grey-black scales grew all over Zai Zhenzu's body, and her body quickly shuttled between the guards in the cell in a crawling posture. These guards with low strength could not resist Zai Zhenzu at all. She saw that cold poison was rapidly spraying out of her mouth, and the enemies infected by this poison mist collapsed to the ground without any resistance. Zai Zhenzu's martial soul is called Sea Viper, and this soul beast has a special cold poison. Those who are poisoned by cold will be cold and weak, and this toxin is almost incurable. Although the guards gathered together and wanted to use group attacks to interrupt Zai Zhenzu's offensive, Zai Zhenzu's weird crawling method was very difficult to capture. Many long-range attacks fell into the air. Under the leadership of Purple Pearl, the members of the Purple Pearl pirates will kill the poisoned members behind them. After a while, the cell guards were annihilated by the Purple Pearl pirates. Purple Pearl strode into the cell and shouted loudly, "Don't panic, the Purple Pearl pirates are here to save you. This Demon Dove Island is completely occupied by our Purple Pearl pirates. Later, I will arrange people to liberate you. Please wait quietly." After that, Purple Pearl walked out of the cell and led the crew to clean up the Demon Dove Island. The appearance of Purple Pearl brought a glimmer of hope to the desperate people. After a whole night of sleepless cleaning, the Demon Dove Island is completely controlled by everyone. The wealth accumulated by the Demon Dove pirates is several times more than that of the Golden Sand pirates. There are 3 large sea ships alone, and all kinds of money add up to about 5 million gold soul coins. Such a huge wealth, I wonder how much blood is stained. Huo Wu looked at the various treasures piled up under the high platform and took a deep breath. There are only a few ways for pirates to make money at sea. Either they get tolls, protection fees, or they rob directly. However, looking at this huge amount, it is obvious that the money was accumulated through burning, killing and looting. At this time, Chuan Yi replied solemnly, "Don't worry, this situation will not exist in the future. It's time to rectify the order at sea." After completing the occupation of the 2 islands, the Chuan family's steamship began to travel frequently between the 2 islands. Yun Qiang also planted dark marks on the 3 islands. Based on the facilities built by the pirates, the Chuan family began to build more professional, more solid docks and piers. Thousands of slaves were properly handled with the joint efforts of the Chuan family and the Purple Pearl pirates. Most of the slaves were born in poverty and lost their livelihoods after being robbed from the island. Therefore, the Chuan family accepted these people and arranged for them to participate in the construction of the island. Moreover, the Chuan family also distributed the vacant land and houses on the island to these people, helping them to restore their human identity. If the island is regarded as a territory, then these people have in fact become the subjects of the Chuan family. The power of the Chuan family has also been expanded. As for those who have a place to go, the Chuan family repatriated them with the help of the reputation of the Purple Pearl Pirates. These people were scattered all over the place, spreading the reputation of the Purple Pearl Pirates everywhere. For a time, the Purple Pearl Pirates became famous all over the world. Chapter 358 Development Process. The Chuan family hid under the shadow of the Purple Pearl Pirates and officially began to develop the 3 islands. On the other hand, the caravan rescued by the Purple Pearl Pirates returned safely to Hanhai City. They not only publicized the deeds of the Purple Pearl Pirates, but also announced the news that spies appeared in Hanhai shipyard. This incident not only increased the reputation of the Purple Pearl Pirates, but also caused the reputation of Hanhai shipyard to fall to the bottom. Although the official forces intervened at the first time and conducted an internal investigation. However, once the credibility collapses, it is difficult to rebuild it. The business of Hanhai shipyard suddenly dropped sharply. At this time, the Chuan family used their own influence and strength to build a brand new shipyard at the dock of Hanhai City. This shipyard is different from the shipyard built in the Chuan family's territory. It is open. Of course, this shipyard only produces wooden sea ships, and most of the personnel configurations are separated from the original shipyard. For those shipbuilders who cannot keep up with the ship update, the Chuan family did not choose to abandon them, but chose to give full play to their expertise. However, the shipyard in the territory completely turned to the research of iron ships. This newly opened shipyard has won the love of the public with its excellent shipbuilding strength and efficient working methods. In addition, with the reputation accumulated by the Chuan family in decades of business, the newly established shipyard of the Chuan family completely replaced the Hanhai shipyard. However, the Hanhai shipyard did not last long before it was completely in crisis of bankruptcy. At this time, the Chuan family recruited countless shipbuilders with clear identities and exquisite craftsmanship. In a flash, the Chuan family became the leader of the shipbuilding industry in Hanhai City. Inspired by the Maju pirates, the Chuan family realized that as long as they controlled the shipbuilding industry, it was basically equivalent to controlling half of Hanhai City. This part can be said to be a crucial part for the expansion of the Chuan family. Of course, the sudden rise of the Chuan family attracted the attention of official forces. However, under the control of Yunxiang, all news was controlled in Hanhai City and did not expand outward. At this point, the Chuan family has extended their tentacles to all aspects of Hanhai City in this way. At the same time, overseas, the reputation of the Purple Pearl Pirates began to become more and more prominent. This Purple Pearl Pirates is different from any previous pirate group. They are frantically clearing the evil pirates who do all kinds of evil in the sea area and maintaining order on the sea. Of course, passing through the waterways they control still requires paying tolls. However, the Purple Pearl Pirates will actually guarantee the safety of merchant ships in their own waterways. This makes many merchant ships more willing to trade with the Purple Pearl Pirates. Of course, this move is undoubtedly a provocation to other pirate groups. However, those pirate groups that came to challenge were all wiped out by the Purple Pearl Pirates without exception. They used their blood to establish the Purple Pearl Pirates' dominant position on the sea. Of course, the Purple Pearl Pirates can develop to this position with the help of the Chuan family in secret. However, the Chuan family also took the opportunity to liberate many slaves and gather fishermen who were in difficult circumstances. This greatly enhanced the power of the Chuan family. After half a year of hard work, the 3 islands were initially developed. And a giant fleet carrying a full 10,000 people arrived at the Blue Silver Island. This group of people will be the pioneers of island development. At the same time, if nothing unexpected happens, they will live here and manage the island in the future. This first fleet, with the help of a large number of storage soul guides produced by Chuan Yi, carried countless steam farm tools. With the help of steam power, 10,000 people exerted dozens of times the production efficiency. Soon, countless lands on the island were reclaimed into fertile fields. According to the needs of the Chuan family and the differences in terrain and geology, a variety of cultivated crops were planted. Among them, there are not only various grains, but also various economic crops. The most representative ones are rubber trees and cotton. Of course, due to climatic reasons, the area where cotton can be planted is limited. However, planting cotton is also necessary. Because the smokeless gunpowder controlled by the Chuan family requires cotton. In this sense, the importance of cotton is self-evident. The expansion of the Chuan family is quietly and steadily stepped forward. During this process, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu only returned to Blazing Academy once. This time, Huo Wu specifically reported safety to her family, and then told them about her successful breakthrough to Soul Emperor. For a moment, they even doubted their own eyes. It was not long before they broke through again. Wasn't this breakthrough speed too shocking? However, when they heard that the sixth soul ring they hunted this time was taken from the undead phoenix, they couldn't hold it anymore. When Huo Wu explained that she was only back for a short time to reminisce about the past and would return to Hanhai City later, they had no complaints. Because, compared to staying in the academy, staying with Chuan Yi was the best for Huo Wu's own development. Moreover, they also believed that with the power of the Chuan family, they could definitely protect Huo Wu. On the other hand, after Chuan Yi returned to Sa City, he gathered all the blacksmiths including Lu Gao and Yuan Xing together, and prepared to take everyone back to Hanhai City together. For a long time in the future, Hanhai City will be the focus of the Chuan family's development. Lu Gao and Yuan the blacksmith are important talents. With their presence, the development speed of the Chuan family will be even faster. After preparing for several days in Sa City, except for the shops, the important deployments of the Chuan family in Sa City were moved away by carriage. As the convoy went west, Chuan Yi and his party walked out of the kingdom and entered the province controlled by the empire. When the convoy was about to pass by the Sunset Forest, Chuan Yi took the opportunity of the convoy to rest and flew to the Sunset Forest. Taking this opportunity, Chuan Yi wanted to put the Xiang Dragon Lance back into the hot Yang Chuan. He wanted to use the heat of the Yang Chuan to soften the refined gold again, and strengthen the material of the metal through long-term soaking. The Xiang Dragon Lance can also absorb more Yang Chuan energy to evolve itself. Of course, this process will take a long time. It just so happens that Chuan Yi does not need the Xiang Dragon Lance in a short time. Chuan Yi used the power of the fire spirit body to quickly move towards the center of the Sunset Forest. After a while, he passed through the thick and deadly poisonous fog and arrived at the spring of ice and fire. It just so happened that Douluo was also here continuing to study herbs and poisons. Chuan Yi thought that he had not seen Douluo for almost several months, so he landed directly at the foot of the mountain. However, when he showed up and was about to greet him, Douluo was concentrating on the glass bottle on the laboratory table. Seeing that Douluo did not even notice himself who was close to the cave entrance, Chuan Yi swallowed the greeting on his lips involuntarily. Chuan Yi's eyes slowly fell, and he saw that the glass bottle that Douluo was looking at was emitting three kinds of energy light, red, white and green. Chapter 359 Cutting Meat to Test Medicine. Through the three-color light, there was actually a piece of fresh meat in the glass bottle. The whole piece of meat was covered with a strange green light. However, outside it, red and white light kept flowing and blending. Although the two rays of light were extremely small, the energy fluctuations they emitted were extraordinary. This is the breath of fiery apricot and star anise ice grass. However, such a fragile glass bottle can actually withstand the fire poison and cold poison of these two. No, that's not right. Chuan Yi noticed the difference. Chuan Yi's pupils quickly condensed into narrow vertical pupils. The scales of the red dragon quietly climbed onto Chuan Yi's cheeks. Chuan Yi quickly transformed into the red dragon pupil. In the red dragon pupil's vision, he clearly saw that red and white were intertwined, influencing and promoting each other, forming a state of dynamic balance. This situation is exactly the same as the ice and fire springs inside the valley. After the two opposite energies collided with each other, they formed a neutralization and emitted a special energy that nourishes all things. Of course, although this energy is not as harmful as extreme heat and extreme cold, it is still not something that a small piece of meat can withstand. However, it can still maintain its original shape until now, because the green light all over the meat is stubbornly resisting the flushing of red and white energy. Chuan Yi is not unfamiliar with this green light, which is the light emitted by Douluo's own poisonous soul power. Seeing this, Chuan Yi completely understood whose meat the meat in the glass bottle belonged to. The senior actually cut off his own flesh and blood to experiment with the medicinal properties of herbs. Chuan Yi's eyes moved to Douluo's left arm, and saw that there was a square gap of medium size on the left arm. Although the blood was blocked by Douluo's own soul power, the cut surface and the internal flesh and blood tissue were clearly visible. Chuan Yi understood Douluo's behavior. No creature can withstand his own toxins except his own flesh. Therefore, if you want to solve your own poison, you must use yourself as the material. Having said that, Douluo was able to cut off his flesh resolutely, which was worthy of Chuan Yi's admiration. Chuan Yi paid attention to the movement in the glass bottle with a solemn expression. He also noticed that the balance of the three energies in the bottle was reaching a certain balance point. The poisonous soul power that stubbornly stuck to the meat became loose under the energy. After a while, Chuan Yi could see the emerald green liquid slowly flowing out of the flesh. When more than 90% of the poisonous soul power was filtered out, the red and white energy that continued to release energy could no longer hold on. Chuan Yi secretly thought it was a pity, as he was just a little short of completely removing the toxins. However, in contrast to Chuan Yi, Douluo, who was staring at the glass bottle, burst into a high-pitched laughter. Ha 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 ha, success, success. The happy laughter echoed throughout the valley. Because Douluo was too selfless, the loud voice caused the entire mountain to shake slightly. It was not until then that Douluo noticed Chuan Yi standing at the entrance of the cave. He hurriedly walked to Chuan Yi and said excitedly, "Boy, you came at the right time. I found a way to solve the toxins in my body." Douluo, who had always maintained the demeanor of a master in front of Chuan Yi, was like a happy old man at this moment, constantly patting Chuan Yi's shoulders. Chuan Yi was a little confused. "Senior, the toxins don't seem to be completely expelled. How can this be considered a success?" Douluo smiled and said, "You don't understand this. My body has been soaked in toxins for decades. If all the toxins in the body are expelled, the body will become abnormal. It is necessary to leave some toxins for my current body. The current residual amount is the best ratio I have obtained after countless experiments." Hearing this, Chuan Yi looked at the piece of meat in the glass bottle. It was obviously a piece of cut meat, but he could see that the cells were showing unusual activity. It felt as if the piece of meat was completely alive. "So that's the case. Congratulations to the senior for solving the toxins in his body." Chuan Yi sincerely congratulated Douluo. He saw Douluo's bloodshot pupils and unkempt appearance. It is conceivable how much effort Douluo had spent to reach this point. Douluo stared at Chuan Yi deeply, then said with difficulty, "Thank you." After saying this, Douluo's cheeks blushed slightly. He forgot when he said this last time. Chuan Yi also knew that it was not easy for Douluo to say this with his arrogant personality. "Haha, senior, you make me feel a little embarrassed when you say this." Chuan Yi smiled shyly. "Ahem, stinky boy, there are only a handful of people in this world who can be thanked by me, cherish them well." Douluo's face suddenly changed, and he covered his shyness with a dissatisfied expression. "By the way, are you going to leave?" Chuan Yi smiled and said, "I came back this time to recast the Xiang Dragon Lance, but I will come back often to practice in the future." For more than half a year, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu slaughtered dozens of pirate groups of all sizes. The island development plan has also been put on the right track. Chuan Yi should also return to his past hard training. Douluo said in a slightly depressed tone, "Your goal is 100,000-year soul beast. With your training speed, it will only take 1 or 2 years to break through level 70. Have you started looking for 100,000-year soul beast? Do you need me to help you find it?" "Thank you for your concern, but I have found it." Chuan Yi smiled faintly. "Do you have time to look for 100,000-year soul beast in Hanhai City?" Douluo asked suspiciously. "It is because I went to Hanhai City that I was able to find a suitable soul beast so quickly. You know, there are countless volcanoes on the vast sea." After listening to Chuan Yi's explanation, Douluo showed an understanding expression. He also fell into a fixed mindset. When he thought of the ocean, he thought of sea soul beasts. In his subconscious, he ruled out the possibility of the existence of fire attribute soul beasts. "Don't worry, I'll help you for free after I've cured the poison." Douluo was serious about what he said, and at the same time, he actually wanted to witness Chuan Yi create a miracle up close. 100,000 years, the 7th soul ring. If it was in the past, he might not even dare to think about it. However, he could imagine a precise picture of Chuan Yi. As a soul master, he sometimes envied Chuan Yi's talent and ability, but on the other hand, he admired Chuan Yi's efforts and ambitions. In addition, Chuan Yi had a favor to him in curing the poison, so he sincerely wanted to help Chuan Yi achieve his goal. However, Chuan Yi refused his help at this time. Chuan Yi said, I want to try to face 100,000-year soul beast alone. Hey! Douluo asked puzzledly, boy, I told you I'll help you for free, don't miss such a good opportunity. Besides, 100,000-year soul beast will definitely produce soul bones, you don't have to focus the resentment of the soul beast on you. I don't understand the meaning of your doing this. Chapter 360, The Journey of Moving People. Douluo's idea is very correct. If it was half a year ago, Chuan Yi would definitely accept Douluo's help without hesitation. However, half a year ago, Huo Wu's sixth soul ring completely changed Chuan Yi's previous ideas. A soul ring with a soul, a special life that survives in the form of a soul ring. This existence completely broke Chuan Yi's cognition of soul beasts and soul masters. After this period of research, Chuan Yi also found that Huo Wu's sixth soul ring was slowly changing. The lines on the soul ring were slowly growing, and the complexity of its lines was approaching that of a 100,000-year soul ring. It was this discovery that gave Chuan Yi the idea of replicating the life of the soul ring. For this, Chuan Yi had many ideas. Of course, he couldn't tell Douluo about the life spirit ring. Therefore, Chuan Yi could only reply, this is my trial, and it is also my own battle. Senior can help me for a while, but not for a lifetime. The seventh soul ring is just the beginning for me. If I rely on external forces from now on, I may lose the power to deal with powerful soul beasts in the end. Douluo did not doubt Chuan Yi's statement. On the contrary, he admired Chuan Yi even more. Okay, since you have such ambitions, I won't bother you. After talking for a while and sharing their daily lives, Chuan Yi and Douluo walked into the vicinity of the hot spring. Chuan Yi first threw the Xiang Dragon Lance into the blazing Yang Chuan. The Xiang Dragon Lance, which returned to the blazing Yang Chuan, conveyed a joyful mood. It directly and spontaneously absorbed the fire attribute energy and special substances in the Yang Chuan. After doing this, Chuan Yi also noticed that the fiery apricot and the star anise mysterious ice grass on both sides of the spring were missing 1/3. According to Douluo's explanation, although he only cut a very small part each time he experimented, the accumulation of too many times inevitably caused a lot of loss. However, Douluo also said that in this space, the growth rate of herbs is 10 times that of the outside world. As long as they are idle for a period of time, they will grow again. But, if 1/3 of the herbs are lost, the medicinal properties of the herbs will also be greatly reduced. Can it last until the senior filters out the toxins in the body? Douluo smiled lightly and said, you don't know this. The medicinal properties of these two poisonous herbs are amazing. If I directly refine the whole plant, although it can detoxify, it will also completely dissolve my poison power. I only need to cut a small part to solve the toxins in the body. After hearing this, Chuan Yi was completely relieved. Doing his own thing well, Chuan Yi did not stay too long. Chuan Yi said goodbye to Douluo and returned to the hotel. After a night of rest, the caravan set off again and headed west. When the caravan left the town, the number of people in the caravan suddenly increased by hundreds. However, because the number of carriages did not change, it did not attract the attention of outsiders. In fact, with the storage soul guides mastered by the Chuan family and Chuan Yi's Red Dragon, it was not difficult to take all the blacksmiths directly back to Hanhai City. However, they still chose such a primitive way because of other reasons. That is, moving people. With the expansion of the Chuan family on the ocean, they found that they had funds and technology, but they only lacked a large population. Although, within half a year, Chuan Yi and his team gathered more than 10,000 people in the ocean. However, compared with 70 million acres of land, it is still not enough. Moreover, the population in the ocean is sparse, and more than half of the people have their own livelihoods and will not easily join the Chuan family. In order to solve the labor gap, the Chuan family used shops all over the continent to attract a lot of labor. Most of these people are poor people and beggars without livelihoods. In Douluo continent, the gap between the rich and the poor is extremely huge, and there are a lot of such people. The Chuan family took advantage of its own financial advantages to quietly absorb these people. Of course, the Chuan family doesn't want everyone. They will carefully identify various conditions. People with bad behavior and cunning are not wanted. However, even so, hundreds of people can be found, and dozens of people can be found. From Sa City to Hanhai City, the distance is thousands of miles. Now, Chuan Yi and others have walked about halfway, and the number of people in the caravan has exceeded 5,000. When arriving at Hanhai City, this number can be doubled. Walking in the carriage at the front of the caravan, Huo Wu leaned on Chuan Yi's shoulder with a solemn expression and remained silent. In the carriage, there was a strange silence. Chuan Yi knew that Huo Wu was shocked. During this period, Huo Wu never thought that there were still many people living in dire straits in this world. As a member of a soul master family, Huo Wu had never seen the real life of the lower class. However, along the way, Huo Wu saw too much mud. This made Huo Wu feel heavy in his heart. Chuan Yi didn't say much, but just accompanied Huo Wu quietly. Although he also felt uncomfortable in his heart, he was relieved that Huo Wu did not choose to look away. She felt heavy because she was looking at the mud on the ground seriously. The whole caravan fell into a strange silence. There were only the sounds of wheels and horseshoes. In other carriages, there were countless thin poor people, wearing clothes prepared by the Chuan family, and the dirt on their bodies was completely washed away. But these could not really cover up the numbness in these people's hearts. At this moment, they were like cargo, sitting in the carriage in a daze. Of course, this situation was much better than before. In their numb eyes, there was a glimmer that had never been there before. That was the light that symbolized hope. The appearance of the Chuan family brought them a glimmer of hope. It was this glimmer of hope that drove them to sit on the carriage to Hanhai City. The caravan slowly moved westward. During this period, Chuan Yi passed through the city where the Chuan family shop was based on the map. After half a month of traveling, the number of people in the caravan doubled. Fortunately, the closer to the west, the Chuan family caravan could carry people by itself, otherwise, the carriage prepared by Chuan Yi might not be able to accommodate so many people. However, when the caravan passed a small village, an unusual event caught Chuan Yi's attention. At dusk, Chuan Yi saw that it was getting late, so he thought about resting in the open space near the village for a night. Of course, due to the large number of people in the convoy, they did not choose to enter the village. However, this should have been the time to cook, and there was no smoke rising from the chimneys of the whole village. In order to find out the truth, Chuan Yi flew over the village and opened the red dragon eye. The village was in a mess, and there were signs of damage in all the houses. What was more serious was that there were bloodstains everywhere in the village. Under Chuan Yi's supervision, it can be seen that the blood had dried up long ago and the color had turned darker. From this, it can be seen that the village was attacked for a long time. Chuan Yi's eyes extended outward, and in the open space not far from the village, he found a shocking scene. Chapter 361 Clearing the Wolf Bandits. There was no need for the red dragon eye, and the dried blood dyed the entire open space behind the village red. At the same time, there were some broken limbs and human organs scattered on the ground. Although there were many disabled people on the ground, there were no remains. However, Chuan Yi found that the bloodstains extended to the forest behind the village. This village is located very close to the dense forest. If it were not for choosing a remote road to avoid being seen, Chuan Yi would not necessarily find the abnormality here. After thinking for a while, Chuan Yi turned around and returned to the convoy. Chuan Yi's speed was very fast. When he returned, the people in the convoy were just preparing to cook. Chuan Yi came to Huo Wu's side and showed his figure. Huo Wu saw Chuan Yi's serious expression and realized the seriousness of the problem. She asked, "What happened?" Chuan Yi explained in a low voice, "The whole village was bloodbathed." Huo Wu said with surprise, "What can be worthy of looting in such a remote village?" "No, it doesn't look like bandits. If they were after money, there would be no need to drag the whole village away. What's more strange is that they didn't hide it at all. Is it dangerous? Should we take the convoy and leave here overnight? It's only 2 days away from Hanhai City." In order to avoid more trouble, Huo Wu suggested leaving here. However, Chuan Yi did not agree. Without understanding the specific situation, rashly rushing at night will cause unnecessary disturbances. "Xiao Wu, you stay in the vigilance area of the convoy. I will go to investigate before the sun sets completely." "Okay, be careful." After half a year of training, Huo Wu's character has been greatly trained. In the face of this situation, she did not panic. She calmly watched Chuan Yi disappear in front of her eyes and calmly commanded the convoy to rest on the spot. She herself was secretly alert to the movements around her. Huo Wu is now able to take charge of her own affairs, and Chuan Yi is very confident in her. Chuan Yi left the convoy and returned to the village again. This time, he flew directly to a higher sky, and at the same time opened the elemental perspective of the red dragon horn and the true vision eye of the red dragon eye. With the cooperation of these two, the intelligence within a radius of hundreds of kilometers was completely presented in Chuan Yi's mind. Relying on his powerful mental power, Chuan Yi quickly processed the huge and complex information. In just a moment, Chuan Yi discovered the anomaly hidden in the mountains and forests. Under Chuan Yi's true vision eye, he saw more than 200 green energy sources dozens of miles away. Looking at the color and amount of soul power, it's a wind-attributed soul master. 3 soul kings, more than 200 soul masters, and great soul masters. When did such a force appear in the western part of the Tiandu Empire? No, that's not right. This doesn't seem to be a human. Chuan Yi's dragon pupils shrank slightly, and the distant picture zoomed in quickly. The scene dozens of miles away was clearly visible. However, after Chuan Yi saw the scene that came into his eyes, he immediately regretted it. Through the shadows of the trees, Chuan Yi saw a group of grey figures crawling on the ground and gnawing at something. Although the body shape was no different from that of a human, the sharp teeth and thick oil paint made Chuan Yi understand what this thing was in an instant. Wolf thief. This is a half-human, half-beast born from the combination of a swift-wind demon wolf and a human. The swift-wind demon wolf, Feng Xiaoshan's martial soul was mutated from the swift-wind demon wolf. These monsters are not only bloodthirsty by nature, but also extremely lustful. They often treat humans as their food, and at the same time, they will drag away human women and rape them. When Chuan Yi zoomed in, he saw a scene that made him feel uncomfortable. These wolf thieves were gnawing on human flesh and blood, and some of them were raping women. The fire elemental body that Chuan Yi transformed into suddenly heated up. The angry emotion drove the flames in his body to be extremely aggressive. Seeing this scene in front of him, Chuan Yi could no longer hold back his anger. I saw an extremely fine scarlet line flying across the sky at a high speed, and its target was the gathering place of wolf thieves dozens of miles away. At this moment, Chuan Yi instantly burst out with all his body's amplification skills. The scarlet line turned into a special color of black mixed with gold. This color seemed as if the sky had torn open a fine cosmic channel, and the vast universe revealed a mysterious corner of it through the thin line. Nebula body. The power of Chuan Yi's flame instantly reached 400%. Bang! A subtle but dull sound, the sound of air explosion sounded, and a sonic boom sounded around the thin line that Chuan Yi transformed into. At this moment, Chuan Yi's flying speed exceeded the speed of sound. Supersonic flight. Chuan Yi reached the realm of supersonic speed with his physical body. The distance of dozens of miles was really fleeting. After flying for more than a minute, Chuan Yi arrived at the gathering place of the wolf bandits. After arriving, Chuan Yi's flight did not stop, but continued to turn into a thin line, frantically shuttling among the wolf bandits. From the sky, a subtle dark golden light penetrated the brains of all the wolf bandits spread over thousands of square meters at a very fast speed. This light lasted only a dozen seconds. When the light disappeared, more than 200 wolf bandits fell into a strange pause almost at the same time. Plop! 2 seconds later, more than 200 wolf bandits, as if they had agreed, had their eyes widened and their bodies fell down weakly. All this happened too quickly, even the wolf bandit leader at the Soul King level did not react. This time, the angry Chuan Yi mobilized all his strength. Facing such a Chuan Yi, even Chuan Li with a 100,000-year soul ring would find it difficult to compete. Not to mention these wolf bandits. Chuan Yi slowly appeared in the mountains and forests. He came to the remaining women, kicked away the wolf bandits who violated them under their desperate eyes, and gently covered them with loose clothes. Looking at their desperate and fearful eyes, his heart was stabbed. He said in a deep voice, "I can't wash away the scars in your hearts, but I can burn your past. I promise that everything that happened here will be buried here forever. So, I hope you can survive strongly." Chuan Yi's request may be too cruel to these people, but Chuan Yi still hopes that they can survive. At least, there is hope in life, but if they die, there will be nothing. After speaking, Chuan Yi chopped off a big tree, lit a warm bonfire, and put down a wooden barrel filled with clear water beside him. Then, he turned around and began to collect the bodies of the wolf bandits scattered everywhere. Each wolf bandit was about 2 meters in size. Although they were slightly smaller than Chuan Yi, they were huge monsters for ordinary people. When the sun set, Chuan Yi piled up the bodies of the wolf bandits into a small hill. After doing all this, Chuan Yi held a torch and came to the women who had regained their composure. While he was carrying the bodies, some women could not bear the humiliation and quietly committed suicide in the mountains. For those who were determined to die, Chuan Yi was powerless, but what made Chuan Yi happy was that the remaining women washed off the filth on their bodies and spontaneously collected the bones of their companions. Chapter 362 Crows Repay Their Parents. Chuan Yi burned all the bodies in front of them. It meant to put an end to the tragic past. When everything was burned out, Chuan Yi summoned the red dragon and led them back to the village, and buried the bones of the villagers in the cemetery near the village. After doing all this, Chuan Yi asked for their opinions and led them back to the convoy. They were like a drop of transparent water. With the help of Chuan Yi, they naturally blended into the group of 10,000 people without attracting the attention of the crowd. Of course, Chuan Yi's behavior could not be hidden from Huo Wu after all. Before Chuan Yi approached, she had already discovered their traces. She wanted to ask, but was stopped by Chuan Yi's obscure gesture. Smart Huo Wu roughly understood what Chuan Yi meant. An uneasy day passed. The sun rose again from the east. The convoy set off on time according to the original plan. 2 days later, the convoy of 10,000 people successfully arrived at the Chuan family's territory. In order to accommodate so many people, the Chuan family had already circled a large enough area outside the territory to accommodate the crowd. After handing over the task, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu followed Chuan Yu to the office in the territory and reported the situation of the trip. We have gathered 11,023 people this time, 70% of them are young and strong, and only 30% are children and the elderly. After hearing Chuan Yi's report, Chuan Yu's face darkened. The number of people is more than expected. I don't know whether I should be happy or sad. However, since they have come to the Chuan family, they will be protected by the Chuan family in the future. Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Yi, Xiao Wu, go down and rest first, and leave the rest to me. Just then, Chuan Yi raised his hand and touched the heart of the sun on his chest. As the white light flashed, a long wooden box appeared in Chuan Yi's hand. Chuan Yu was very familiar with this wooden box. This was the soul bone box that he and Solinger handed over to Chuan Yi. However, the box that should have been empty had the sound of a hard object touching the box. The 3 people present felt a slight soul power fluctuation at the same time. Chuan Yi handed the wooden box in his hand to Chuan Yu in the surprised eyes of everyone. Chuan Yu took the wooden box woodenly and asked Chuan Yi for confirmation, soul bone. Chuan Yi smiled faintly and said, Father, you can open it and take a look. Chuan Yu immediately opened the wooden box, and inside it actually lay a green right leg bone. The soul bone flashing with a faint green light contained a strong aura. It is indeed a soul bone, and judging from the aura emitted by the soul bone, it is definitely a soul bone of more than 10,000 years. Xiao Yi, where did this come from? Chuan Yu couldn't stop his inner surprise. For this question raised by Chuan Yi did not choose to answer. I cannot reveal too much about the origin of this soul bone, but I hope my father can absorb it. This soul bone is the right leg bone that Chuan Yi dug out from the corpse of the wolf bandit leader. Although Chuan Yi was also surprised that the wolf bandit, a half-human, half-beast creature, could condense a soul bone. However, the soul power of the wolf bandit leader is equivalent to that of a soul beast over 10,000 years old. The 10,000-year level soul bone is a treasure that is priceless, and Chuan Yi will certainly not let it go. Chuan Yu took a deep look at Chuan Yi and slowly closed the box. Okay, since you said so, I won't ask, but we still have to discuss the ownership of this soul bone. Chuan Yu was very eager for this soul bone, but he still resisted the temptation of the soul bone with his strong willpower. Father, this is a soul bone of wind attribute. Among the family members who don't have soul bones, only father is suitable to absorb this soul bone. Besides, as the head of the family, father also needs to use soul bones to enhance his strength. The development of the island has just started, and we still have many difficulties to overcome. The stronger you become, the more our Chuan family can benefit. So, don't refuse. As the current head of the Chuan family, Chuan Yu has always sacrificed for the family. He hopes Chuan Yu can accept this soul bone. Chuan Yu looked at Chuan Yi, and his heart was a little bit enlightened. Because, he realized at this time that Chuan Yi seemed to have grown up in an instant. He has changed from an object that needs to be taken care of to an adult who can take care of him in return. He choked up for a moment. He exhaled heavily and patted Chuan Yi on the shoulder. Okay, I'll accept this soul bone. Chuan Yu wanted to be a little selfish this time. However, this was a gift specially given to him by his son. If he didn't absorb it, he would be a waste of Chuan Yi's good intentions. Thinking of this, Chuan Yu didn't hesitate. He grabbed the soul bone and began to absorb it in the office. Of course, Chuan Yu did this to hide his slightly red eyes. How could a grown man show a fragile attitude in front of a child? Chuan Yu's absorption process was very fast. Half an hour later, he slowly opened his eyes. Although he didn't break through the level, his whole body's aura surged. Is this the feeling of absorbing soul bones? It's so comfortable. No wonder you showed such an expression after absorbing the soul bones. Chuan Yu stood up and jumped, only to feel that his body was much lighter. After absorbing the soul bones, he felt that his physical attributes had been improved to varying degrees. However, the biggest improvement was his speed. This will greatly make up for his weakness as a strong attack system. When Chuan Yu initially adapted to the changes in his body, Chuan Yi couldn't wait any longer. He asked curiously, "Father, what kind of skills does this soul bone bring?" Chuan Yu looked at Chuan Yi and Huo Wu, who were looking at him with wide eyes and curiosity, and his mouth curled up slightly. He replied, "The name of this soul bone is Bloodthirsty Madness Hurricane Right Leg. From the name, you can know that his soul bone skill is Bloodthirsty Frenzy. After activating the soul bone skill, my body will instantly enter a frenzy state. At the same time, my attack, defense, and speed will be increased by 100%. Its disadvantage is that other soul skills cannot be used, and in the frenzy state, it is likely to affect my mind. However, since the age of the soul bone is slightly lower, my mental strength should be able to offset the negative effects of bloodthirsty frenzy. In general, the ability of this soul bone is very outstanding and very suitable for me." Chuan Yu is very satisfied with this soul bone. Although there are some unfortunate side effects, compared with the powerful amplification effect, they are all acceptable. In addition, he can use his own soul skills to deal with the side effects of not being able to use other soul skills. Chuan Yi listened carefully to the effect of the skill and fell into deep thought. After a while, Chuan Yi's eyes lit up, and he took out a square wooden box from his chest again and handed it to Chuan Yu. "Here is the 1,000-year-old head soul bone seized a long time ago. Although it is a little younger, after absorbing it, Father should be able to completely control the bloodthirsty frenzy." Chapter 363 Bloodthirsty Frenzy, Hurricane Right Leg and Spiritual Skull. This soul bone has been with Chuan Yi for 56 years, and every aspect of it has been studied thoroughly by Chuan Yi. Especially after he opened the red dragon eye, Chuan Yi even figured out the flow of soul power inside the soul bone. To be honest, it has no meaning for it to continue to follow him. It is better to let Chuan Yu absorb it and completely solve the negative effects of bloodthirsty frenzy. Chuan Yu instinctively wanted to refuse to accept it, but when he saw Chuan Yi's firm eyes, he really couldn't say no. In this situation, no matter what he said, it would seem hypocritical. He reached out to take the soul bone and said in a deep voice, "Okay, then I won't be polite." Chuan Yu directly took out the white head soul bone, turned it into energy and pressed it on his head. This time, the absorption time was much shorter than the previous time. After a quarter of an hour, Chuan Yu ended his short meditation. When he opened his eyes again, Chuan Yi felt the fascinating gaze from Chuan Yu's eyes. This is the manifestation of the externalization of mental power. According to Chuan Yi's judgment, Chuan Yu's mental power has at least doubled in just a quarter of an hour. Not only that, a strong soul power fluctuation burst out from Chuan Yu. After absorbing 2 soul bones, Chuan Yu's soul power level increased by 1 level, reaching level 84. The dual explosion of mental power and soul power inadvertently formed a special soul power pressure. Fortunately, there were only Chuan Yi and Huo Wu in the room. With their current strength, this pressure had little effect on them. Chuan Yu realized that his aura was exposed, and immediately calmed the energy in his body. After a while, he completely controlled his body. He swept his eyes over the 2 people standing tall, and a look of relief appeared in his eyes. "Sorry to have kept you waiting. Congratulations, Father, for your breakthrough." Chuan Yuexi smiled and said, "Without these 2 soul bones, I would not have been able to break through so quickly. Father, can you tell me more about the skills of this soul bone?" The ability of a soul bone cannot be seen by just looking at it. Chuan Yi roughly knows that this soul bone is related to vision, and he can only know more after it is absorbed by others. Your speculation about this soul bone was correct. This head soul bone is called the spiritual vision skull. Its ability is to amplify all the abilities of the eyes in all directions. It is a low-level version of the red dragon eye. When the skill is activated, my dynamic vision, farsightedness and nearsightedness will be improved by 200%. However, it cannot see through the surface of objects and see through the flow of soul power inside like the red dragon eye. However, even so, the ability of this soul bone will greatly increase my reaction and reconnaissance capabilities. And, most importantly, with this head soul bone, I can use the berserk skill without any scruples. As the user of the red dragon eye, Chuan Yi certainly knows what this soul bone ability represents. Not long ago, when he was clearing the wolf bandits, he used the terrifying dynamic ability of the red dragon eye to accurately kill more than 200 wolf bandits during supersonic flight. Although enhancing vision cannot directly increase attack power and defense power, it can greatly increase the combat effectiveness of the soul master. The abilities of the two soul bones can complement each other. This will undoubtedly greatly enhance Chuan Yu's strength. So far, among the direct members of the Chuan family, only Solinger and Chuan Niu, who was born less than a year ago, do not have soul bones. However, with the current energy of the Chuan family, it is not a big problem to make up for this. Therefore, when facing soul bones, everyone has more room in their hearts. This is also a manifestation of the Chuan family's strength. After reporting the situation and sending the soul bones, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu walked out of the office. Now, the Chuan family needs to deal with a lot of things. Chuan Li, as a titled Douluo, bears the responsibility of escort. He is responsible for the fleet sent from Ghost Island to Blue Silver Island. As the connector of the first half, Yun Qiang has been using soul skills to quickly transport materials and personnel for the initial transformation of the island during this period. It is also thanks to Yun Qiang's soul bone skills that the Chuan family was able to transport the first batch of personnel in just half a year. As the head of the family, Chuan Yu must stay in Hanhai City to handle matters on land. Even Solinger, who had just given birth to Chuan Niu, stayed in the Chuan family shop and took over Yun Qiang's work. On the contrary, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu had a lot of free time after killing for half a year. It's not that they don't want to work, but they were too ruthless in the past 6 months, and directly wiped out the pirates within hundreds of miles centered on the 3 islands. The remaining pirates can be dealt with by the Purple Pearl Pirates' own strength. Moreover, they funded the Purple Pearl Pirates for this. That is, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu need to integrate their own strength through actual combat, which gives them time to relax. Now, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu can no longer gain anything from this level of battle, so they retreated from the front line. However, the two who retreated did not relax. On the contrary, they need to start the next stage of hard training. Let's talk about Huo Wu first. Huo Wu has recently started to suddenly increase the weight of her body to 50,000 kilograms. Although this weight is far less than Chuan Yi's 100,000 kilograms, it is definitely a weight that exceeds the limit of Huo Wu's body. Wearing it, let alone walking, even standing still is very risky. However, don't forget Huo Wu's 6th soul skill, Phoenix Guardian. Due to its powerful recovery effect, this soul skill consumes a lot of soul power when it is activated. With Huo Wu's current soul power level, it will be inconvenient to use this soul skill in actual combat. However, she found that if she was in normal practice, especially when training her body, she didn't have to worry about soul power consumption at all. She only needed to use soul skills to repair the damage to various parts of her body after completing physical training to accelerate the strengthening of her body. Physical training is a very boring and painful thing. It is to tear the various tissues of the body and make the body stronger through the process of repairing them. However, Huo Wu's 6th soul skill directly omits the process of body recovery. After discovering this, Huo Wu no longer cared about the so-called physical limit, physical damage. When she exercises every day, she directly starts to exercise with weights that exceed her physical limit. During exercise, due to excessive force, internal bleeding often occurs. In severe cases, she may even accidentally break her bones. However, even with this degree of physical damage, under the repair effect of the 6th soul skill, it will recover immediately and even become stronger. This further stimulated Huo Wu's ruthlessness. Destroy the body, recover, destroy the body, recover. In just half a year, Huo Wu relied on her strong willpower to continuously break through the limits of her body, and the weight on her body reached 50,000 kilograms. Chapter 364 Red Dragon Burning Heaven Armor. Huo Wu's crazy progress even made Chuan Yi feel a deep sense of crisis. Physical fitness is a link that he is proud of, but now, Huo Wu seems to have opened a cheat, madly shortening the gap between the two. Unlike Huo Wu, Chuan Yi does not have such abnormal recovery ability. He can only follow the steps and accumulate little by little in persistent training. Chuan Yi has now basically reached the exercise level of ordinary people under the load of 100,000 kilograms. However, this is not enough. Chuan Yi's goal is to fully adapt to this weight. Fortunately, the dozens of evil demon killer whales hunted half a year ago allowed him to not worry about soul beast meat in the short term. In the following time, Chuan Yi also returned to his schedule of hard training in the academy. Time passed slowly, and time came to the opening day of the academy again. This year should have been the second year for Chuan Yi and Huo Wu to enter the advanced academy. However, he and Huo Wu did not even enroll. Fortunately, Huo Wu's father was the dean of the academy, so they could be absent without any burden. On this day, Chuan Yi rarely stopped practicing for a day and came to the Iron Forge. Today, a major event will happen in the Iron Forge. That is, after several years of research, Lu Gao is finally going to complete the soul-guided armor that Chuan Yi has always dreamed of. In fact, he had already completed the preliminary research on soul-guided metals long before arriving in Hanhai City. After arriving in Hanhai City, he used the powerful equipment in the Chuan family's Iron Forge to officially start his forging. A few months later, he finally completed his masterpiece on this day. Chuan Yi, who couldn't wait, directly took Huo Wu's hand and ran to the forge. They rushed directly into the forge and stopped in front of a hidden metal gate. Looking at the impatient Chuan Yi, Huo Wu burst into laughter. "The armor won't run away, why are you in such a hurry? This is not an ordinary armor, this is a soul guide armor, wearing it can even amplify the power of fire. In short, it is equivalent to having an additional amplification soul ring. The appearance of this thing will even completely change the development direction of the Soul Master world." Chuan Yi looked extremely excited, and he knocked on the special metal door in front of him. This is an alloy metal door specially made by Lu Gao to keep it secret. It can withstand the soul skill attack of the Soul Saint level, and at the same time, it is also a metal door forged with soul guide metal. It is part of Lu Gao's research. Chuan Yi's knocking did not produce a normal knocking sound, but the inside of the metal door suddenly sounded with a burst of mechanical and gear sounds. The sound came from the inside, layer by layer, and when the sound stopped completely, an entrance appeared in the metal wall that was originally tightly closed. Chuan Yi pulled Huo Wu in. Through the short metal passage of several meters, the two of them came to a closed space. Since there was a bright light soul guide hanging on the ceiling of the secret room, the scene inside was clearly visible. Although it was called a secret room, the space here was not narrow at all. On the contrary, it was very wide. On one side of the room, medium-sized steam forging hammers and a special black forging table were neatly placed. In addition, what attracted Chuan Yi the most was the armor placed in the center of the space. It was a red full-body armor, covered with sharp dragon scales, as if each piece contained a unique texture. Chuan Yi's eyes were deeply attracted by this red figure. Unconsciously, he had come to the front of the armor. His hand touched the dragon scales on the surface of the armor involuntarily. Unlike ordinary metal armor, the surface of this armor was not cold to the touch, but warm on the contrary. Just by touching it, you can feel the breath of fire contained in it. Moreover, through contact, Chuan Yi can even feel that the armor is responding to him. This feeling was very familiar to Chuan Yi. This was the spirituality of metal. Every time the breathing was synchronized with that of metal, some spirituality would be born in the metal. This set of armor was forged using this special soul-guiding metal. It obviously inherited this characteristic of soul-guiding metal. Chuan Yi even felt a special connection between himself and the armor at this moment. He felt the enlightenment of the armor and input the soul power in his body into the armor. As the vermilion soul power flowed into the armor through his palm, Chuan Yi's consciousness also followed the soul power and flowed into the inside of the armor. At this moment, Chuan Yi seemed to be integrated with the armor. An amazing heat burst out from the entire armor. Clang! A sharp metallic sound rang out, and two sharp arcs extended from the top of the helmet on the top of the armor. With the input of soul power, the originally flat forehead of the helmet actually changed its shape. It was a dragon horn helmet that was exactly the same shape as Chuan Yi's red dragon horn. This was the memory metal that Lu Gao had continuously improved after countless experiments. This was a special alloy that could be extended and deformed. It was the pinnacle achievement of Lu Gao's decades of forging experience. With this one move alone, he was worthy of the title of Lu Gao's master craftsman. In the study of metals, Lu Gao was undoubtedly at the top of the continent. Seeing this miraculous change, Huo Wu covered her mouth in surprise. At this time, the short figure who had been waiting quietly on the side quietly approached. "Young master, Does this armor suit your taste? Lu Gao looked at the obsessed Chuan Yi. As the maker of the armor, he was also very proud. This armor can be said to be a collection of all his skills and techniques. Satisfied, satisfied. Chuan Yi loosened his tightly pressed palms and respectfully clasped his fists to Lu Gao and said, "Thank you, Master Lu, for forging this soul-guided armor. The power of this armor is beyond my imagination." Lu Gao touched his beard with satisfaction. It seems that the young master has already known the true power of this armor. Chuan Yi said happily, "Yes, at the moment of inputting soul power, I knew the terrifying ability hidden in the armor. However, as the forger of the armor, please ask Master Lu to introduce this armor to me in detail." Chuan Yi said this not only to give Lu Gao the opportunity to express himself, but also to let Huo Wu better understand the soul-guided armor. Lu Gao coughed lightly, walked slowly to the front of the armor, and said loudly, "This armor is called the Red Dragon Burning Heaven armor. It is forged with more than 100,000 kilograms of rare soul guide metal. It should be noted that the 100,000 kilograms here are purified metals. The cost of the metal alone exceeds 100 million gold soul coins. The armor forged with such expensive rare metals can easily withstand the soul skills of the soul Douluo level. Not only that, as a soul guide armor, its greatest ability lies in its amplification of flames. In order to enhance the soul guide power of this armor, I deliberately added the dragon horn powder of the red scale evil dragon when forging the armor. This makes the flame amplification effect of this armor reach a terrifying 200%. Chapter 365 Spear of Explosion. Lu Gao's explanation made Huo Wu completely understand the horror of this armor. The 200% flame amplification and super strong defense make this armor a movable fortress. However, before she could recover, Lu Gao suddenly pushed the circular base of the armor. The armor weighing 100,000 kilograms slowly rotated, showing the back. Huo Wu looked at the back of the armor in surprise. What are these round holes? It turned out that the back of the Red Dragon Burning Heaven armor was covered with slightly protruding circular pipes. There were circular channels of various shapes on the elbows, palms, back, calves and other parts. Lu Gao explained kindly, "Haha, these round holes are the real essence of this armor. Inside these round holes, the strongest soul-guided gold essence for flame amplification is melted. When the flame flows to this piece, the flame amplification will reach a terrifying 300%. When the amplified terrifying flame is ejected through the slender pipe, it will produce extremely terrifying thrust. Even if the non-fire attribute soul power is input, it can drive the 100,000 kilograms of armor to fly for a short time. If the young master drives this armor, it can definitely produce a more terrifying effect. Yes, the ability to fly. This is another terrifying ability hidden in this armor. Among all metals, gold has the most significant effect on flame amplification. Therefore, in order to maximize its effect, Chuan Yi concentrated all the soul-guided gold essence and built the propulsion system of this armor. Said to be armor, this Red Dragon Burning Heaven armor is more like a mecha. The full coverage armor and the ejection holes that generate thrust can be said to satisfy Chuan Yi's fantasy of mechanical armor. However, the real horror of this armor is not these. Lu Gao's expression became unfathomable, directly raising Huo Wu's curiosity to the highest level. "Haha, madam, I won't keep you in suspense. The real horror of this armor is that it is not yet complete. To truly complete it, there is still one last step. That is to carve the soul power pattern. And this step requires the young master to do it himself." Lu Gao's eyes moved to Chuan Yi on the side. As a soul guide armor, the current effect of the Red Dragon Burning Sky armor is amazing enough. But this is not its limit. Master Lu has forged the most perfect canvas for me, and it's up to me next. Chuan Yi has been preparing for this for a long time. Regarding the research on soul guides, Lu Gao knows that Chuan Yi is ahead of him. With his ability, he can only lead the Red Dragon Burning Sky armor to this step. It's up to Chuan Yi next. Okay, I look forward to the day when the Red Dragon Burning Heaven armor is truly completed. Lu Gao then walked to the other side and pushed hard a movable weapon rack. On the rack several meters wide, 10 sharp dark red spears and 3 thick round black shields were neatly placed. Compared to the armor, the appearance of these weapons was nothing to be proud of. However, the sharp and heavy aura these weapons exuded made people terrified. Chuan Yi walked forward and stretched out his hand to hold a spear. As soon as the spear shaft was in his hand, it carried a burning feeling, and Chuan Yi could feel a bursting feeling hidden in it. He gently turned his right hand and skillfully danced the 2-meter-long spear into a circle. The sharp spear tip crossed the dangerous round blade in the air, making it impossible for people to get close. At this time, Lu Gao, who was standing nearby, suddenly threw a piece of metal the size of a human head in front of Chuan Yi. Chuan Yi had amazing eyesight and could tell at a glance that it was a piece of newly refined black iron. He smiled and shouted, "Come on!" After that, he grasped the spear with his right hand, and the soul power in his body flowed into the spear. The explosive breath hidden in the spear, like a ignited explosive, erupted from the end of the spear. At this moment, the spear carried a terrifying impact force to drive Chuan Yi's arm into the hard black iron. The black iron, which was tens of centimeters thick, was not knocked away by this thrust, because the sharp spear tip was like piercing tofu, and easily sank into the hard metal. The black iron block was hung on the spear like this. What a sharp spear tip, what an explosive thrust! Haha, not bad, not bad. Master Lu, what is the name of this spear? Chuan asked Lu Gao while pulling out the spear that had pierced the iron block. Lu Gao looked at Chuan Yi, who was carrying the black iron and spear with a relaxed look, and showed sincere admiration. Young master, this spear is called Explosion. It is a spear made of all soul-guided metals with the explosion property. The explosion property can actually be regarded as a flame amplification. Because this amplification is too sudden and too powerful, it is difficult to control. However, the young master was able to integrate the explosion property into the attack in the first time. Also, this spear does not look long, but it weighs 10,000 kilograms. Usually, I have to use all my strength to lift them. However, in the hands of the young master, it is like a light wooden stick. The young master is really powerful. 10,000 kilograms. Huo Wu stepped forward quickly and stretched out her hand to hold the other explosion spears. However, with Huo Wu's strength, one hand is indeed a bit burdened. However, 10,000 kilograms is not an exaggerated weight for her now. Her left hand followed her right hand and held the spear shaft. With the strength of both hands, Huo Wu also lifted the spear. It is indeed 10,000 kilograms. Huo Wu also followed Chuan Yi in gently dancing the spear tip, but after dancing for a while, she felt her physical strength was rapidly fading and her body was slightly hot. Just a few times, she felt as if she had slightly warmed up. Although Huo Wu's performance was not as relaxed as Chuan Yi, it was also very terrifying. Didn't you see Lu Gao staring at him with his eyes wide open? Huo Wu was dancing excitedly at this time, and slightly input a little soul power into her hand. Although it was only a little soul power, after being amplified by the explosive characteristics of the spear, with a dull explosion, Huo Wu's body staggered forward a few steps with a strong thrust. If Huo Wu hadn't held the spear with both hands, the spear might have slipped out of her hand directly. Haha, Xiao Wu, you underestimate this spear. This is a fierce horse. It is not enough to control it with soul power. It must be matched with powerful strength. Looking at the slightly embarrassed Huo Wu, Chuan Yi certainly would not miss such a good opportunity. Huo Wu hurriedly stabilized her body, raised her spear again, and rolled her eyes at Chuan Yi. Don't be complacent. In a few years, I can catch up with you. At this time, Lu Gao praised, it is obviously the first time for both of you to pick up the explosion, but you didn't let it slip out of your hands. In my opinion, both of you are geniuses. This explosion is like a gunpowder explosion. A little soul power can detonate the entire spear. But the two of you can accurately control this explosion at the end of the spear. This alone is not something that ordinary people can do. Not to mention that the two of you can control this explosive force with your body. Chapter 366 Flame Devouring Shield. When Lu Gao designed this weapon, he considered the ultimate attack power. At the same time, he also knew that the spear was a long-range weapon that could be thrown. Combining these characteristics, Lu Gao thought of using the explosive characteristic to add explosive power to the spear. At first, he just wanted to add soul-guided metal with explosive characteristics to the end of the spear. However, at Chuan Yi's strong request, he directly used the explosive soul-guided metal to build the entire spear body. Doing so did indeed make the spear's attack power reach its peak. However, it also made it very difficult to control. Ordinary people who input soul power into it are likely to be injured by the explosion of the spear. However, now it seems that for powerful soul masters, these problems are not a big problem at all. Huo Wu will the spears in their hands were put back on the weapon rack. Then they turned their eyes to the three shields. The performance of the spears made them also have a strong interest in the shields. Lu Gao noticed Huo Wu's gaze and introduced it intimately. This shield is called Flame Devouring, you too can try it out. Chuan Yi and Huo Wu stepped forward lightly and raised the round shield with both hands, which was enough to block the entire upper body. There is a handle on the inside of the round shield for easy grasping. Chuan Yi held the handle with his left hand and raised the shield in front of him. However, when he just held the metal handle, he felt the cool touch that metal should have. In terms of volume, the shield is larger than the spear, and the weight is about 20,000 kilograms. However, the overall balance of the shield is very good. Holding it, Chuan Yi can use collision, chopping and other actions smoothly. This shield fully considers Chuan Yi's body shape, and there is no feeling of obstruction when swinging it. Of course, as a shield, the most important thing is its defense. Chuan Yi raised the spear in his right hand and scratched the shield with the tip of the spear. Sparks flashed, and the sharp spear that could pierce the black iron instantly could not leave any marks on the shield. In terms of defense, this shield is equivalent to that of armor. However, as a shield, it is thicker than armor, so its defense is stronger than armor. On the other side, Huo Wu was also trying to pick up another shield. Compared to the spear, this shield seemed more difficult for Huo Wu to grasp. Huo Wu used both hands and her cheeks turned red before she raised it. She knew that she could not swing it as freely as Chuan Yi, so she focused more on the soul guide characteristics of the shield. She carefully input a small amount of soul power into it. However, unlike the explosion spear, this shield was like a cold sea, without any movement. She couldn't help but ask in confusion, is this also a shield forged with soul-guiding metal? Why doesn't it have any reaction to my soul power? Lu Gao smiled gently at Huo Wu and said, haha, madam, it's right that there is no reaction. The soul-guiding characteristics of flame devouring are completely opposite to the explosion spear. If the spear is an explosion, then flame devouring is absorption. Its characteristic is to absorb fire attribute energy. As long as it does not reach its absorption limit, it can continuously absorb the surrounding fire attribute energy. I threw it into the furnace for 3 days and 3 nights, but still did not test its absorption limit. Therefore, I don't know its limit. Master Lu, why do I remember that the absorption characteristics I forged at that time didn't seem to have reached this level? The current absorption limit seems to be several times higher than before. Chuan Yi actually knew its characteristics the moment he touched the shield. However, when he input the hot fire attribute soul power in his body into it, he found that the soul power he input was like a drop of water dropped into the sea, and did not cause any changes in the metal. However, this does not mean that the soul power disappears. The soul power is stored inside the shield and can be extracted at any time as long as Chuan Yi is willing. Therefore, Chuan Yi felt the horror of this shield. Lu Gao chuckled and explained excitedly, young master, this shield, like the red dragon burning sky armor and the explosion spear, I added the red-scaled evil dragon's dragon horn powder. However, unexpectedly, the dragon horn powder's strong conductivity to flames greatly enhanced the shield's absorption effect. Moreover, when I was officially forging the armor, I made another major discovery. The greatest effect of this dragon horn powder is that it can perfectly integrate the characteristics of various soul guide metals when forging soul guide alloys. Because of this, the soul guide effects of these weapons and armor can be so unified. The dragon horn of the red-scaled evil dragon has a strong effect of absorbing fire and storing energy. Chuan Yi, who has a soul bone attached to the red dragon horn, knows this best. Therefore, Chuan Yi speculated whether the dragon horn of the red-scaled evil dragon has excellent conductivity of fire elements. Thinking of this, Chuan Yi once commissioned Lu Gao to add dragon horn powder to the soul guide metal to test its effect. However, even he did not expect that the powder of the red-scaled evil dragon has such a powerful effect of promoting fusion. Haha, so that's how it is. No wonder it's so natural and smooth when I input soul power. However, compared to this discovery, what is more commendable is Master Lu's enthusiasm and perseverance. If it weren't for Master Lu, even if we had these materials, we might never reach the current level. This is all Master Lu's credit. I and our Chuan family will never forget Master Lu's credit. Moreover, our Chuan family will soon establish a soul guide research institute. At that time, Master Lu will be invited to serve as the dean of this institute. Chuan praised Lu Gao. If it weren't for Lu Gao, it would not be an easy task to improve the completion of soul guide armor to this level. Moreover, this soul guide metal is just the beginning. In the future, they will also develop other soul guide armor. According to the current performance, the effect of this soul guide armor on soul masters is even no less than soul bones and soul rings. Lu Gao's own value has also increased countless times due to the appearance of soul guide armor. Young master, you are too kind. I am not very interested in these treatments and positions. All I care about is forging. As long as I can continue to forge powerful weapons, equipment, and soul guides, I will be satisfied. It's enough. Lu Gao's words were true to his heart without a trace of deception. If it weren't for forging, he wouldn't have been attracted to the city of Sauce by bicycles, nor would he have joined the Chuan family so readily. From beginning to end, he never changed his original intention. In this sense, Lu Gao was extremely glad that he made the decision to join the Chuan family. It was precisely because of this decision that his forging level reached the current level. The huge financial support allowed him to experiment with various rare metals without scruples. The powerful steam power allowed him to master a huge force beyond his own. It was also because of this that he was able to complete the forging of the Red Dragon Burning Sky armor. Otherwise, with his own strength, it might take a whole year to forge a part of the armor. During this time at the Chuan family, Lu Gao could be said to be the happiest time as a blacksmith. Unless the Chuan family drove him away, he would never leave here. Chapter 367 Retreat. Hearing Lu Gao say this, Chuan Yi showed a wicked smile. In that case, I won't be polite to Master Lu. In fact, we just happen to have an important task that needs Master Lu's help. The shipyard's iron ship research is at a critical stage. If Master Lu has time, why not help them? Lu Gao paused and said with difficulty, it's not that I'm shirking, but shipbuilding is really not my professional scope. Besides, I heard that the shipyard has now built a small iron ship with steam power, and it doesn't seem to have much impact whether I am there or not. That's right. After months of hard work, Quanjia Shipyard, under the joint leadership of Yuan the blacksmith, Zhang Jun and Zhang the researcher, completed the small iron ship and completed the sea trial. This achievement is nothing short of shocking. On the day of the sea trial, Chuan Yi stood at the front of the ship's deck and felt the power of the iron ship riding the wind and waves. Whether it is speed, carrying capacity, or hull toughness, it is higher than a wooden ship of the same size. Although its cost is higher than that of a wooden ship, considering the strength and durability of the iron ship, its service life is much longer than that of a wooden ship. Moreover, due to its fire resistance, compared to wooden ships, when using steam power, the risk of iron ships is smaller. Therefore, as soon as the iron ship was born, those who were skeptical about it changed their attitude. However, when they wanted to continue to cast larger iron ships, they encountered a problem. That is, the welding technology they mastered could not weld too thick iron plates well. At this stage, the forging and welding technology mastered by blacksmiths is no longer suitable for forging iron ships. To this end, they must develop more efficient and powerful welding methods. In this regard, Lu Gao's experience and wisdom will undoubtedly play a great role. Don't worry, I know the master's strengths. I asked Master Lu to go because I want to improve the current welding technology. Chuan Yi told Lu Gao about the difficulties they are facing now. Lu Gao's face became excited when he heard it. Okay, if it is this task, then I won't shirk it. Please rest assured, young master, I will develop better welding technology as soon as possible. For Lu Gao, who forged the Red Dragon Burning Sky armor himself, this task is challenging, but it is not difficult for him. That's good, I feel relieved now. After giving the order, Chuan Yi put the weapons and equipment into the heart of the fiery sun, and left Lu Gao's forging room with Huo Wu. In the forging room, Lu Gao looked at the backs of Chuan Yi and Huo Wu who were leaving, and a strange idea emerged in his mind. Relieved? Is the young master going back to the academy? Why do I feel like I'm entrusting someone with something? After thinking for a while, Lu Gao's thoughts were attracted by the task issued by Chuan Yi. He began to think about the knowledge about welding in his mind. In fact, Lu Gao's thoughts were very accurate. Chuan Yi was indeed going to leave Hanhai City. However, he was not going back to the academy. That night, Chuan Yi, Chuan Yu, Yun Kaiyang, and So Ling, who had always stayed in Hanhai City, announced an important decision. That was to go into seclusion. And the place of seclusion was the Fountain of Ice and Fire. The time of seclusion was calculated based on when Chuan Yi broke through level 70. Now, Chuan Yi's soul power level has reached level 68. It has been more than half a year since he ate whale glue. Through hard training, Chuan Yi has improved another level. Therefore, although he is in seclusion, it is only a matter of 1 or 2 years. The family members did not object to Chuan Yi's decision. On the contrary, they supported him very much. However, Huo Wu became slightly depressed after hearing Chuan Yi's decision. She obviously didn't want to part with Chuan Yi, but she also knew that this was a very critical moment for Chuan Yi. Therefore, she suppressed her reluctance and pretended to be generous. I agree too. Chuan Yi looked at Huo Wu with red eyes and smiled gently. Xiao Wu, I plan to take you to seclusion this time. Huo Wu pointed at herself in disbelief. Chuan Yi nodded affirmatively. In the past 6 months, your physical fitness has improved to a very terrifying level. Now you should be able to barely withstand the impact of the extremely hot and cold air around the spring. And, most importantly, the spirit of the after-evolution, you can try to absorb the extremely hot breath around the spring. As long as you can convert the extremely hot breath into your own energy, your body will enter an automatic cultivation state with internal and external balance. By then, you will be qualified to stay in the spring of ice and fire for a long time. However, without the fire-free attribute, you need to endure the invasion of both ice and fire breath, and the degree of pain is dozens of times that of absorbing the Yanjiansha. Before Chuan Yi asked, Huo Wu smiled and replied, don't say anything more, I'll go. Although Chuan Yi already knew the answer, his heart still beat involuntarily. Okay, then we'll set off tomorrow. The next day, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu said goodbye and flew to the Sunset Forest. Chuan Yi had decided on this several months ago, so he had already prepared for seclusion. A few hours later, the figure of the Red Dragon appeared in the center of the Ruri forest. Sitting on the Red Dragon, Huo Wu looked down and saw the strange poisonous fog hovering in a specific area. She said solemnly, is this the terrifying poison formation that can easily poison Soul Douluo? Chuan Yi, who was familiar with this place, seemed relaxed. He comforted, don't worry, although this poison is strong, our flames are naturally resistant to poison. The Red Dragon's shield can keep these toxins out. Chuan Yi drove the Red Dragon and rushed into the pitch-black dense poisonous fog. Just as Chuan Yi said, the horrible poisonous fog infected the transparent Red Dragon, making a creepy corrosive sound. However, when Chuan Yi increased the output of soul power to the Red Dragon, a high-temperature flame ignited on the surface of the Red Dragon, and the poisonous fog was evaporated by the flame before it got close. However, in this way, the flame emitted by Chuan Yi quickly reduced the concentration of the poisonous fog. Fortunately, with the speed of the Red Dragon, it quickly passed through the poison array and reached the valley inside. Chuan Yi looked at the foggy passage behind him that had not been completely closed after passing through, and said embarrassedly, it will definitely take some time for this poison array to return to its original state. I don't know if the senior will be angry. However, this is the only way. Chuan Yi did not dare to let Huo Wu test the poison himself, so he could only use this rough method to force his way into the poison array. Huo Wu did not know Chuan Yi's complex thoughts at the moment. With her bright eyes, she looked around curiously at the space inside the poison array. From the outside, there was almost nothing worth paying attention to here. However, Huo Wu did not dare to underestimate this place. Because, through the shield of the Red Dragon, she felt 2 completely opposite terrifying auras. You know, the Red Dragon can even block Douluo's poison array. However, when facing these 2 extreme auras, it cannot be completely blocked. At this moment, Huo Wu truly realized the horror of this place. Is this the place for future retreat? Huo Wu was nervous and expectant. Chapter 368 The Destruction of the Poison Curse. Stinky boy! What are you crazy about? Are you going to disperse my poison array? A hoarse but loud roar came from the foot of the mountain not far away. The thin old man in a grey robe was seen leaping towards the place where the 2 were with an extremely exaggerated jumping force. Chuan Yi's body trembled, but he still pretended to be calm in front of Huo Wu and introduced, Haha, Xiao Wu, that is Senior Douluo. Don't be afraid, although his personality is a bit eccentric. But, he is not a difficult person to get along with. Really? But why do I feel like he seems very angry? Huo Wu's eyes have been fixed on Douluo, but she found that Douluo seemed to have no tendency to slow down at all. On the contrary, when he saw the Red Dragon, he seemed to speed up, and a green light burst out from his body. Chuan Yi also noticed Douluo's abnormality. Douluo ran towards Chuan Yi aggressively, and he even activated his own martial spirit. Looking at Douluo with full momentum, Chuan Yi was not panicked, but smiled with relief. Then, he replied to Huo Wu, Xiao Wu, use the phoenix bone wings to fly behind the red dragon first, and I will go to meet him. As he spoke, Chuan Yi opened the shield of the red dragon. Huo Wu did not ask any more questions, she chose to believe Chuan Yi's decision. The white bone wings extended rapidly, and at the same time, the golden red phoenix flames burst out from the bone wings, forming gorgeous giant wings of flames. The giant wings trembled slightly, and Huo Wu flew behind the red dragon. Huo Wu did not act rashly, but she also did not relax her vigilance. She had secretly circulated her soul power and was ready to explode. Douluo's figure was very swift. With a shake of his feet, his figure would jump hundreds of meters. After a while, he approached the red dragon. But, before Douluo got close enough, the red dragon flapped its wings vigorously, turned into a thick red flash, and slammed into Douluo, who jumped into the air. The emerald green figure was directly knocked hundreds of meters away by the fierce impact of the red dragon. However, although the red dragon's attack was sudden, it still did not have much impact on a titled Douluo like Douluo. Douluo, who was knocked away, was actually fixed in the sky after being knocked hundreds of meters away. And he did not seem to be hurt at all. On the contrary, he showed an excited smile and shouted to the red dragon, "It's fun, come again." After that, his body burst into the air in the direction of Chuan Yi. Chuan Yi did not retreat and drove the red dragon straight towards Douluo. "I will accompany you to the end." Bang! Red and green collided again. The terrifying collision made the air in this space vibrate. This time, the two figures retreated at the same time. Douluo retreated more than 200 meters, and Chuan Yi's red dragon also retreated more than 200 meters. After stopping their bodies, the two did not stop for a moment and collided again. Huo Wu, who was standing not far away and watching this scene, finally came to her senses. The two did not use any skills from the beginning, and they were just using pure strength to fight head-on. Compared to fighting, this is more like a child's wrestling. But what's the point of this? Huo Wu had no idea why Douluo did this. After dozens of violent collisions, Douluo was panting, standing in midair, staring at Chuan Yi. Chuan Yi was controlling the red dragon to attack, so he didn't breathe. However, the color of the red dragon under his feet became lighter, and some fragments appeared on the hard dragon body. At this moment, the red dragon has become precarious. If Chuan Yi does not input soul power, it may be broken apart in the next collision. However, Chuan Yi did not mobilize the soul power in his body, and Douluo did not rush towards Chuan Yi again. The two of them understood this point and stopped attacking at the same time. After a short silence, the two laughed at the same time. Douluo's white hair fluttered in the wind, and he suddenly laughed and complained, "You are really a pervert. Although my power is at the bottom among titled Douluo, it is not something that a mere soul emperor can contend with." Chuan Yi smiled and replied, "The bottom? I don't think so. If I am not mistaken, the senior should have made a breakthrough. Not only that, the toxin problem in the senior's body should also be solved." A few months ago, when Chuan Yi saw Douluo, his hair was still green. But now, his hair has turned into the white color of a normal old man. Such a huge change, Chuan Yi could not fail to notice it. Douluo said happily, "Haha, I still can't fool you. Yes, in the past few months, I have filtered out all the toxins in my body and integrated them into the soul bone. From now on, my snake venom will no longer affect my body. Moreover, without the backlash of the snake venom, the bottleneck that I could not break through was also easily broken through by me." Douluo looked at Chuan Yi with an extremely peaceful gaze, and he was extremely grateful and kind to Chuan Yi. All this was brought to him by Chuan Yi. At this time, Huo Wu, who was watching the battle from the outside, flew gently to the side of the two after seeing the battle stop. She saw the two people talking happily, and she understood the relationship between the two. In fact, Douluo noticed the existence of Huo Wu during the battle. It is impossible not to see the pair of 10-meter-wide flaming wings unless you are blind. When Huo Wu approached, Douluo paid more attention to Huo Wu's appearance. Although Huo Wu's figure and temperament seemed very mature, he could still see that Huo Wu was definitely not old. "This is your girlfriend, right?" Although the two met for the first time, Douluo guessed Huo Wu's identity at a glance. Huo Wu slowly stepped forward and saluted respectfully, "Hello, respected Poison Douluo, my name is Huo Wu, Please forgive me for coming here in a presumptuous way this time. Douluo looked at Huowu, who was able to remain calm in front of him, and he was also very impressed. Douluo raised his hand. No need to be polite, I have heard of your name a long time ago. With a girlfriend like you, it's no wonder that this brat would so decisively reject my marriage proposal. He is not belittling his granddaughter, but, in fact, Huowu and Douluo are obviously not at the same level. Although Huowu did not emit a clear aura, Douluo actually felt a strong sense of threat from her. Originally, he thought that monsters like Xuanyi were rare. Unexpectedly, another monster of the same level appeared here. As soon as Douluo finished speaking, Xuanyi felt Huowu's strange gaze. He hurriedly said, I came here this time to practice in seclusion with Xiao Wu. I may disturb you for a while. I hope you don't mind. Chapter 369 Huowu's Adaptability. Douluo couldn't help but feel a little amused when he saw Xuanyi being so henpecked. He smiled and replied, as long as you don't disturb my practice, it's up to you. But you should know what the situation is here. Why did you bring your boyfriend? Is it to take care of you in seclusion? Douluo glanced at Huowu, and he couldn't help but be curious about why Huowu came here. Xuanyi smiled and shook her head and said, no, Xiaowu's practice time is also precious, and she came here to practice this time. Douluo showed an unexpected expression, and he looked at Huowu deeply. Oh, then I have to take a good look at how you practice. After a brief reminiscence with Douluo, Xuanyi brought Huowu to the bottom of the Col where the spring was. The mist still lingered in this quiet place. Valley. Looking at the spring water in front of him, 2 breaths of cold and hot came to his face. 2 extreme heaven and earth forces rushed into his body frantically, and Xuanyi's hands had already formed hard armor. The soul power in his body mobilized the extremely hot force in his body to drive the extremely cold force out of his body, while the extremely hot force entered Xuanyi's body unimpeded. Feeling the warm flow in his body, Xuanyi felt comfortable. However, Huowu, who was standing aside, did not feel the same way. At this moment, Huowu felt the 2 extreme forces constantly conflicting in her body. She could feel that the blood in her body began to surge slightly under this conflict. Fortunately, Huowu calmed down the blood in her body with her strong physique. You girl have such a strong physique, but you can't last long with just your physique. Douluo, who was following behind the 2, was amazed at Huowu's physical fitness. If he hadn't just broken through to level 1, he might be weaker than Huowu in terms of physical fitness. The physical strength of the title Douluo level, of course, does not include the physical strength of soul power and martial soul bonus. Even so, the title level is the title level. However, although the strong physical strength can prolong the stay time, the human body has its limits after all. Facing the nearly infinite heaven and earth Yuanli flushing, if you can't use the Yuanli for yourself like Xuanyi, staying here will only damage your body in vain and will not benefit your practice. However, since Xuanyi dared to bring Huowu here, he must have his ideas. Thinking of this, Douluo was full of expectations for Huowu's next performance. Xuanyi looked at Huowu, and his heart was also a little nervous. Huowu felt Xuanyi's gaze, she turned her head to Xuanyi, and her bright eyes curved into a beautiful arc. Huowu smiled confidently and said, this difficulty is not difficult for me. Just watch my performance. Suddenly, the black shadow under Huowu's feet burst into orange-red flames, and the shadow close to the ground, as if alive, stood behind Huowu. As soon as the Hokage's martial spirit appeared, the temperature around the 3 people rose rapidly. In a very short moment, the extremely hot and cold breaths surrounding them were pushed away. This was the extreme fire breath erupted by the Hokage. Huowu tried to block the heaven and earth elemental force outside with the flames emitted by the Hokage. However, soon, under the continuous flushing of extreme breath, Huowu's defense was soon squeezed to her body surface. When the 2 elemental forces were blocked outside the body, the surging blood in Huowu's body gradually calmed down. Thanks to the evolution of her martial spirit, the flame reached the extreme realm. Otherwise, relying on the flame attribute before the breakthrough, it would be impossible to compete with this level of heaven and earth elemental force. Even the ultimate fire was still somewhat stretched in the face of the aura emitted by the spring water. The level of the spring water attribute is 1 level higher than the ultimate attribute. Huowu understood this the first time she passed through the poisonous fog. Of course, she had already prepared for such a situation. The 6th soul ring behind Huowu suddenly lit up. The temperature of the Hokage rose again, and the orange-red color also turned towards golden red. With a 200% increase in the flame, Huo Wu's ultimate fire spread outward, and the hottest and coldest auras were pushed half a meter away. At the same time, the flame with increased power consumed less when it collided with these two auras. However, the situation did not change fundamentally just by expelling the aura. However, the phoenix's protection, in addition to increasing the power of the flame, has a more powerful ability. That is, it can completely repair the vitality and recovery of the damaged body. Huo Wu bit her silver teeth, controlled the flames on the surface of her body, and filtered a wisp of external hot elemental force into her body. When the extreme heat energy poured into Huo Wu's body, her fair skin instantly turned red. Huo Wu closed her eyes with pain on her face. When only the extreme heat energy remained in her body, although the conflict between the two properties was avoided, it also made the extreme heat energy unable to be neutralized by the extreme cold energy, and the terrifying temperature became more prominent. Facing the pure extreme heat energy, Huo Wu's soul power could only lay a thin layer of protection on her meridians, barely protecting her meridians from being burned through. Chuan Yi watched Huo Wu suffer with heartache, but he did not stop her. Xiao Wu, use your soul power with all your strength. Only in this way can you transform this breath into your own soul power. Chuan Yi's voice reminded Huo Wu, who was immersed in pain. Huo Wu drove her soul power, carrying the extreme heat energy to flow quickly in her meridians. Wherever this extreme heat energy passed, Huo Wu's meridians would be burned by the terrifying heat, which caused slight damage to the originally tough meridians. However, Huo Wu still activated Phoenix's Guardian at this moment, and the damage to her meridians was quickly restored under the terrifying recovery power of the sixth soul skill. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that the repaired meridians were a little tougher than before. When the extremely hot energy passed through the same meridians again, although it would still cause some damage, the degree of damage was far less than the first time. Huo Wu's meridians were adapting to the heat of the extremely hot energy at a very fast speed. This was the truly terrifying part of Phoenix's Guardian. At the same time, it was also the biggest reason why Chuan Yi dared to let Huo Wu come here. With Huo Wu's current cultivation, it only took a quarter of an hour to digest this energy. In this process, Huo Wu not only had to endure the meridians, but also had to endure the meridians. In addition to the pain of the burning of the veins, one must also pay attention to the consumption of one's own soul power. Although the Phoenix's protection is powerful, its soul power consumption is also extraordinary. Now Huo Wu is using fire power to block external invasion while repairing the damage in her body. These two behaviors will greatly consume Huo Wu's soul power. Fortunately, Huo Wu successfully transformed this stubborn and hot energy into her own soul power with her ruthlessness without fear of damage. At this moment, Huo Wu's increasingly empty soul power was replenished immediately. Moreover, Huo Wu, with her powerful spiritual perception, noticed that the soul power in her body seemed to be purified a little. Chapter 370 The Change of Soul Guide Weapons. At this moment, the pain of the body was diluted by the joy of harvest. Huo Wu knew that she had passed the most dangerous stage. With this key supplement, Huo Wu can continue to maintain her soul power. Huo Wu's red skin also returned to its former whiteness at this moment. Chuan Yi, who noticed this, also let out a long sigh. Because he knew that this meant that the ray of extreme heat energy in Huo Wu's body had been completely absorbed. Next, Huo Wu only needed to repeat this process to allow her meridians to continuously adapt to the extreme heat energy. When Huo Wu's body was completely adapted to the extreme heat energy, she could achieve the automatic cultivation state that Chuan Yi could only achieve with the fire immunity through her own body. What a terrifying soul skill effect! The age of this soul ring will never be lower than my 9th soul ring. Douluo had a sharp eye and saw the terrifying recovery power attached to this soul skill at a glance. The 6th soul ring floating behind Huo Wu. The sacred phoenix breath constantly stimulated the green phosphorus snake emperor martial spirit in his body. This was the feeling of blood suppression. Douluo seriously suspected that Huo Wu's 6th soul ring was likely from a 90,000-year-old soul beast with phoenix blood. Moreover, its phoenix blood must be very pure, otherwise he would not have felt blood suppression from it. Douluo, who felt uncomfortable, did not stay here any longer after seeing Huo Wu's methods, but turned around and left. After Huo Wu got her soul power replenished, she repeated the trick and put in another strand of extremely hot energy. This time, Huo Wu's digestion speed did not change much. However, because the strength of her meridians became stronger, Huo Wu's soul power consumption was much less than the first time. The soul power consumption used to repair the damage was reduced, which further increased Huo Wu's maintenance time. An hour later, after Huo Wu successfully absorbed 8 strands of energy, her soul power was finally almost exhausted. Absorbing only 1 strand of energy at a time is ultimately a drop in the bucket compared to the consumption of maintaining soul skills. However, Huo Wu's current goal is to adapt her body to the environment. So, she did not make any overly radical moves. When Huo Wu exited the state of cultivation, Chuan Yi, who was quietly standing by, supported Huo Wu, whose face was pale. He put one hand on Huo Wu's back and injected his soul power into her body to help her resist the impact of Yuan Li. After an hour of torture, Huo Wu's whole body was already soaked with sweat. Although her body was not injured, her mental and soul power were exhausted. Chuan Yi directly picked up Huo Wu, left the spring, and came to the outside of the valley. After walking out of the valley, the 2 auras had been almost neutralized. With Huo Wu's own physical fitness, there was no need to worry. Chuan Yi took out a recliner and a blanket and let Huo Wu lie on it to rest for a while. And he took this opportunity to extend his thick dragon claws with his arms and began to cut wood and build a house. When Chuan Yi came here alone before, he usually lay in the spring water to practice at night. But now that he has Huo Wu, he must prepare her residence. With the dragon claws, Chuan Yi grabbed and cut trees very quickly. In less than an hour, Chuan Yi built a simple but atmospheric 1-story cabin with his bare hands. For this retreat, Chuan Yi had prepared for many days. He had prepared all the materials needed to build the wooden house. It didn't take much effort to make it. When Chuan Yi finished building the cabin, Huo Wu recovered from her weak state. Huo Wu looked at the cabin in front of her, her eyes lit up and said, "This is where we will live from now on. It looks like the cabin in the forest in the academy." Chuan Yi patted the sawdust on his body and walked in front of Huo Wu. "How about it?" "Not bad, I just imitated the construction style of our original dormitory. Although it is smaller than the original dormitory, it is enough for us to live for a few years." Huo Wu walked into the house full of wood fragrance, looking at the empty room, her eyes suddenly turned. She found that there was no partition in this house. Just as she was daydreaming, Chuan Yi walked into the house and came to a bright window. He stretched out his hand and crossed the heart of the scorching sun. The next moment, a large, soft bed was placed in a corner of the house by Chuan Yi. As soon as the wooden bed was taken out, it directly occupied a quarter of the room. Then, Chuan Yi began to take out the desk, chair, and bookshelf. These miscellaneous furniture occupied 2/4 of the house. After doing all this, Chuan Yi turning to Huo Wu, he said, "In the future, you can rest here during your spare time. Although it is still a little crude, let's do it here today. If you have any ideas in the future, you can tell me and I will gradually modify it." "Okay, you rest here for a while, I will go back to the spring first." After that, Chuan Yi walked out of the house and flew to the valley. Huo Wu wanted to say something, but she was a little confused. Looking at the strange arrangement of furniture, her face was flushed. Why is there only one bed? Could it be? Thinking of this, Huo Wu jumped into the soft big bed and buried her head in it. On the other side, Chuan Yi flew back to the spring. Through the vermilion spring water, he saw the Xiang dragon lance lying in it. After several months of soaking, the original Xiang dragon lance had completely lost its original sharp shape. It turned back into a soft pudding-like shape. However, although it lost its original form, Chuan Yi could feel the spirituality hidden inside, which not only did not weaken, but became stronger. Chuan Yi could feel that it seemed to be excited because of his arrival. Special spiritual fluctuations were being transmitted to Chuan Yi through the spring water. "Haha, don't worry, it's not time to fight now. You can still become stronger." Not long ago, Chuan Yi discovered that the fire attribute energy fluctuations inside this ball of gold essence were still strengthening, and at the same time, Chuan Yi also found that its density seemed to have become greater. Chuan Yi knew that it had not reached its limit, so he decided to wait and see. After watching the changes in the Xiang dragon lance, Chuan Yi reached out and swept across the heart of the sun again. The next moment, a heavy sound of landing echoed in the valley. The transparent spring water was also rippled by this vibration. A row of weapon racks suddenly appeared in front of Chuan Yi. These are the soul guide equipment that Chuan Yi received from Lu Gao. Red Dragon Burning Heaven Armor, Explosion Spear, Flame Devouring Shield. As these heavy weapons appeared here, a breeze suddenly rose around the originally quiet spring. The surrounding extreme heat energy began to surge wildly. They were sweeping towards these soul guide weapons. Chapter 371 Sinking the soul guide equipment into Yang Chuan. On weekdays, the soul guide equipment that can remain calm as long as it is not stimulated by soul power gradually began to become active in the special environment filled with extreme heat energy. In this situation, Chuan Yi decisively opened the red dragon eye. The dim world was suddenly covered with faint red and white. At the same time, 14 dazzling red lights flashed in front of Chuan Yi's eyes. The armor, spear, and shield all spontaneously attracted the surrounding heaven and earth energy. Among them, the explosion spear, which was the most sensitive to the fire element, reached the critical point of explosion out of thin air after absorbing a certain degree of extreme heat elemental force. Faced with such a sudden situation, Chuan Yi was not panicked, but slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Then, Chuan Yi took a step forward and threw all the spears into the vermilion transparent spring water. Plop! The sound of falling into the water followed one after another. The explosion spears, which were originally on the edge of explosion, made the boiling pool even more boiling after entering the spring water. After entering the hot Yang Chuan, the 10 spears were like 10 explosives thrown into it. However, strangely, the explosives that should have exploded were like soaked gunpowder and could not exert their original power. After boiling for a while, the Yang Chuan gradually returned to its original state. Chuan Yi's eyes have been fixed on these spears. In his vision, after these 10 spears entered the Yang Chuan, they did completely stimulate the internal explosive power. The spring water will produce slight fluctuations around the spear. However, the explosive power of the spear, before it spread outward, was completely burned by the extreme heat of the spring water. As the spear sank to the bottom of the water, its so-called explosive power was completely suppressed by the spring water. The vibration around its body was completely immersed in its body. Chuan Yi saw this scene and showed a satisfied expression. Then, Chuan Yi turned around and looked at the red dragon burning sky armor and the flame-devouring shield beside him. Then, he threw them into the blazing yang spring without hesitation. Chuan Yi stood silently by the spring water, carefully observing their performance in the blazing yang spring. The hard armor that could withstand the soul fighter level quickly softened under the burning of the blazing yang spring. From Chuan Yi's perspective, he could see the molecules and atoms on the metal surface moving violently, and from the outside to the inside, their arrangement rules were collapsing rapidly. This blazing Yang Chuan can easily penetrate the defense of a tidal Douluo. The defense of a soul Douluo is not enough for it. After a quarter of an hour, Chuan Yi saw these tangible armors and equipment being completely melted. Although Chuan Yi felt a little sorry, he knew that this was the only way to make them stronger. The special soul guide alloy made of various rare metals quickly liquefied under the burning of the blazing Yang Chuan. Moreover, Chuan Yi also found that the volume of the metal was gradually shrinking. This is because the impurities hidden in the metal were being removed one by one. In this process, Chuan Yi felt the spirituality hidden in the metal was making a joyful sound through the special connection between himself and these metals. Shout! This spirituality is much more immature than that of the Xiang Dragon Lance, but now, Chuan Yi can feel that they are strengthening. At the same time, the characteristics hidden in the metal are constantly strengthened under the infusion of high-level fire elements. What's more amazing is that these soul guide equipment, when absorbing another kind of energy in the spring water, show a stronger suction than the Xiang Dragon Lance. This other kind of energy is the special energy that prompts Chuan Yi's external soul bone to evolve. The Xiang Dragon Lance has derived the special characteristic of enhancing strength because it absorbs this energy. However, now, these weapons and armors are more actively absorbing this energy than the Xiang Dragon Lance. Chuan Yi understands that the important reason for this difference is that the dragon horn powder mixed in the soul guide metal is playing a role. Chuan Yi looked at such changes and felt more fortunate that he tried to integrate the dragon horn powder into the metal. Master Lu's forging technology is indeed at the top of the continent, but that doesn't mean he is at the limit. Human power is ultimately limited compared to the power of heaven and earth. Let me see what kind of existence this set of equipment will transform into under the baptism of this hot spring water. Finally, Chuan Yi retracted his expectant gaze and turned away from the spring. In fact, this is the important reason why Chuan Yi insisted on waiting until Lu Gao made the equipment and chose to retreat. He wanted to use the power of the spring water to make this set of equipment go further. As for why he had to wait until Lu Gao finished making it before remelting it, this is because Chuan Yi has no experience in forging armor, and in terms of metal research, he is far inferior to Lu Gao. He doesn't know how to match rare metals to form a stronger alloy, and he doesn't know how to make a ductile memory metal. So, he chose to use Lu Gao's power to forge a perfect embryo. And he will continue to develop on this basis. He had memorized the inside and outside of these equipments with the red dragon eyes. No matter what they were melted into, he could perfectly reproduce them in the end. What's more, in Chuan Yi's eyes, this was just an embryo, far from the perfect form in his mind. After dealing with the problem of the soul guide equipment, Chuan Yi returned to the wooden house built at the foot of the mountain. When he walked into the house, he saw Huo Wu lying lazily on the big bed, looking at him with a slightly red face. Chuan Yi noticed that Huo Wu's state seemed to be different from usual. He thought Huo Wu was a little tired because of adapting to the environment. He walked directly to the bed and carefully observed Huo Wu's complexion, but he found that Huo Wu had been staring at him straight. "What's wrong?" Chuan Yi asked puzzledly. Huo Wu looked at Chuan Yi's innocent expression, feeling a little ashamed and angry. She suppressed her shame and asked, "What else? This house is so small, why did you take out a bed? Tell me the truth, do you mean that?" After Huo Wu finished speaking, she felt her whole body was burning. She was clearly away from the spring water, but she felt inexplicably hot and unbearable. Looking at the shy Huo Wu lying in front of him, Chuan Yi wanted to explain something. But, the rationality in his mind suddenly collapsed. He supported himself on the edge of the bed with both hands and leaned over to capture Huo Wu's delicate lips. Chuan Yi's sudden attack caught Huo Wu off guard. But soon, her defense line collapsed quickly, and she completely sank into the tenderness of the moment. After a long time, the two slowly parted their lips. Chuan Yi looked at Huo Wu, who was limp on the bed. Unknowingly, the little girl had grown into a woman that made him dream. He raised his hand and gently touched Huo Wu's forehead, whispering teasingly, "Little bitch, I'm going to practice in the spring water at night, but you insist on thinking about it. If I had known that you were a bad guy, I wouldn't have brought you here." Huo Wu retorted with a slightly hurried breath, "Who kissed me first just now? You are the one with lustful thoughts, right?" Chapter 372 Designing the Soul Guidance Function of Armor. Chuan Yi looked at Huo Wu's coquettish counterattack lovingly, and his love for her became stronger and stronger. He touched Huo Wu's hair, stood up and said, "Get up, you look so energetic, it should be time to eat." With that, Chuan Yi walked out of the house without looking back. After walking out of the house, Chuan Yi quickly hid behind the wooden wall and calmed himself. Chuan Yi found that his resistance was getting weaker and weaker. According to this trend, he couldn't hold on for long. At this moment, Chuan Yi secretly made up his mind about one thing. He was going to propose to Huo Wu and then marry her home in a formal ceremony. The two of them were separated by a room and calmed down their agitated emotions. After regaining their composure, they realized that the place they were in was not suitable. "You know, they are not the only two here." Huo Wu quickly tidied her appearance, walked out of the house, took Chuan Yi's hand, and said, let's go eat." In order to cooperate with Huo Wu, Chuan Yi moved the dining table to the entrance of the cave at the foot of the mountain. Chuan Yi took out the soul guide iron pan and baked a rich evil demon killer whale meat set meal. Douluo hadn't eaten the food baked by Chuan Yi himself for a long time, and this was a rare evil demon killer whale meat, plus he solved the poison. After the problem of the element, his body was in the recovery stage. With the addition of various factors, he actually ate 3 times the original amount of food. However, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu still maintained their original food intake. Even so, Douluo's food intake was not as good as Huo Wu's. Huo Wu had 2 hidden meridians connected, and her ability to mobilize the 5 internal organs and the whole body's blood and qi was stronger than Douluo. In addition, Huo Wu, who had consumed a lot not long ago, was already hungry, and her food intake was also a little more than the day before. After a full meal, the sun began to slowly set. That night, Chuan Yi lay in the hot yang chuan to practice soul power. Huo Wu practiced cross-legged in the wooden house. Playing is playing, but the two have not forgotten that they are here for retreat. From the second day, Chuan Yi put on the heavy armor weighing 100,000 kilograms again. But this time, Chuan Yi decided not to take off the heavy armor until the end of the retreat. Chuan Yi's current physical strength can barely reach the level of an ordinary adult. However, this is not enough. Chuan Yi must make his body fully adapt to the weight of 100,000 kilograms. In theory, with Chuan Yi's own growth curve, as long as he absorbs the 7th soul ring step by step, he can achieve this goal. However, Chuan Yi is not satisfied with this. He must reach this state with 6 soul rings. Fortunately, Chuan Yi's goal is not a fantasy under the nourishment of the spring water. Under the alternation of ice and heat in the spring water, Chuan Yi's physical training efficiency is 5 times that of the outside world. Although this efficiency is not as good as Hua Wu's self-mutilation training, it is also a great increase. The meat of 50 evil killer whales, the environmental amplification of the ice and fire springs, and the extremely harsh physical training make Chuan Yi's body stronger and stronger. Without the hammer forging, Chuan Yi will train his body and change it to the original 3-stage training. Chuan Yi seems to have returned to the primary Soul Master Academy. After 3 extreme physical exercises in the morning, noon, and evening, Chuan Yi put all his remaining energy into the design of the armor. He listed all the soul guide patterns he had mastered at this stage, and selected the soul guide patterns that could be superimposed on the armor. He had to draw the pattern drawings first, and then, after the armor was reshaped, he would carve the patterns on it. At this stage, Chuan Yi's preliminary ideas are as follows. First, the armor must have its own exclusive soul guide space. This is to facilitate the carrying of the explosion spear and the flame-eating shield. After wearing the armor, Chuan Yi could not pass through the tight chest armor and take out the weapon from the heart of the scorching sun. Therefore, the armor itself must have the function of storing weapons. Second, the jet device of the armor must be changed into a variable control type. Chuan Yi's back, elbows, legs, palms, and soles are equipped with dozens of large and small propulsion devices. In order to achieve propulsion flight, Chuan Yi must accurately fine-tune the propulsion device. However, the armor forged by Lu Gao does not have such a function. In order to achieve this goal, Chuan Yi set his sights on the control system of the Long Yuan boat. The control system of the Long Yuan boat controls the hull through a round crystal ball. This operation method can inject soul power and mental power at the same time, which will be the best imitation for Chuan Yi. After talking about the control system, Chuan Yi finally had an idea, which was to use the characteristics of Lu Gao's memory metal to create a set of special armor that can be used on land, water, and air at the same time. Land and air, in fact, to a certain extent, the Red Dragon Burning Sky armor has already achieved it. However, it has not yet achieved this water. Since the Red Dragon Burning Sky armor is not a fully sealed mecha, when wearing it to the bottom of the sea, water will still flow into the armor through the gap. In this way, it cannot resist the water pressure on the bottom of the sea like a submarine. In addition, there is another fundamental problem, that is, even if the gaps in the armor are filled, it is impossible to store too much oxygen inside the armor that is close to the body. Therefore, it simply cannot operate for a long time on the seabed. However, after long-term research by Chuan Yi, he found an important breakthrough. This breakthrough is Yun Kaiyang's 6th soul skill, Book Mountain and River. This special space-based soul skill that sucks the enemy into a special space through powerful suction gave Chuan Yi great inspiration. Chuan Yi observed Yun Kaiyang's soul power pattern when releasing soul skills through the Red Dragon Eye. He found the similarity between the two by comparing it with the Ruyi Bibao Nang soul guide pattern. Both of them not only have space-based abilities, but also can store living things. The biggest factor is that they can absorb and store air. Chuan Yi finally found the soul guide pattern with related functions through one-to-one comparison and repeated experiments. With these discoveries, Chuan Yi can open the space soul guide pattern that stores air inside the armor. In this way, even if the armor is completely sealed, it can achieve long-term activities on the seabed. In addition, there is a special function on the Long Yuan boat that can detect the air content. Chuan Yi can completely copy this function and use it to warn himself. After solving the air problem, the remaining problem is to wear the fully sealed armor. Regarding this problem, Chuan Yi actually got inspiration from the Long Yuan boat. That is the technology of sealing the cabin through soul power. This is a secure way to seal the cabin without using locks and other devices. The technology of locking the hatch. Combined with this technology, Chuan Yi repeatedly memorizes the ductility of metal to allow the armor to connect to each air attack by itself, forming a special closed state. In this way, Chuan Yi can open, close, and fully seal the armor by soul power operation, thereby realizing the underwater combat function. Chapter 373 10 months of hard work, finally breaking the bottleneck. After establishing the goal, Chuan Yi reasonably distributed it to various parts of the armor through painting. Space storage space, propulsion port control system, closed system plus air system. When Chuan Yi initially designed the soul guide pattern, he found that this would be an extremely vast carving process. The soul guide pattern is almost everywhere in the armor. If it were normal times, this amount of work would not be a big deal for Chuan Yi. However, the biggest problem now is that the armor will be strengthened to an unimaginable level after being tempered by spring water. Similarly, Chuan Yi's original plan to carve soul guide patterns of varying sizes on the Xiang Dragon Lance would also become extremely difficult. However, Chuan Yi had already made his own plan for this problem. Now, he just needs to wait for the weapons and equipment to complete their tempering. On the other hand, Chuan Yi's soul power improvement is the smoothest part. The energy of Yang Chuan is extremely pure. Chuan Yi has the fire-free attribute and can absorb it into his body without any scruples, and circulate soul power to digest energy. Under the powerful digestion power of the two hidden meridians, the soul power grows at a rocket-like speed. According to the current speed, Chuan Yi feels that it will take less than a year to successfully break through. Chuan Yi's retreat plan has been on the right track so far. On the other hand, Huo Wu's improvement was not so smooth in the first month, and even her soul power level was in a stagnant state. This is because Huo Wu has been adapting to the flushing of the extreme heat elemental force during this month. As long as Huo Wu recovers her mental and soul power, she will sit by the spring and use the protection of the phoenix to constantly torture her body. Fortunately, hard work pays off. After enduring a month of pain, Huo Wu was like a phoenix reborn from the ashes, completing her transformation. Her body was completely adapted to the heat of the extremely hot force. Without using soul power and soul skills, Huo Wu could take in the extremely hot force without reservation, and block the extremely cold force by running the extremely hot force. During this painful process, although Huo Wu's soul power level did not increase, her soul power, martial soul, body, and even the external soul bone were tempered by the fire. With all these factors combined, Huo Wu's strength was at least twice as strong as a month ago. Huo Wu, who had completed her rebirth in the fire, had boarded the high-speed train of soul power improvement, just like Chuan Yi. According to the time outside, 10 months had passed. According to the academy's schedule, it was another holiday period. In the early morning, the valley, which should have been quiet, was awakened by a dull vibration. Through the thick poisonous fog, there was a circle of visible lines around the spacious valley. If you zoom in, you can see that the circle is a not very spacious and solid loess road. What's more peculiar is that this dirt road is half a meter lower than the adjacent grassland. At this moment, on this loess road, there are two figures wearing bulky armor, running quickly along the circle. And the terrifying vibration that shook the entire forest was caused by these two figures. As the iron boots fell to the ground produced a terrifying vibration, which was transmitted along the ground to the surroundings, causing the surrounding leaves to fall one after another. From this, we can see how terrifying the power of the iron boots stepping on the ground is. And the speed of the two figures is so fast, which causes the vibration of the ground to be quite rhythmic. The running speed of these two figures has reached the running speed of the auxiliary Soul Emperor. At this time, on the towering mountain top in the runway, an old man in a grey robe was looking at the two figures in the distance from a high place. Facing the noisy vibration, the old man seemed to have long been accustomed to it. He stretched comfortably and said with a smile, "Today is another sunny day." This seemingly ordinary and kind old man is the dreaded poison Douluo. Compared to 10 months ago, Douluo's appearance has changed significantly again. The hair that turned from green to white has changed again. The pale hair color has become shiny black, and the slightly old face seems to have become much younger. After solving the problem of toxins, Douluo's body looks younger and stronger. In fact, with the lifespan of a titled Douluo, Douluo's current appearance still looks too old. However, due to the long-term erosion of toxins in his body, Douluo has lost too much vitality. Fortunately, the toxins that damaged his body have been completely solved, and the depleted vitality has been slowly restored. This also makes Douluo slowly regain his youth. However, even so, Douluo often sighs about the years when he sees the two figures at the foot of the mountain. These two little guys are really energetic. Alas, they are old and can't keep up with the young people. The two figures running at the foot of the mountain are Chuan Yi and Huo Wu, and ran for nearly an hour. Moreover, they were wearing load-bearing armor weighing 100,000 kilograms and 70,000 kilograms respectively. Finally, when the time was about to reach an hour, the two of them quickened their pace. In an instant, the hard dirt road was broken by an even more violent force. For a moment, yellow dust flew, and the green forest near the runway was covered with dust. Chuan Yi and Huo Wu ran the last lap of 10 miles at a speed close to that of a quick attacking Soul Emperor. After crossing the finish line, the sound of the earth stopped abruptly. Huff, huff. The rough panting sound echoed in the forest through the majestic metal helmets. The two took off their helmets at the same time, revealing two young faces soaked in sweat. Chuan Yi and Huo Wu tried their best to stand up straight, and greedily absorbed the surrounding air. After a long period of breathing, the forest returned to peace. Chuan Yi and Huo Wu walked slowly to the foot of the mountain. After 10 months of physical training, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu's physical fitness has reached an extremely terrifying level. Under such a terrifying load, the two can reach the speed of the same level of agile attack spirit masters using spirit power without using spirit power. If they use spirit power, martial spirit, and throw away the weight, their speed will be unpredictable. On the other hand, the spirit power levels of the two have also made great progress. The most noteworthy thing is that Chuan Yi's level successfully broke through level 70 last night. Within 10 months, he has risen 2 levels in a row. This speed of improvement is extremely fast even for spirit warriors and spirit masters. Not to mention that Chuan Yi has achieved such a speed of improvement at the Soul Emperor level. Huo Wu, who was standing next to Chuan Yi, also achieved the feat of rising 2 levels in a row. Before the retreat, Huo Wu's level had just broken through level 63. 10 months later, her spirit power level reached the terrifying level 65. At this time, the two were not yet 18 years old. The lively morning came to an end. After eating and drinking enough, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu rested for a while and came to the spring as usual. However, unlike usual, today is a special day. Chapter 374, Divine Artifact Self-Concealment. 2 weeks ago, Chuan Yi put the weapons and equipment soaked in Yang Chuan into Yinquan. After 2 weeks of quenching, today will be the day when the weapons and equipment will be restored. Beside the milky white spring, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu waited patiently. Unlike the boiling vermilion spring, Yinquan seemed so quiet. In fact, just 1 day ago, the surface of Yinquan was still boiling. This is because the metal put into Yinquan carries extremely terrifying extreme yang and extreme heat power. If such metal does not have the same level of extreme cold power, even Chuan Yi cannot solidify it quickly. Fortunately, after 2 weeks of cooling, the weapons and equipment completed the difficult solidification process. Huo Wu saw the dozen blurred shadows under the water through the milky white spring. She turned to look at the silent Chuan Yi and asked, "The spring water is no longer boiling, what are you waiting for?" They had been waiting for more than half an hour, but Chuan Yi did not move. "Soon." Chuan Yi replied briefly, and then turned his eyes back to the bottom of the spring. Buzz! Just as Huo Wu looked at the spring again, a circle of water waves suddenly appeared on the originally calm water surface. "This is..." Huo Wu's eyes flashed with surprise. "Here it comes." At this time, Chuan Yi's eyes were full of brilliance, and he focused on the water surface. The water surface, which had returned to calm, was covered with ripples. The waves spread rapidly, and suddenly, dragon roars came from the bottom of the water. The heavy and majestic voice gradually became louder. It felt like a real dragon was approaching the two of them quickly. Just when the water surface was about to fluctuate to the limit, 15 beams of light suddenly shot out of the water and hovered in the air. The red gold spear and the vermilion dragon scale armor were in the center. Around these two, 3 dark black round shields with a heavy aura formed a circular formation. At the outermost edge, rows of dark red spears stood in a circle, releasing a chilling edge. What was even more surprising was that these independent weapons and equipment each released a unique dragon roar. They were like 15 real dragons, releasing their dragon power. At this moment, Chuan Yi rushed to stand in front of Huo Wu. The 15 fierce dragon powers suddenly eased when they spread in front of Chuan Yi. They felt the familiar breath and gathered all their power. The equipment hovering in the air seemed to have lost its power, the light disappeared, and then fell from the air. Faced with this situation, Chuan Yi reacted extremely quickly. He stretched out his hands quickly, and 2 vermilion dragon claws expanded forward along Chuan Yi's arms. The wide dragon claws quickly dragged all the equipment. However, Chuan Yi underestimated the weight of these equipment. The thick dragon arm, due to the unexpected weight, had a small part submerged in the spring water at the bottom. Chuan Yi's eyes flashed with a strange color, he bent his knees, and with the help of his body strength, stopped the weight. Then, he pulled all the equipment back to the ground while the power of extreme cold had not completely frozen the dragon claws. Huo Wu, who was blocked behind Chuan Yi, looked at the scattered weapons and equipment on the ground with lingering fear. Just now, she felt a fatal threat from these lifeless weapons and equipment. And, if it weren't for Chuan Yi, those 15 terrifying weapons of different sizes would have been the terrifying dragon might make her unable to stand. Hey, such a terrifying might, is this really the breath that metal can emit? Huo Wu was very strong in her heart and quickly adjusted her mentality. However, Xiaoai, their states seemed to be a little different. Back then, the Xiang Dragon Lance would release extremely terrifying high temperatures. However, they are not releasing heat now. Is this normal? Chuan Yi smiled indifferently and replied, back then, although the Xiang Dragon Lance showed an extraordinary scene, it was also its imperfect performance. As the saying goes, the artifact is self-concealed. At that time, the Xiang Dragon Lance could not perfectly restrain its might. At that time, the Xiang Dragon Lance would only consume its own energy in vain. The current state is the most perfect state. Chuan Yi moved to the scattered equipment, bent down and picked up the dark red spear. When he first met this explosive spear, Chuan Yi could feel the inherent explosive breath by lightly touching the spear shaft. However, now, Chuan Yi could only feel the cold metallic breath. However, when Chuan Yi input a trace of soul power into it, Chuan Yi felt an unprecedented violent force from the spear. This is a terrifying energy that is more explosive than the explosive force. Chuan Yi knew that if this energy was allowed to explode, this herb garden and even the entire valley might be destroyed. However, what was more terrifying than this was that there was obviously extremely terrifying energy brewing inside. The explosive spear did not leak out a single breath. It still maintained its cold metallic texture. This was actually because, under the oppression of Yang Chuan, its explosive force was suppressed inside the spear for a long time. This made the spear body completely adapt to its own explosive force under the long-term shock of the explosive force. Therefore, it became able to store its own explosive force. It changed from a gunpowder barrel that ignited at a touch to a controllable explosive that could continuously accumulate explosive power. Chuan Yi looked at the transformation of the explosive spear with satisfaction. It was like a hot-tempered kid who used to cause trouble in school, after being beaten by society, completely restrained his temper and transformed his temper into a powerful internal force to drive himself. Also, although Chuan Yi picked up the spear with a relaxed look, its weight was obviously heavier. The 10,000 kilogram spear now became 15,000 kilograms. Chuan Yi first put all the spears into the heart of the Sunday. Although it has restrained its temper, its danger level has not decreased, but has become greater. If others accidentally drive this spear, it will not endure it, and its explosive force will directly injure the user. Fortunately, Chuan Yi is its forger, and the spirituality hidden in it resonates with Chuan Yi, otherwise, the test just now may hurt himself. After putting away the spear, Chuan Yi walked towards the flame-eating shield. Facing this round shield that exuded a heavy aura, Chuan Yi quietly took a breath and slightly increased his body strength. Sure enough, when Chuan Yi picked up the round shield with his left hand, the weight was far beyond his expectations, which surprised Chuan Yi. The round shield, which was originally about 20,000 kilograms, now reached a terrifying 30,000 kilograms. Like the spear, its weight is 50% heavier than before. If it weren't for Chuan Yi's more terrifying physical fitness, it would be very difficult to hold the shield with one hand. It's not that he can't pick it up, but Chuan Yi requires the weight of the shield not to be too heavy. Although this will improve the defense, the weight will seriously weaken Chuan Yi's mobility. Fortunately, Chuan Yi had already anticipated the increase in weight, and Chuan Yi slightly lowered the weight at the beginning of the design. Chapter 375 Shield that emits lasers. Adding 10 months of physical training and improved soul power, Chuan Yi felt very comfortable picking up 30,000 kilograms. Holding the shield, the touch is completely different from the spear. It feels more like dragon scales. Not only is the surface slightly rough, but also has obvious graininess. Although it is metal, Chuan Yi feels like he is touching a piece of dragon scale that has just been plucked from a live dragon. Chuan Yi casually waved the round shield a few times and felt that the current feel was just right. With more friction, the shield would be less likely to fall out of his hand. Although it was just a simple action, the surrounding air was distorted under the action of force and weight. If someone accidentally enters this range, the disturbed airflow alone may tear the flesh without direct contact. If you use all your strength, it is likely to cause a bigger gust of wind. In order not to destroy Douluo's medicine garden, Chuan Yi stopped the test. After a simple test of the feel, Chuan Yi input soul power into the shield to test whether its characteristics have changed. However, just when Chuan Yi wanted to store energy inside the shield, he unexpectedly discovered that the shield was already full of energy. His soul power couldn't even squeeze into the inside. Chuan Yi immediately guessed that the shield might have absorbed enough energy from Yang Chuan, which was why this happened. Immediately, he retracted his soul power and input mental power instead. It just so happened that he could take this opportunity to check the storage limit of the shield. However, when Chuan Yi's mental power flowed into the shield, Chuan Yi was condensed into a huge white fire element. The elemental energy was shocked. Different from the pitch-black appearance, the inside of the shield had long been occupied by scorching incandescent light. Is this further compressing the stored energy? The energy of this shield alone is equivalent to the reserve of the red dragon horn. Moreover, it can automatically compress the fire elemental energy without my mental power. This is simply a replica of the red dragon horn. After hearing Chuan Yi's introduction, Huo Wu was deeply shocked. She had the deepest understanding of the power of the red dragon horn. Its restraint on fire attribute soul masters is even more terrifying than that of fire immunity. Since it can absorb and condense, can it also release the energy stored inside like the red dragon horn? Huo Wu asked with bright eyes and expectation. Chuan Yi did not waste words and directly used mental power and soul power to communicate the energy inside the shield and faced the shield to the sky. In an instant, a finger-thick incandescent white ray suddenly shot out from the round shield surface. Where the ray passed, a water vapor channel as wide as a person appeared. The length of the incandescent white ray is higher than the mountain pass surrounding the spring, it is 1,000 meters long. Chuan Yi and Huo Wu stared at the passage that could not be healed for a long time, whispering, "So strong. Is this a shield?" Huo Wu raised the most fundamental question. Chuan Yi first confirmed the energy reserve. If calculated at 100%, the incandescent white ray only consumed 1% of the energy. More importantly, this part of the consumed energy is slowly recovering. Automatic recovery. No, to be more precise, it is the shield that is absorbing the surrounding extreme heat elemental force. The power of devouring fire that absorbs the energy of the fire element is the basis of everything. However, after being tempered by Yang Chuan, this ability has been greatly enhanced. Chuan Yi once again connected with devouring fire through mental power, and then used his mind to activate the true ability of devouring fire. The extreme environment of alternating hot and cold turned into a bone-chilling cold zone in an instant. The surrounding environment is getting colder at an exaggerated speed. Huo Wu, who was standing aside, could feel the rapid loss of fire energy from the outside world, and the extreme heat energy used to resist the extreme cold energy could not be replenished. As a last resort, Huo Wu mobilized her own soul power to resist the invasion of cold air. Fortunately, this extreme cold only lasted for a short time. Like a dragon sucking water, the flame-devouring shield, which was absorbing fire energy roughly, suddenly stopped moving after absorbing for more than 10 seconds. In just a dozen seconds, the shield completed the energy replenishment. Although this is far from the forbidden fire of the red dragon horn, it is also terrifying enough. Of course, this absorption speed is because the environment where Chuan Yi is at this time has enough flame energy. If it were in the outside world, even if Chuan Yi stimulated its flame-devouring power, it would not be possible to replenish energy so quickly. However, even so, when facing fire attribute soul masters and soul beasts, this shield is terrifying enough. Moreover, don't forget that as a shield, its own defense is already very outstanding. Before recasting, it can resist soul Douluo level soul skills. After the transformation, the defense will become even more terrifying. Chuan Yi cannot accurately measure the more accurate defense here. These data require Chuan Yi to return to Hanhai City and entrust his family to make more accurate measurements. After testing the performance of the shield, Chuan Yi collected 3 shields again. Finally, only the last 2 highlights are left. Chuan Yi first walked to the golden spear standing upright on the ground. Chuan Yi's palm gently stroked the spear shaft as thick as a person. The moment the two touched, a faint fluorescence spread outward through the gaps in the dragon scales. The thick Xiang dragon riding spear made a cheerful dragon roar. This familiar feeling made Chuan Yi smile involuntarily. Long time no see, old friend. Just by touching it, Chuan Yi could feel the terrifying power contained in it. Chuan Yi stretched out his arms and tightly wrapped his arms around the handle of the spear. Then, he suddenly exerted force with his feet and used all his strength to pull the spear out of the ground. Because of its huge weight, Chuan Yi's feet sank directly into the hard ground. After pulling out the spear, Chuan Yi immediately inserted it into the ground. After the test just now, the weight of the Xiang Dragon Lance is at least 50,000 kilograms. It is much heavier than the previous 40,000 kilograms. In terms of the increase in weight, the Xiang Dragon Lance, even without the addition of dragon horn powder, is heavier than other equipment. It can only be said that in terms of metal strength, the upper limit of the red demon gold essence is stronger than other soul guide alloys. This also makes the Xiang Dragon Lance have a more obvious spirituality. Including the previous period, it has undergone a purification process of about 2 years. During this period, the energy it absorbed made it reach a more terrifying realm. Chuan Yi gently probed his mental power into it, and the spear spirit of the Dragon Lance responded to him happily. Even before Chuan Yi took the initiative to communicate, a strong and masculine aura flowed into Chuan Yi's body along his arm. As the energy flowed into his body, Chuan Yi's body began to crackle. The already tall body actually grew several dozen centimeters taller on the spot. The white and heavy armor he wore was pulled out of the gap. Through the gap, you can see that Chuan Yi's muscles have also expanded a lot. A breathtaking aura arises spontaneously. There is no soul power fluctuation, no mental oppression, but the strength alone triggers the body's instinctive fear. Chapter 376 The Spread of the External Soul Bone. This is one of the characteristics of the Xiang Dragon Lance. Strength amplification. Moreover, it is a 100% strength amplification. When holding the Xiang Dragon Lance, Chuan Yi's body will be amplified by 100%. Simply put, if Chuan Yi's body limit is 100,000 kilograms, then, after amplification, he will be able to lift a weight of 200,000 kilograms. With this characteristic alone, the Xiang Dragon Lance is enough to enter the ranks of artifacts. In addition, the Xiang Dragon Lance also has the characteristic of amplifying the power of fire. Holding it is like holding a hot yang chuan compressed into a solid. Whether it is physical or energy defense, it will have no resistance under the attack of the power of the yang. Regarding the characteristics of flame amplification, there is not much change compared to the strength amplification. However, compared with before, the Xiang Dragon Lance has become more restrained, and at the same time, its durability is much stronger than before. More importantly, it also has an automatic recovery function that did not exist before. As long as its original power is not consumed, it will be able to recover after a period of recuperation. The Xiang Dragon Lance is more spiritual and more like a living creature than the previous equipment. Chuan Yi raised the lance again with the help of the power amplification. This time, Chuan Yi did not even need to bend his knees. He could easily lift it with the strength of his arms. If the spear shaft was not too thick, Chuan Yi could lift it with one hand. After Chuan Yi lifted it, he did not put it down again. He directly put it into the heart of the fiery Sunday. Finally, Chuan Yi walked in front of the red dragon burning sky armor. Due to the lack of support from the bracket, the armor divided into various parts was scattered on the ground. Chuan Yi took out the special bracket originally assigned to it from the heart of the fiery Sunday. This bracket is all forged with black iron, and the weight of the bracket alone is more than 10,000 kilograms. However, only a bracket of such strength can support armor weighing 100,000 kilograms. Chuan Yi bent down and picked up the armors one by one, and placed them in order on the cross-shaped brackets. After a while, the scattered armors showed the posture they should have. The vermilion dragon scale armor, just placed there, can emit a terrifying pressure. Although the dragon scale pattern originally forged by Lu Gao himself was perfectly imprinted by Chuan Yi, its arrangement and position have undergone tremendous changes after being baptized by Yang Chuan. If Lu Gao's works give people a sense of exquisiteness, the current arrangement of dragon scales gives people a sense of reality. Chuan Yi tapped the breastplate lightly, but there was no metallic crisp sound. This strength is the same as that of a shield, and it is also a defensive force that can withstand attacks at the title Douluo level. Moreover, when Chuan Yi picked up the armor, he had roughly estimated the mass of the armor. Similar to before, its weight has increased by about 50%. From 100,000 kilograms to 150,000 kilograms. This weight is infinitely close to the weight that Chuan Yi's body can bear. However, Chuan Yi felt that this weight was just right. It just so happened that he had already completed the adaptation training for a load of 100,000 kilograms. This red dragon burning heaven armor can just meet Chuan Yi's training needs. Besides, when Chuan Yi uses the red dragon burning heaven armor, he can also use soul power and soul skills to increase his strength. And just now, the Xiang Dragon Lance showed its terrifying power amplification function. In addition, Don't forget that the Red Dragon Burning Heaven armor also has a flame propulsion function. Chuan Yi walked to the back of the armor and looked at the metal backpack protruding from the back. I saw that the originally slightly simple cylindrical structure had disappeared. The soul-guided gold essence that could be observed from the outside no longer existed. This is Chuan Yi hiding all the soul-guided gold essence in the red armor. Not only the back, but also the thrusters on the palms, elbows, and legs were cleverly hidden inside the armor by Chuan Yi. Of course, Chuan Yi did not directly seal it inside. If you gently push away the deck covering the surface, you can see the circular jet hole hidden inside. This is a protective measure designed by Chuan Yi for the protection of the jet hole. Compared with the hard alloy armor, the jet hole made of pure gold essence is slightly inferior to the alloy in terms of defense. Therefore, Chuan Yi directly blocked it. Of course, such a design will also hinder the normal operation of the jet hole. However, the current Red Dragon Burning Sky armor is just a semi-finished product. Chuan Yi still needs to give it a real soul by engraving soul guide patterns. Chuan Yi first input soul power into the armor, and saw that its whole body burst out with terrifying heat. Same as the first time, the head of the armor extended the shape of a red dragon horn. The characteristics of the memory metal were completely preserved by Chuan Yi. Of course, compared with these, the soul guide characteristics of this armor made Chuan Yi more curious. When Chuan Yi connected the soul power to the whole body of the armor, the red armor burst out with terrifying heat. The fire attribute soul power without any amplification. After being amplified by the armor, the power increased sharply. The amplification reached a terrifying 300%. This is only the flame amplification of the entire armor. When Chuan put his mental power into the ejection hole that was not full of gold essence, the temperature there actually distorted Chuan Yi's spiritual vision. If it weren't for the fire immune attribute, Chuan Yi's spiritual power would probably be burned by the flames. After Chuan Yi's exploration, the flame amplification here reached an even more terrifying 400%. This is the amplification effect that can only be achieved by all of Chuan Yi's soul skills and soul bone skills combined. In order not to cause more noise, Chuan Yi immediately cut off the output of soul power. Fortunately, this is the spring of ice and fire, otherwise, the temperature just now would probably turn the land into a barren land. After Chuan Yi confirmed the characteristics, he directly put the armor into the heart of the scorching sun. He turned around and pulled Huowu over, and couldn't wait to run to the wooden house at the foot of the mountain. After arriving at the foot of the mountain, Chuan Yi took out the Xiang Dragon Cavalry Spear again and inserted it into the ground in front of the wooden house. Chuan Yi took off the heavy armor on his body and slowly walked towards the Xiang Dragon Cavalry Spear. Chuan Yi approached the spear shaft, and his soul power surged. The next moment, a bright red light appeared on his forehead. Two ferocious red jade dragon horns extended along the forehead, and at the same time, a protrusion that spread out in all directions appeared at the bottom of the dragon horns. The red dragon scales extended downward along the forehead. Soon it covered Chuan Yi's eye sockets, and at the same time, Chuan Yi's pupils quickly condensed and turned into vertical pupils, and the color changed to bright golden yellow. After the dragon scales covered Chuan Yi's eye sockets, they did not stop there. It actually quickly extended downwards, completely covering the face, and even Chuan Yi's upper body was completely covered by dragon scales. At this moment, through the white short-sleeved shirt, you can see the strange scene of the entire upper body covered by dragon scales. That's right, after 10 months of absorption, Chuan Yi's external soul bone has spread outward again. However, this time, its spread range directly covered Chuan Yi's upper body. Chapter 377 Nebula Carving Knife. Covered by red scales, Chuan Yi was like a beast soul master's martial soul, and his body swelled slightly with the appearance of dragon scales. The already strong muscles became more swollen at this moment, and the dragon scale skin lightly covering the surface of the skin made Chuan Yi's muscle lines more obvious under the sunlight. This is the dragonization phenomenon caused by the downward diffusion of the external soul bone. As the external soul bone expands, it brings another surprise to Chuan Yi. That is, when half of the body is in the dragonization state, Chuan Yi's strength and fire attributes will increase by 50%. It is said that the world's #1 beast martial spirit, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit, is famous on the mainland for its dragonization secret method. Chuan Yi's change is actually similar to this. However, the dragonization of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex relies on its own martial spirit and deeply explores its potential, while Chuan Yi relies on the evolution of the dragon's external soul bone to complete the dragonization. Different paths lead to the same destination. The starting points of the two are different, but the goals they reach are similar. Moreover, if you look closely, Chuanyi's mouth extends with sharp fangs. This is the red dragon fang, which is a mutated body bone after the red dragon pupil due to the expansion of the external soul bone. The mutated teeth greatly enhance Chuanyi's bite force, as well as the hardness and sharpness of the teeth. After testing, Chuanyi can bite through unpurified raw iron and hard soul beast bones in one bite. Even if there are many purified iron blocks, Chuanyi can bite through the metal like chewing beef jerky as long as he bites them a few more times. Therefore, although the red dragon fang is strong, it can hardly play a practical role in battle except saving effort and time when eating. Fortunately, Chuanyi's appetite is very exaggerated on weekdays, and this red dragon fang can also help him shorten the time to chew food, which can be regarded as making the best use of it. After talking about the red dragon fang, we must also talk about the exaggerated dragon scales covering the upper body. The orderly arranged dragon scales are tightly attached to each other, and each piece is like a carefully polished warm gem. They together form a natural armor. Some people may think that these transparent dragon scales that look delicate and exquisite are flashy, but their strength is not bad at all. After a rough test, these scales can withstand attacks at the soul Douluo level, and even if the scales are broken by a stronger force, they can be quickly repaired with soul power. Although its hardness cannot be compared with Chuanyi's hand armor and armor, as a part of the external soul bone, it has growth and evolution. Its upper limit is stronger than other metals. As long as it is given more time, it may become stronger than the red dragon burning heaven armor. Longhua Chuanyi walked in front of the towering Xiang dragon lance and scanned the surface with the red dragon eye. Chuanyi slowly walked around the spear, silently looking for a suitable position. In the field of vision of the red dragon eye, the details of the metal surface were clearly visible. Since the surface of the Xiang dragon lance was covered with uneven dragon scale patterns, it would be extremely difficult for Chuanyi to engrave the soul guide patterns he needed on it. That's right, Chuanyi was trying to carve the soul guiding patterns of changing size and quality on the extremely hard gun body. Chuanyi quickly scanned the entire gun body, stopped, closed his eyes, and constructed a flat dragon pattern in his mind. Just as Chuanyi was thinking about how to write, Douluo quietly came to Huo Wu's side. The sound of the artifact coming out of the world, of course, could not be hidden from this titled Douluo, and, with their relationship, there was no need to hide it. Douluo looked at the Xiang dragon cavalry lance that did not emit any breath, and a deep fear flashed in his eyes. Compared to when it was sharp, it was more terrifying for Douluo to hide its sharpness at this time. "Senior, you are here." Huo Wu noticed Douluo's arrival and greeted him warmly. Douluo smiled and replied, "Well, it seems that he wants to complete the engraving of the weapon today. 10 months of getting along have made the relationship between the two closer. Moreover, Douluo's attitude towards Huo Wu is very kind, and he is not as rough as he was to Chuanyi. But I really don't know how this kid can engrave precise patterns on it." Douluo had seen the hardness of the Xiang dragon lance. After a longer period of tempering, he could imagine that its strength would reach an unimaginable level. In response to this question, Huo Wu smiled mysteriously and said, "Xiao Yi has been prepared for this and will not disappoint the senior. Then let me wait and see." In fact, with Douluo's understanding of Chuanyi, he also knew that Chuanyi would not be unprepared for this. This time he came just to see Chuanyi's methods. After a long time, Chuanyi, who had closed his eyes tightly, opened his eyes. At the same time, the palm covered with dragon scales was covered with black and red steel armor. At the same time, Chuanyi's aura surged, and 4 of the 6 soul rings behind him lit up instantly. Chuanyi clenched his right hand into a sword finger, and a mysterious black and gold blade suddenly condensed at the fingertips. The length and width of this knife are only a few centimeters, but looking at the blade is as if you are in the starry sky at night, giving people a sense of vastness and depth. This is the first time Douluo has seen Chuanyi's nebula fire. He stared at Chuanyi's fingertips intently. In just a moment, Douluo's hair stood up all over his body, and all the cells in his body were warning Douluo. "Let him stay away from here." Fortunately, Douluo's reason suppressed his body's instincts. The horror of the nebula fire can only be truly understood by those who have reached a certain level of strength. This power has exceeded Douluo's imagination. He seriously doubted that even a level 99 peerless Douluo could not compete with it. "What kind of trick is this?" Douluo muttered in a daze. "This fire is called nebula. It is a different species produced by Xiao I rubbing 2 flames of opposite nature. It has the characteristics of melting and annihilation. In front of the nebula fire, any form of attack and defense is useless. It is the strongest attack and the strongest defense mastered by Xiaoai. And now, Xiaoai is trying to use the carving knife condensed by the nebula fire to engrave the soul guide pattern. Huo Wu is much calmer than Douluo. She explained the current situation to Douluo attentively. However, Huo Wu can remain calm not because she cannot feel the horror of the nebula, but because she believes that Chuanyi will not cause any harm to her. It is this trust that makes her fearless. At this time, Chuanyi was concentrating on staring at a piece of dragon scale on the handle of the gun. This is the flattest piece of dragon scales among all the dragon scales. Its size is about the size of a human face. Although the area is not large, it is not a big problem for Chuanyi. What really troubles Chuanyi is that the consumption of maintaining the nebula is too high. Chapter 378 The Shrinking Xiang Dragon Lance. At this moment, Chuanyi is in the dragon state, and the increase brought by the dragon state will be superimposed. This increases the power of the nebula from 400% to 450%. Even Chuanyi himself cannot accurately judge the power of the nebula at this level. However, with it, Chuanyi feels that if he encounters Douluo again, he has a means to compete with him. However, as the power increases, its consumption of soul power and mental power becomes greater. In addition, in order to further enhance the strength of the nebula, Chuanyi deliberately uses the third soul skill, the scorching ray, to further compress and speed up the ejection of the nebula. In this state, even Chuanyi, who has obtained soul skills and soul bone amplification, can only maintain it for a maximum of 1 hour. Chuanyi no longer wasted time. He controlled the nebula carving knife and made the first stroke. The sharp tip of the knife easily cut through the hard golden dragon scales. Chuanyi was pleasantly surprised when he saw this. It seemed that his original idea was not wrong, and the nebula did not disappoint him. With the sharpness of the nebula carving knife, Chuanyi did not even need to use too much force. With the terrifying eyesight of the red dragon eye, Chuanyi carved the lines as if he was coloring a stick figure. The subtle lines were so spacious in Chuanyi's eyes. As long as he was not disturbed by the outside world, with Chuanyi's concentration, his hands would never shake. Time passed slowly, and Chuanyi was like a stone statue, not moving. But his blade became faster and faster. Due to the melting and annihilation characteristics of the nebula, no debris would be produced when carving. Half an hour later, if someone looked closer, they would find that the face-sized scales were engraved with countless complex and mysterious patterns. At this moment, Chuanyi finally finished carving the last knife and put down his arm. The nebula carving knife that had been condensed for more than half an hour also slowly dissipated. The energetic Chuanyi showed a look of fatigue in his eyes. The soul power and spirit in his body in just half an hour, half of the power was consumed. However, at this moment, Chuanyi had no time to check his own situation. He retracted the flame, and then stroked the dragon scale with the pattern again. He needed to input soul power to test whether the soul guide pattern could operate smoothly. Success or failure depends on this one move. When Chuanyi input a wisp of soul power, he saw a huge golden spear emitting brilliant fluorescence. In an instant, with a strange soul power fluctuation emanating from the spear, the giant spear of more than 10 meters in length shrank rapidly in full view of the public. Finally, it turned into a cone of tens of centimeters in length and was held in Chuanyi's hand. Seeing this scene, Douluo exclaimed sincerely, "It's really amazing. I didn't expect that I could actually see the production process of the soul guide with my own eyes." Huo Wu also walked to Chuanyi happily and said, "Thank you for your hard work. You succeeded in one try. You are worthy of it." Chuanyi also smiled. "Of course, don't you see who I am?" Chuanyi handed the small Xiang dragon lance in his hand to Huo Wu. Huo Wu took it curiously. "It's so light. Is this really the original Xiang dragon lance?" Huo Wu tossed the Xiang dragon lance in her hand in disbelief. The weight in her hand was too light. This made Huo Wu wonder if it would be crushed by her. However, when she gritted her teeth and clenched her fist, she found that it was unusually hard. At this time, Douluo on the side also curiously reached out to Huo Wu. "Let me see it too." Taking the Xiang dragon lance from Huo Wu, Douluo also tried to clench his fist. However, when he saw its strength, he quickly changed his mind and raised the fingers of his other hand to test the sharpness of the tip of the spear. Seeing this, Chuanyi warned Douluo. "Senior, don't use too much force, otherwise it may pierce the skin." Douluo did not use too much force, he just tried to poke the tip of the gun gently, but with such a light touch, a drop of bright red blood came out of Douluo's fingertips. What a sharp gun tip, even if it is reduced, it is still sharp, worthy of being a divine weapon. Douluo immediately took his finger away and returned it to Chuan Yi. Whether it was Huowu or Douluo, they just simply tested the physical properties and did not use soul power to test its soul guide characteristics. Part of the reason was that they were afraid that it would return to its original weight if they were not careful. The weight of 50,000 kilograms was not a weight that they could ignore. Another reason was that they were afraid that the Xiang Dragon Lance would explode its power. However, these reasons were not a problem for Chuan Yi. He input his soul power into the small gun in his hand. A cheerful dragon roar suddenly sounded, and the calm small gun burst out its hideous side. The terrifying heat spread from the small metal, and everyone present was very familiar with it. This was exactly the same as the breath emitted by the blazing Yang Chuan. Whether it was the extremely hot breath spreading in all directions or the terrifying heat that was enough to burn everything, it showed its extraordinariness. Well, it's good. Although the size has shrunk, the power has not diminished at all. The work will surely become easier with it. Chuan Yi stopped the output of soul power. Just now, Chuan Yi did not use soul power to activate the soul guide pattern engraved on the gun, but used soul power to communicate the energy inside it. The result was as Chuan Yi expected. Even the shrunken Xiang Dragon Lance did not change at all except for the changes in mass and size. This was very important to Chuan Yi. Because, when he carved the Red Dragon Burning Heaven armor next, Chuan Yi could use the Xiang Dragon Lance as a carving knife. With its sharpness, Chuan Yi could easily carve without the effort of condensing the nebula. This is also the reason why Chuan Yi first chose to carve patterns on the hardest Xiang Dragon Lance. In the next week, Chuan Yi took the small Xiang Dragon Lance and painted on every corner of the Red Dragon Burning Sky armor. The scale involved is far beyond the Xiang Dragon Lance. If Chuan Yi only relies on the nebula carving knife, his work efficiency will be very slow. Fortunately, the sharpness of the Xiang Dragon Lance is far beyond Chuan Yi's imagination. After a whole week, Chuan Yi finally completed the carving of the Red Dragon Burning Sky armor. One day a week later, Chuan Yi and Huowu came to Douluo's cave together. At this time, Douluo was staying in his laboratory, concentrating on studying various drugs. However, when the two came to the mountain pass, Douluo put down his work and walked in front of the two. Before Chuan Yi spoke, Douluo had a look of understanding. He said, "Since I saw you take off your armor last time, I knew this day was not far away." Looking at Chuan Yi and Huowu, Douluo felt reluctant to leave. "Before you leave, I have something to give you. Come with me." As he said, Douluo headed towards the top of the mountain. Chapter 379 Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower. In the herb garden, all kinds of exotic flowers and plants bloomed. Every time he came here, Chuan Yi would sigh at the magic of nature. Douluo, who had been walking in front, stopped his steps after arriving at the herb garden. He turned to face Chuan Yi and Huowu, but his hand pointed to the herb garden behind. "Before leaving, I won't say much. Seeing that you have been, they are all helping me prepare meals. Go over there and pick 2 herbs you like. This is my farewell gift to you." Douluo's words seemed very generous, and his expression was extremely calm, revealing a look of indifference. The attitude he showed was not forced. Although the herbs here are priceless treasures, they are really nothing to the small group of titled Douluo standing at the top of the continent. In addition, after Douluo solved the defects of his own poison skills, the importance of these herbs to Douluo was greatly reduced. However, even so, Douluo's choice to share his medicine garden was not an easy decision. This includes his care and attention to Chuan Yi and Huowu. Chuan Yi also understood this, but when he saw Douluo deliberately find an absurd excuse to cover up his true heart, Chuan Yi couldn't help but chuckle and laughed. Douluo, who was expecting Chuan Yi to be moved to his knees, saw Chuan Yi actually laughed, which made Douluo unhappy. "What are you laughing at, kid?" Faced with Douluo's questioning, Chuan Yi replied with a smile, "I have thought that the senior's character is too arrogant for a long time. You are obviously concerned about us, but you have to find an unfounded excuse to cover it up. However, as the saying goes, the elders give, and I dare not refuse. Thank you for the gift, I will not be polite." Chuan Yi bowed solemnly to express his gratitude, and Huowu on the side also hurriedly followed Douluo to thank him. Then, Chuan Yi directly took Huo Wu's little hand and began to select suitable medicinal materials in the medicine garden. Douluo was stunned and murmured, "Arrogant, arrogant." Although he didn't know the exact meaning of this word, he roughly understood that it was not a good word by combining the meanings of the two words. Just when he was thinking over and over again, Chuan Yi had already brought Huo Wu to a soft and tender red grass leaf. A close look at its appearance revealed that the top of the grass leaf was in the shape of a coxcomb, and its veins were actually red gold. Just by approaching it, the two could feel the pure fire elemental breath released by this grass leaf. Chuan Yi pointed at the grass leaf and introduced it to Huo Wu. "This thing is called coxcomb phoenix sunflower, which is a tonic fire attribute herb. According to records, this thing generally only exists in volcanoes, flaming veins and other places with strong fire attribute elements. Eating it will increase soul power, purify flames, and also have the effect of rebirth. In terms of matching degree, this one is the greatest for. Let's choose this first one." Huo Wu carefully examined the herb for a long time. She seemed to think of something and suddenly exclaimed, "Isn't this the legendary phoenix blood grass?" "Phoenix blood grass, you also know this herb?" Chuan Yiben thought Huo Wu didn't know it, but from her surprised expression, it can be seen that she obviously knew something. Huo Wu nodded excitedly, and she explained to Chuan Yi, "I have seen related descriptions in the family's secret books. It is rumored that a long time ago, a powerful fire attribute soul master accidentally encountered a 5-colored spirit chicken with a trace of phoenix blood on the way to looking for a fire attribute soul beast. The 5-colored spirit chicken has extraordinary blood, but because the phoenix blood in its body is too thin, it is at the bottom among soul beasts. Its average cultivation can only be maintained at the 1,000-year level at most, and rarely breaks through 10,000 years. However, the senior at that time was surprised to find a 5-colored spirit chicken with a cultivation level of more than 10,000 years. The senior who was curious about this matter followed the 5-colored spirit chicken and finally found the phoenix blood grass in its nest. It is speculated that it was because the 5-colored spirit chicken absorbed the breath of the phoenix blood grass all year round that it was able to break through the limitations of racial talent and successfully enter the ranks of 10,000-year soul beasts. How could the senior at that time miss such a treasure? He immediately planned to kill the soul beast and snatch this fire attribute herb. But, unfortunately, just when he was about to snatch it, the phoenix blood grass happened to be fully mature and was swallowed directly by the 5-colored spirit chicken. That's not all. After taking the herb, the 5-colored spirit chicken turned into a red phoenix and flew to the distant sky. It is precisely because of this illusion that the name of this herb is called phoenix blood grass. After that, although countless younger generations have been looking for this herb one after another, they have not found it. Therefore, this matter has gradually become a legend, and no one believes its authenticity anymore. However, now it seems that the legend may be true. Chuan Yi had never heard of the legend that Huo Wu recounted. His knowledge of the coxcomb phoenix sunflower came from Yun Kaiyang's compilation of many ancient texts. Combined with Huo Wu's information, it can be known that this thing has appeared in human vision more than once in history. However, perhaps due to its scarcity, few people know of its existence. Also, although the records told by Huo Wu were a bit fanciful, Chuan Yi felt that this was very likely to be a real thing. Because, under the observation of his red dragon eyes, he observed energy fluctuations similar to the phoenix from the coxcomb phoenix sunflower. This is also the reason why Chuan Yi deliberately chose the reason for choosing this herb. He thought that this herb might help Wu Tong recover its vitality. Well, you have a good vision, Xiaohu, this is indeed the most suitable herb for you. If the rumors you said are true, after absorbing the herb, it may also transform your external soul bone. At this time, Douluo's voice came from behind. He wanted to give them some advice, but it seemed that Chuan Yi and Huo Wu did not need his guidance. Chuan Yi squatted down and used the red dragon eye to observe the energy flow of the herb, and then gently picked the coxcomb phoenix sunflower without damaging the herb. Xiaohu, you can refine it here. Remember, don't chew or swallow it. If this herb is slightly damaged, the medicinal properties inside will disappear rapidly. You just need to hold it in your mouth and use your soul power to absorb the energy in it. Douluo reminded Huo Wu the correct absorption method. This is actually the result of his research in recent years. Of course, Chuan Yi already knew about these things. The two of them had already studied the characteristics of these herbs through intelligence sharing. After Huo Wu thanked Douluo, she took the herbs from Chuan Yi and walked directly to the front of the blazing Yang Chuan to start absorbing them. Chapter 380 Qirong Tong Tianju. Huo Wu put the herbs in her mouth and entered the state of cultivation directly. At this moment, Huo Wu only felt that the endless fire energy suddenly burst out from her mouth and burned her mouth. However, this temperature had no effect on Huo Wu, who had already adapted to the extreme heat elemental power. Huo Wu calmly mobilized her strong soul power as if she was practicing daily, firmly locked the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, and began to absorb its energy. When the energy of the herb slowly flowed into Huo Wu's body, the flame energy that should have played a role in transforming her body did not play its due role. It turned out that Huo Wu's body had already eliminated all the impurities in her body when she adapted to the extreme heat elemental power. At this time, the coxcomb phoenix sunflower can only play a role in the transformation of the body. With Huo Wu's current situation, in fact, the coxcomb phoenix sunflower can only provide weak help in improving the soul power level. This is actually the important reason why Chuan Yi did not pay too much attention to these herbs. However, just as these energies were confusedly flowing through Huo Wu's body, a familiar phoenix cry suddenly sounded in Huo Wu's mind. The sleeping Wutong was awakened by the energy of the coxcomb phoenix sunflower. It conveyed its desire to Huo Wu. Seeing this, Huo Wu did not hesitate too much and input all this energy into her soul ring. When the energy flowed to the sixth soul ring in Huo Wu's body, this special soul ring with life burst out a strong suction force, sucking the energy of the herbs into it. Outside, Chuan Yi saw Wutong awakened in Huo Wu's body, and its size became slightly larger when absorbing energy. Seeing this, Chuan Yi showed a satisfied smile, and at the same time, he secretly gave a thumbs up to Huo Wu's smart decision. Seeing that Huo Wu was on the right track, Chuan Yi also began to select the herbs that belonged to him in the herb garden. Douluo looked at Chuan Yi wandering in the herb garden, and he was also curious about Chuan Yi's choice. However, when he saw Chuan Yi stopping in front of a huge chrysanthemum, a very complicated look flashed in his eyes. "Are you sure you want to choose this one?" Douluo asked. Chuan Yi answered affirmatively, "This is it. Qirong Tong Tian Chrysanthemum. This is Chuan Yi's choice. Qirong Tong Tian Chrysanthemum is famous in the mainland. Because, among the elders of the Spirit Hall, there is a titled Douluo with Qirong Tong Tian Chrysanthemum as his spirit. This person is called Yu Guan, and his title is Chrysanthemum. The level is about level 94, and this person has some grudges with Douluo. Therefore, when Chuan Yi chose Qirong Tong Tian Chrysanthemum, Douluo showed such a look. The petals of the Qirong Tong Tian Chrysanthemum are gorgeous purple, and unlike ordinary chrysanthemums, its petals look like they have grown fine hairs, making them look furry. What's more peculiar is that the stamens in the center of the petals are protruding, and the length is more than 15 centimeters. The top of the stamens is shining with golden brilliance. At this moment, in Chuan Yi's eyes, this chrysanthemum is flowing with golden energy. This is a symbol of gold. Yes, the reason why Chuan Yi chose the Qirong Tong Tian chrysanthemum is precisely because of the rich gold energy contained in it. Since he began to practice in the fiery Yang Chuan, the fire attribute of Chuan Yi's martial soul has made great progress. Although the fiery sun gauntlet is called a fire attribute weapon martial soul, its body is ultimately composed of gold energy. During this period, as the fire attribute became stronger and stronger, Chuan Yi vaguely sensed the hidden dangers hidden in the martial soul. That is, the gold attribute that constitutes the weapon martial soul is far weaker than the fire attribute. Although, with the absorption of soul rings, the strength of Chuan Yi's hand armor is also constantly improving. Chuan Yi absorbed a soul beast that combined the fire attribute and the strength attribute. Although the strength attribute is helpful to improve the strength of the hand armor, it actually helps Chuan Yi improve his physical attributes more. Therefore, compared with the improvement of the fire attribute, the development of the gold attribute of the fiery sun hand armor lags far behind the fire attribute. Although at this stage, Chuan Yi's hand armor has not had any major problems. But you have to know that Chuan Yi's goal is the 7th soul ring of the 100,000 year level. And, level 70 is a very important watershed. It can be expected that Chuan Yi will undergo a more amazing transformation after becoming a soul saint. Chuan Yi is a little worried. By then, the fire attribute contained in the Liang gauntlet will become even stronger. As a weapon spirit gauntlet, can it really withstand this flame? For this reason, Chuan Yi thinks that he can use the Qirong Tong Tian chrysanthemum to replenish the gold energy for the spirit to offset the potential risks. Thinking of this, Chuan Yi no longer hesitated. He directly picked the Qirong Tong Tian chrysanthemum and walked to Huo Wu's side. "Please protect us, Senior." Chuan Yi turned around and got rid of Douluo, opened his ferocious dragon mouth and swallowed all the stamens and petals of the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum. The energy of this herb is contained in it, and the rhizome without energy is thrown back to the medicine garden by Chuan Yi. As Chuan Yi swallowed the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, Chuan Yi immediately used the fire attribute soul power to tightly wrap the medicinal material. Chuan Yi was using soul power to filter the medicinal properties and gold energy in it. This method can retain the gold energy for the martial soul to the greatest extent. With the stimulation of soul power, the filtered medicinal power enters Chuan Yi's body. However, what Chuan Yi did not expect was that as the medicinal power poured into his body, Chuan Yi's blood and qi rioted at the same time. The strong and overbearing medicinal power actually stimulated Chuan Yi to produce more blood and qi. Originally, Chuan Yi's strong body was rich in blood and qi. Under the superposition of medicinal power, the blood and qi in the whole body began to flow fiercely. Under the stimulation of the medicinal power, the surging blood and qi rushed to Chuan Yi's limbs frantically. Chuan Yi, who was originally sitting cross-legged to absorb the medicinal power, suddenly fell backwards and lay on the ground in a big letter shape. This is because the surging blood and qi poured into the limbs, causing Chuan Yi's limbs to swell a lot in an instant. But this is not a bad thing. Chuan Yi can feel that the medicinal power is stimulating the blood and qi in the body and transforming the body. In order not to affect the body transformation, Chuan Yi lay down and absorbed the medicinal effect of Qirong Tongtianju in a more natural way. On the other hand, in addition to paying attention to the changes in qi and blood, Chuan Yi also began to pay attention to the absorption of gold soul power. Through the control of fire soul power, Chuan Yi filtered the gold energy in the herbs from the beginning. Now, Chuan Yi began to input the gold energy into his martial soul completely. As the gold energy was input, Chuan Yi's martial soul emitted a wave of desire. Seeing this, Chuan Yi was immediately happy. Then, he accelerated the filtering and delivery of the medicinal power. In Chuan Yi's mind, the red and black fiery sun gauntlet emitted waves. Its dark gold part began to emit a heavier metallic aura. What's more amazing is that Chuan Yi found that when the fiery sun gauntlet absorbed gold energy, the fire soul power inside was also active. They were not absorbing gold energy, but on the contrary, they were roasting gold energy. Chapter 381 Soul Broken Recasting. The gold attribute of the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum is very pure, but it is still slightly inferior to Chuan Yi's ultimate fire. Moreover, this energy is still evaporating at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a quarter of an hour of burning in the fierce fire, the gold attribute energy that flowed into the gauntlet has shrunk by about half. As for the remaining energy, it continued to shrink and restrain, but burst out with a more brilliant golden light. Gold cannot be made into a tool without training. In the 5 elements, gold is called Konga. Kong means from, Ge means change. Konga means that gold is produced through change. The already pure energy, under the refinement of the ultimate fire, moves towards a higher level. As time goes by, Chuan Yi is distracted, paying attention to the flow of blood and qi in his body while channeling the filtered gold attribute energy into his martial soul. Time comes to an hour later. Under the continuous infusion of blood and qi, Chuan Yi's limbs expanded more than twice, and the dragon scales densely covering his arms were stretched open, revealing the original skin. At the same time, his body was crackling, as if all the bones in his body were breaking and reorganizing. If someone could see through, they could see that the blood and qi in Chuan Yi's body had accumulated to a critical point. Even a strong person like Chuan Yi was a little worried when he saw the blood and qi expand to this extent. However, when the accumulated blood and qi crossed a certain critical point, Chuan Yi's ears suddenly heard a shattering sound. At this moment, the majestic blood and qi poured into Chuan Yi's limbs and bones, and the expanded body also shrank rapidly at this moment. Chuan Yi, who was distracted by his body throughout the whole process, noticed the changes in his body at the first time. It was also at this moment that Chuan Yi noticed that the stored blood and qi were diverted by several unknown channels like a flood. Chuan Yi was not unfamiliar with these channels. Hidden meridians. This was another meridian penetration after the Ren and Du meridians. However, unlike the previous 2 times, he penetrated all 6 hidden meridians at once. This was a great surprise to Chuan Yi. Each flowing blood broke through the acupuncture points with an overwhelming momentum. Before absorbing the Qirong Tongtianju, Chuan Yi and Douluo knew that the medicinal power of this substance was neutral, vast, strong and domineering, but they had no idea that this substance had the effect of penetrating the meridians. Therefore, this can be said to be a real unexpected surprise for Chuan Yi. As the acupuncture points are penetrated, Chuan Yi can feel that his absorption efficiency of the heat energy is significantly improved, which in turn leads to a significant increase in Chuan Yi's soul power recovery efficiency. This feeling seems to have completely opened the bridge between the body and heaven and earth. The energy between heaven and earth is flowing unimpeded in Chuan Yi's body. Tongtian, Tongtian. Chuan Yi seemed to be able to understand why he was given the name Tongtian. The color of the red dragon horn above the head began to dim due to the terrifying suction force erupting from the body. This means that the energy reserve of the red dragon horn is rapidly decreasing, and the speed is still accelerating. The red dragon horn in the automatic energy absorbing state can no longer keep up with Chuan Yi's digestion speed. In order to prevent the qi and blood that was being penetrated from stagnating due to lack of energy, Chuan Yi consumed a certain amount of mental power and activated active energy absorption. Moreover, as soon as Chuan thought about Huo Wu, he summoned his martial spirit, stood up, walked towards the spring, and jumped directly into Yang Chuan. Kunyi, who was immersed in Yang Chuan, erupted with a terrifying suction force, and majestic energy poured into Kunyi from the red dragon horn. It was also at this moment that the energy contained in the spring water was transported to every corner of the body along with the rushing blood. The vermilion dragon scales covering the upper body spread to the lower body at a speed visible to the naked eye. It originally took about a year to complete the complete coverage of the external soul bones, but with the power of the strange velvet Tongtian chrysanthemum, the process was greatly accelerated. Compared with the surprising progress on the physical level, the process of replenishing metallic energy that Chuan Yi was looking forward to at the beginning turned out to be very difficult. 2 hours have passed, and the metallic energy contained within the Qirong Tian chrysanthemum is on the verge of exhaustion. However, the golden light in the flames has not yet completed its essential transformation. All metallic energy has been condensed into extremely tiny golden balls. Chuan Yi can feel a sharp breath coming out of the body, which means that it has reached the critical moment of transformation. However, it was this final kick that was the most irritating. Seeing the increasingly depleted metallic energy, Chuan Yi felt a little tormented in his heart. Finally, after another 3 hours of extraction, Chuan Yi could no longer extract any trace of metallic energy from the strange antler tree. The golden ball in the process of transformation has stopped evolving due to lack of energy replenishment. To make matters worse, under the continuous burning of fire, the golden element is gradually dying out. In fact, now, Chuan Yi can integrate this energy into the martial spirit. Even so, Chuan Yi's martial spirit can transform into a top-grade metallic martial spirit. However, after reaching this point, he certainly cannot give up. However, objectively speaking, Chuan Yi has no additional metallic energy to supplement. It was at this moment that an idea flashed in Chuan Yi's mind. Chuan Yi opened his dragon eyes fiercely, clenched his teeth, and swam quickly towards the depths of the spring water. Douluo, who was standing around the spring and paying attention to the two of them, felt deeply worried when he saw Chuan Yi's sudden behavior. What on earth is this kid doing? Is it necessary to cause such a big battle with just a strange antler tree? For safety reasons, Douluo quietly activated his soul power and stood between the fire dance and the spring water. At the bottom of the spring, Chuan Yi used the increase brought by dragon transformation to dive into the bottom of the spring very quickly. As the depth deepens, the pressure of water pressure on Chuan Yi becomes greater. However, Chuan Yi did not stop for a moment and swam to the limit that his body could bear. At this time, the water pressure Chuan Yi endured was converted into a weight of approximately 100,000 kilograms. The 100,000 kilograms here are completely different from the 100,000 kilograms of Chuan Yi's load. The 100,000 kilograms here are the pressure endured by every inch of skin. At this point, Izumi felt that the bones were very tight, and even a simple movement of raising his hand became extremely difficult. Chuan Yi, who was unable to continue downwards, stopped where he was and focused on his gauntlet. If you don't become a demon, you won't survive. Since there is no external metallic energy to supplement, then the internal metallic energy is used. Chuan Yi took off one of his gauntlets. Then, directly detonate the gauntlet and completely shatter it by self-destruction. Poof! With Chuan Yi's strength, the power caused by self-destruction is very terrifying. The ultimate fire hidden in the martial spirit burst out. However, at Chuan Yi's location, this terrifying energy that could destroy the world only spread a few meters before being firmly controlled in place by the water pressure. Dim metal fragments were scattered in front of Chuan Yi. Due to the self-destruction of the martial spirit, Chuan Yi felt the pain of his soul being stripped away, and his body also overflowed with traces of blood due to the impact of the martial spirit's shattering. Chapter 382 Ultimate Gold. Chuan Yi endured the pain and managed to stretch his intact martial soul in front of the detonated gauntlet. Suck it for me. Under the tug of the gauntlet, the broken steel fragments turned into energy and poured into Chuan Yi's body. The dark golden metallic energy was poured into the golden ball in the fire by Chuan Yi. The gradually disappearing golden ball bloomed again with a bright metallic brilliance like nectar. Since the sun gauntlet is fire-resistant, Izumi can only completely destroy it by self-destruction. Moreover, with the help of strong water pressure, the martial spirit that was broken into metallic energy was trapped in front of Chuan Yi. The evolutionary process was forcibly continued by Chuan Yi. This time, the sacrifice Quan Yi made was not small. The importance of martial souls to soul masters goes without saying. If the martial soul is damaged, the cultivation will be damaged at the least, and the life will fall at the worst. Fortunately, Chuan Yi's hand armor martial soul has a certain advantage in quantity under such circumstances. One hand armor was broken, and there was still one left. Chuan Yi continued to purify the gold energy inside it with the help of the remaining hand armor. With the gold energy of a whole hand armor, the thumb-sized golden ball expanded several times in volume in an instant. The color also changed from gold to dark gold. This change also added a calm and heavy atmosphere to the energy. However, the dark gold energy that lost the fire immunity attribute performed worse than the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum under the burning of the extreme fire. The speed of volume reduction was twice as fast as the former. From this, it can be seen that in terms of the purity of the gold attribute, Chuan Yi's martial soul is weaker than the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum. In fact, this is very normal. Chuan Yi's hand armor martial soul has an enviable fire immunity attribute. Although this can protect the hand armor from the invasion of fire, it also loses the opportunity to refine itself. Seeing this, Chuan Yi was even more glad that he had discovered his shortcomings at this stage. Half an hour had passed. The dark gold sphere, which had expanded several times, shrank back to the size of a thumb. Although the volume had shrunk, the aura it exuded became even more terrifying. The condensed dark gold sphere gathered the terrifying gold element, and the terrifying density naturally brought a heavy aura. On top of that, the sharp aura occasionally leaked from the surface of the sphere showed another characteristic of the gold attribute. So far, including Chuan Yi's own dark gold energy, all reached the top level. However, what made Chuan Yi despair was that the last step was like a natural chasm, and even if Chuan Yi achieved this level, it was not so easy to cross. The reason why Chuan Yi and Huo Wu could evolve into the ultimate fire so easily was largely because Yang Chuan provided them with nearly unlimited high-level fire element energy. However, the gold energy provided by the Qirong Tongtian Zhuo and the Liang Gauntlet was low-level energy. It would be even more difficult to cross from a low level to a higher level. The shrinking dark gold sphere continued to shrink, and the aura inside it became stronger. However, on the other hand, Chuan Yi could see that the top-grade gold element was also gradually dying in the burning of the ultimate fire. Chuan Yi knew that if it continued like this, the remaining top-grade gold element alone would not be able to support the complete evolution. Chuan Yi's eyes were dim and after a moment of thinking, he secretly made up his mind. He focused on the changes in his body. After half an hour of changes, the blood and qi in Chuan Yi's body gradually calmed down, and the 6 hidden meridians in his body were connected. When the 8 hidden meridians were activated at the same time, Chuan Yi's body instantly turned into an energy-absorbing black hole, bursting out with terrifying suction. Chuan Yi's cultivation, which had declined due to the damage to his martial soul, was also recovering rapidly. Even at this moment, Chuan Yi could feel that the damaged martial soul had faint signs of recovery in the state of Tongtian. At the same time, with the flow of qi to his limbs, Chuan Yi completed the full coverage of dragon scales. At this moment, his state was like the beast soul of a red dragon spirit beast soul master. After completing the full coverage, Chuan Yi's amplification effect in the dragon state also changed. The previous dragon effect was to increase the strength and fire power by 50%. But now, this amplification rate has increased to 100%. Feeling the surging power in his body, Chuan Yi's face did not show any joy. With the help of the power of dragon transformation, Chuan Yi easily raised his arm and touched the heart of the scorching sun on his chest. With a flash of white light, Chuan Yi took out the helmet of the red dragon burning heaven armor from the storage space. Chuan Yi did not waste time and put on the helmet directly in the water. The ferocious red dragon helmet worn on Chuan Yi's body was like a lava demon in the depths of hell. The helmet was worn on the top of the head, and through the two tiny holes on the cheeks, the cold dragon pupils inside could be seen. This is not over yet. Chuan Yi used soul power to drive the soul guide pattern engraved in the helmet. The holes that were originally open and closed began to slowly close, and when the gaps in the helmet were completely closed, the terrifying water pressure that was everywhere dissipated instantly, and the helmet blocked all the pressure. This was because Chuan Yi recast the armor, otherwise, it might not be able to withstand the water pressure here. When the hole was completely closed, Chuan Yi input soul power and drove the soul guide pattern engraved inside the armor. A space wave flashed by, and countless bubbles suddenly burst out from inside Chuan Yi's helmet. At the same time, the spring water remaining in the helmet was drained and flowed into the empty water storage space inside, and then discharged from here. When the water flow in the body completely dissipated, Chuan Yi took a deep breath of air. This is the result of Chuan Yi's weak. The Red Dragon Burning Sky armor achieved the conditions for underwater swimming through the soul guide effect. Then, Chuan Yi directly took off the fiery sun gauntlet on the other hand. Then, without a trace of hesitation, he detonated the last gauntlet. Puff! Chuan Yi, whose martial soul was completely damaged, spat out a large mouthful of blood this time. The spiritual power and soul power in Chuan Yi's body were rapidly draining away. The vast sea of spiritual power was also visible to the naked eye's speed decreased. Fortunately, at this time, the energy of the Red Dragon Eye was firmly guarding Chuan Yi's spiritual sea, stopping the speed of the loss of spiritual power. The degree of pain that Chuan Yi endured at this time was stronger than any previous extreme training. However, Chuan Yi still had no time to pay attention to himself. His eyes were fixed on the scene outside the helmet. Through the sealed helmet, Chuan Yi's Red Dragon Eye saw the dark gold sphere that fell into the spring water due to the damage of the martial soul. Chuan Yi endured the pain of the broken martial soul, and used the remaining mental power to stimulate the energy absorption of the Red Dragon Horn, drive the surrounding fire element energy, and gather the scattered metallic energy. Under high pressure and high temperature environment, these metallic energies were purified at a very fast speed. With the dark gold sphere as the center, the surrounding metallic energy slowly gathered. The thumb-sized sphere expanded again, and then condensed again. Chuan Yi maintained his will and paid attention to the changes in these energies. Half an hour later, the dark gold energy returned to the size of a thumb again, but this time, it seemed to be moved by Chuan Yi's will. It completely bloomed with an extreme breath that could compete with the ultimate fire. Chapter 383 Condensing into a Hammer. The round spherical liquid energy released an extremely sharp and thick breath that was completely opposite to its appearance. Chuan Yi, who looked at the dark gold sphere through the red dragon pupil, was also stimulated by the golden light. Chuan Yi, who looked tired, finally smiled. After half an hour of cultivation, Chuan Yi's spiritual sea and soul power have been completely stabilized. Thanks to the complete connection of the 8 meridians in the body, the bridge between heaven and earth was connected, which accumulated a large enough soul power reserve for Chuan Yi. Otherwise, the impact of the broken martial soul might cause Chuan Yi's cultivation to drop directly to level 61. At this time, Chuan Yi's cultivation had roughly fallen to level 67. With Chuan Yi's current cultivation speed, this loss could be recovered quickly. However, there is a problem here. Without the martial soul, even if Chuan Yi's cultivation speed becomes very fast, he cannot cross the bottleneck of level 70. Because, without the martial soul, it is impossible to absorb the soul ring. For this reason, Chuan Yi must recast the martial soul. Fortunately, at the very end, Chuan Yi still has the external soul bone that can absorb the extreme heat elemental force. Therefore, the most important thing at this stage is to reconnect with it. This is also the important reason why Chuan Yi deliberately wore a helmet before. Although it has lost its shape, the dark gold ball in front of him is indeed Chuan Yi's martial soul. Without the martial soul, Chuan Yi cannot exert the power of the ultimate fire with the soul power in his body. Without the suppression of the ultimate fire, Chuan Yi cannot smoothly absorb the martial soul origin that has evolved into the ultimate gold. Fortunately, the passage in the lower body is protected by the external soul bone, otherwise, Chuan Yi would have to wear leg armor. Among them, the most fundamental reason is that the broken martial soul will turn into elemental force and dissipate between heaven and earth. Moreover, more importantly, with the filtering function of the external soul bone, Chuan Yi can use it to filter the external heat elemental force and convert it into fire element energy that he can absorb now. However, at this moment, it is cut off from Chuan Yi. The closer it is, the more Chuan Yi can feel the sharp breath hidden inside. Although this process is much more troublesome than direct absorption, Chuan Yi can only do this without fire immunity. Driven by the surging fire element torrent, Chuan Yi's martial soul origin slowly approaches Chuan Yi. However, in the high pressure and high temperature environment deep in the spring, Chuan Yi's martial soul origin is completely preserved. According to common sense, it is almost impossible to restore the broken martial soul to its original state. The external soul bone is the biggest reason for Chuan Yi to choose to self-destruct his martial soul. However, the problem now is that without the scorching sun gauntlet, Chuan Yi not only loses the fire immunity characteristic, but also loses the fire control ability that he is proud of. Chuan Yi activated the fire ban, and the terrifying suction force is like a bottomless black hole, madly devouring the surrounding flame energy. Having lost the fire immunity attribute, Chuan Yi can only rely on the dragonization of the attached soul bone to resist the extreme heat of the energy that can melt gold and dissolve bones. The vermilion red dragon horn burst into a blazing white light. Solving the problem of fire immunity is not the end. The eyes, nostrils, ear canals, and other parts are not protected at all. If this breath is allowed to burst out completely, even the red dragon burning heaven armor and dragon scales combined cannot defend it. The sharpness of the ultimate gold cannot be blocked by ordinary objects. However, under the suppression of the extreme heat of the energy, even the ultimate gold can only maintain a liquid state. Chuan Yi made up his mind and absorbed this ball of energy into the energy space inside the dragon horn through the red dragon horn. The space inside the red dragon horn was blazing white. The fire element, which was already extremely hot, reached a very terrifying level after being compressed by the red dragon horn. Here, the breath of the ultimate gold was further reduced. Chuan Yi felt this familiar and unfamiliar energy through his mental power and showed emotion. I didn't expect to get to know you again in this way, my martial soul. As a part of Chuan Yi, he should be right, but on the other hand, Chuan Yi feels that it is so mysterious and so strange. What is a martial soul? Even now, Chuan Yi has not found the answer to this question. Matter and energy, a martial soul that can exist in two forms. Although Chuan Yi can see the structure of it with the red dragon eye, he has not yet understood the true mystery contained in it. Perhaps, he could take this opportunity to get to know the martial spirit. Chuan Yi used the red dragon horn to firmly lock the ultimate gold in the energy space. Then, he quietly mobilized the blood, soul power and mental power in his body. The three energies quietly merged in Chuan Yi's body and gradually condensed under Chuan Yi's control. The soft and transparent energy gradually became hard and heavy. Under Chuan Yi's drive, this energy, like liquid metal, followed the meridians in the body and headed towards the red dragon horn. This energy poured into the red dragon horn space. Because the external soul bone and Chuan Yi were integrated into one, the heat in it had no effect on Chuan Yi's soul power, mental power, and blood. After entering the space, Chuan Yi's energy condensed again. Gradually, the liquid energy began to solidify. Finally, this energy turned into a vermilion iron hammer. Dang! The red hammer, under Chuan Yi's control, was formed by the three energies in his body and hit the surface of the ultimate gold heavily. It was clearly a solid hitting a liquid, but it made a sound of solid hitting solid. The roar of the hammer was transmitted to every corner of Chuan Yi through the dragon horn. Under this blow, the red hammer was broken by the recoil, but the round surface of the ultimate gold also produced a wave that spread to the entire sphere due to the impact. At this moment, Chuan Yi felt the vibration very clearly through his whole body and mind. Before the vibration completely dissipated, Chuan Yi controlled the red hammer again and hit the ultimate gold heavily. In this blow, the recoiled red hammer drew a beautiful arc, perfectly integrating the recoil force into the next blow. Chuan Yi applied his own combo method to it. A huge roar broke out in Chuan Yi's body, and under the effect of bone conduction, the vibration of the sound instantly spread throughout his body. The originally calm bottom of the water also produced slight ripples due to this vibration. Under such a strong vibration, Chuan Yi's whole body was swept by a tingling sensation. However, at this moment, he didn't care about the feeling of his body at all. He was concentrating on the ball of ultimate gold, and the third blow hit the dark gold ball again. Seeing this, you can actually see Chuan Yi's plan. Yes, he treated the ultimate gold as a piece of metal and used himself as a hammer to hammer it. At this time, Chuan Yi's consciousness had been completely integrated into the hammer. Every vibration made Chuan Yi feel the toughness of the ultimate gold very clearly. Moreover, Chuan Yi had been forging iron for many years, and had never encountered such a pure and powerful iron block. With the purity of the ultimate gold, there was no need for any purification. However, the purpose of Chuan Yi's hammering it was not to purify it, but to connect it with the martial soul origin inside it. Chapter 384, Endowing Gold with Spirit. Each type of metal contains unique patterns inside. If the patterns are not damaged, continuing to hammer the metal will allow Chuan Yi to have a special resonance with the metal. In this case, Chuan Yi can feel the breath and emotions of the metal. Every time he hammers, the metal will release a carefree emotion. When this emotion continues to accumulate and reaches a certain critical point, the entire metal will sublimate. At this point, the metal is no longer a dead object. It will be endowed with a weak spirituality. In this process, the forger will have a special connection with the metal. Chuan Yi's purpose is to use forging to establish this special connection with the ultimate gold. Only in this way can Chuan Yi safely pass through the ultimate gold, rebuild the connection with the origin of the martial soul, and finally achieve the recasting of the martial soul. The rapid hammering followed one after another, and the momentum of the combo has accumulated to 54 times. The red hammer that combines 3 energies is the final version of Gang, and its hardness is not weaker than the original Fiery Sun Gauntlet. However, fortunately, after 54 hammer strikes, Chuan Yi's consciousness gradually sank into the ultimate gold, and during the 54 hammer strikes, he felt a very slight emotion. 9 hammer shadows turned into 9 red rays, falling on the 9 sides of the dark gold sphere at the same time. The method of combo is to stack. Although Chuan Yi had never hit more than 72 times before, it was because all the metal strengths before did not allow Chuan Yi to use stronger power. However, it was about to reach the 72nd combo, and the ultimate gold did not accumulate enough comfort. This level alone could not support its sublimation. That was a comfortable emotion. Of course, the price of powerful power is terrible consumption. Finally, Chuan Yi felt that he had a weak connection with the ultimate gold. However, Chuan Yi's combo did not stop. Chuan Yi gritted his teeth, and the red hammer carried the superimposed force and hit the ultimate gold faster. Dang! As Chuan Yi expected, the ultimate gold did not sublimate. In an instant, 9 circular ripples appeared on the surface of the dark gold sphere. The vibration force collided with each other and superimposed on each other, producing mysterious and complex ripples. When the combo reached the 70th time, the change in the volume of the ultimate gold finally became visible to the naked eye. At this point, the speed of the red hammer suddenly increased. The 72nd combo landed on the ultimate gold. Since the 712 consecutive hits are not enough, so keep stacking them. The extreme vibration caused the red dragon horn to tremble slightly. The thumb-sized sphere shrank by about 10% in volume, and Chuan Yi also had a certain fit with the ultimate gold. Chuan Yi, delighted, decided to strike while the iron was hot and continue to strengthen his connection with the ultimate gold. However, the ultimate gold is worthy of being the ultimate gold. The 54 consecutive hits only caused the dark gold sphere to shrink slightly inward. If it weren't for the 8 hidden meridians that were connected, which greatly enhanced the recovery ability, Chuan Yi really didn't dare to use this move so boldly. The red hammer that integrates mental power can be controlled more accurately and detect the recoil force, which is far better than using fists. However, in this complex change, the ultimate gold conveyed an unprecedented sense of freedom and burst out with the brilliant golden light contained in it. At the same time, the terrifying power accumulated by 9981 hammers shattered the red hammer, and the red hammer suddenly turned into a thick blood mist that stained the dark gold that was shining with golden light. Outside, the dragon scales on the surface of Kunyi also appeared like dark gold spheres, with complex ripples. The vibration force in the red dragon horn spread to the whole body with the attached soul bone. For a while, thick blood mist was ejected from the gaps between all the dragon scales. Even if the vibration force did not act directly on the body, the superposition of 8 the power of the 11 hammers is not that simple. Chuan Yi's body, like the dark gold sphere, endured the vibration of the hammers throughout the whole process. This actually exposed all the weaknesses in Chuan Yi's body to the vibrations everywhere. Especially the last 9 hammers, which made all the fragile parts of Chuan Yi's body break at the same time. Inside the helmet, Chuan Yi spurted out pungent blood, and his face turned pale because of the loss of blood. However, Chuan Yi, who was severely injured, had a bright smile on his face. Because he felt the special feeling of blood connection from the ultimate gold. Inside the red dragon horn, the ultimate gold was flowing happily. In the space of fire. Like the Yang dragon lance, the ultimate gold also gave birth to spiritual intelligence. Chuan Yi carefully extended the tentacles condensed by spiritual power. The ultimate gold seemed to sense Chuan Yi's approach. Facing Chuan Yi's spiritual tentacles, it not only did not resist, but on the contrary showed joy and pounced on Chuan Yi happily. When Chuan Yi's spiritual power came into contact with the ultimate gold, the two were like a perfect blend of water and milk. At this moment, Chuan Yi's consciousness entered a pure dark gold world. This space was filled with endless sharp breath. Is this the ultimate gold? Chuan Yi knew that he had entered the interior of the ultimate gold. Under his spiritual exploration, countless tiny sharp gold elements together constructed an entire world. Each of these tiny gold elements was the ultimate gold that was enough to cut off the red dragon burning heaven armor, but in the face of Chuan Yi's arrival, they automatically retracted their sharpness for fear of hurting Chuan Yi. At the same time, Chuan Yi felt the breath of the fiery sun gauntlet from this space. It was at this moment that the space that originally stored the martial soul suddenly began to vibrate. The martial soul origin hidden in the ultimate gold has a deeper connection with Chuan Yi's body. And the spirituality inside the ultimate gold also expressed joy about this, and it seemed a little impatient. Faced with such a situation, Chuan Yi would certainly not stop it. With Chuan Yi's permission, the ultimate gold instantly disappeared from the red dragon horn. The next moment, the ultimate gold suddenly appeared in the storage space that was supposed to store the fiery sun gauntlet. With the return of the martial soul origin to its original position, everything is back on track. The ultimate gold that appeared in the martial soul space completely lost the suppression of the red dragon horn. However, it suppressed its sharp aura on its own. However, what surprised Chuan Yi was that at this moment it actually flowed in the martial soul space in the form of a dragon. However, things have not yet been completely settled. The calm martial soul space suddenly burst out with a strong suction force, madly absorbing Chuan Yi's soul power. Countless fire attribute souls the power poured into the martial soul space, and the waiting dark gold dragon opened its mouth and directly absorbed the fire attribute soul power into its body. With the absorption of the fire attribute soul power, the martial soul origin inside the dark gold dragon began to grow rapidly, and a tiny but tenacious flame suddenly emerged from the dragon's body. The breath emitted by this flame was so conspicuous in the world of extreme gold. At the same time, the burning feeling from the red dragon's horn gradually subsided. Fire immunity, the ultimate fire, returned again. Chapter 385 Dragon Soul. The familiar feeling returned, which made Chuan Yi feel relieved. However, there was another surprising situation hidden in it. Chuan Yi's fire immunity is a characteristic of the martial soul. It will only be activated when wearing the scorching sun gauntlet. However, at this moment, Chuan Yi found that his body entered the fire immunity state without summoning the martial soul. Through mental exploration, Chuan Yi found that this was because the fire immunity attribute hidden in the hard gauntlet flowed into Chuan Yi's body during the process of the martial soul origin reconnecting with the body. Chuan Yi could feel that the body's resistance to fire was constantly increasing. The martial soul remodeling is actually the process of remodeling the body. As the connection between the martial soul origin and the body becomes closer and closer, both of them are deeply affecting each other. The martial soul origin contained in the ultimate gold, under the infusion of the fire attribute soul power of the same origin like a seed breaking out of its shell and sprouting. The appearance of the ultimate fire is the sprout that has sprouted out. Chuan Yi, who has regained his fire immunity, released all the flame energy that has accumulated to the limit into his body. However, in addition to this incident, there was actually something that Chuan Yi did not notice. However, in the face of the domineering nature of the fire immunity attribute, the magma had no effect on Chuan Yi at all. Then, it changed from a dragon shape back to a round spherical shape, and it was divided into two from the middle, into two spheres. Chuan Yi has been a blacksmith for many years and has never encountered such a situation. Faced with the nearly infinite energy infusion, the dark gold dragon comfortably called out the sound of a dragon's roar. Chuan Yi could feel that this dragon soul was a special life with independent consciousness. This also made Chuan Yi's connection with it closer. It was during this period that the ultimate gold, which was given the breath of life by Chuan Yi, actually attracted a special thing deep in Yang Chuan. Chuan Yi knew that this was the special life that was nurtured in the martial soul after sublimation. Due to the damage of the red hammer, Chuan Yi's mind fell into a state of short-term trance. It was in this situation that the soul hidden in the metal revealed its true appearance. The soul power that had just been transformed was not allowed to stay for too long before Chuan Yi sent it all to the martial soul space. The red dragon-shaped soul rushed out of the sphere and wandered in the martial soul space. It was at that time that the red hammer shattered and turned into mental power, soul power, and blood and merged into the interior of the ultimate gold. The feeling of the meridians being filled with energy made Chuanyi more confident. This form of existence is more advanced than the spirituality born from the Xiang Dragon Lance. The blazing white fire attribute energy was too compressed and thick like magma. When he saw this dragon soul, he immediately thought of Huo Wu's Wutong. He also clearly remembered the last 9 consecutive hammer strikes, which caused ups and downs on the surface of the sphere and instantly burst into sublimated light. Yes, it was life. The blazing white magma was quickly transformed into fire attribute soul power under the operation of the meridians throughout the body. That is a wisp of dragon soul origin hidden in the deepest part of the spring. At the bottom of this spring of ice and fire, there are actually 2 corpses of dragon kings. They are called Water Dragon King and Fire Dragon King. They are one of the 9 sons of the dragon god, the ancestor of soul beasts. Moreover, both dragon kings had god-level strength when they were alive. Later, due to various circumstances, the corpses of the 2 dragon kings fell here and turned into spring water to nourish all things. However, the dragon king died, but the dragon soul did not die. The dragon soul origin without consciousness, wisdom, and form floated in the depths of the spring. However, even so, when the extreme gold sublimated, the breath of life it burst out triggered the dragon soul's instinct for life. Driven by instinct, it flew to the location where Chuanyi was. The speed of soul movement is comparable to the speed of light. In addition, the red dragon horn on Chuanyi's forehead drove the flow of underlying energy with terrifying energy absorption, causing the dragon soul to speed up its approach. The combination of the 2 made the dragon soul escape Chuanyi's detection. Otherwise, with Chuanyi's insight, he would probably have directly crushed the approach of the unknown spiritual fluctuations. However, it was Chuanyi's negligence that allowed the dragon soul to be integrated into the ultimate gold, adding more spirituality to it, and transforming it into a special life with independent consciousness. At this time, the dragon soul floating in the martial soul space was a special product that combined the dragon soul of the Fire Dragon King and the spirituality of the ultimate gold. Because the ultimate gold happened to contain the origin of Chuanyi's martial soul, this dragon soul also became a part of his martial soul by accident. Of course, Chuanyi didn't know about this. He could only refer to the spirituality of the birth of the Xiang Dragon Lance and speculate that this dragon soul was a higher existence than the former. In fact, Chuanyi's speculation was not wrong. Forging has levels. Making metal spiritual is one level, giving metal life is another level, and giving metal independent consciousness is a higher level. According to the level, the dragon soul and the ultimate gold in the martial soul space should belong to the third party, and the Xiang Dragon Lance can be regarded as the second one. However, the problem is that with Chuanyi's level, he is actually far from reaching the third level. However, due to the intrusion of the dragon soul origin, the ultimate gold was forcibly pulled to the third level. Generally, in this case, the strength of the metal itself does not meet the standard, resulting in the inability of spiritual intelligence to adapt. However, as the ultimate gold, it can actually perfectly adapt to the dragon soul of the Fire Dragon King without any hammering. Chuanyi hammered the ultimate gold completely for the purpose of re-establishing the connection. However, on the other hand, even if the ultimate gold can adapt to the dragon soul, without Chuanyi's hammering, it cannot be sublimated into life and attract the dragon soul. It can only be said that various coincidences are superimposed together to jointly construct a situation that Chuanyi could not predict. A vermilion dot suddenly appeared on the surface of the 2 equally divided metal spheres. In addition, the red dot grew larger and larger as soul power was input. The Yanjian pattern, which symbolized the ultimate fire, instantly stained the entire metal surface. At the same time, the 2 spheres became flat and began to extend outward, as if to form a special shape. Another hour passed, and with the infusion of a huge amount of soul power, the process of reshaping the martial soul was nearing its end. In the martial soul space, the 2 balls of extreme gold finally revealed their final shape. It was a pair of metal gauntlets with a special shape. Unlike the previous scorching sun gauntlets, it was very thin, and its shape was perfectly matched with Chuanyi's hands. The back of the hand even highlighted the distinct protrusions. In addition to this, another point worth noting is that the 10 fingertips of the gauntlet are not oval, but sharp claws extending forward. The sharp fingertips flowed with a faint golden fluorescence, and just looking at it would make the pupils ache. The sharp breath of the extreme gold was fully displayed on the claws. Just before the martial soul was completely formed, the dragon soul suspended in the sky was shaking its little head and choosing the residence it wanted to live in. Chapter 386, Martial Soul Mutation. Dark Gold Yang Dragon Claw. However, looking at the two identical hand armors, it fell into thought. Finally, the dragon soul, which really couldn't be chosen, suddenly brightened up, and its body was actually divided into two, dark gold and scarlet dragon souls. Then, they poured into the left and right hand armors respectively. The dragon soul returned to its position, and the martial soul was finalized. Two dragon roars erupted from the depths of Chuan Yi's soul. The martial soul, which was still absorbing soul power, began to output dark gold and vermilion energy in reverse to transform Chuan Yi's body. Chuan Yi's damaged body began to recover rapidly under the feedback of the two energies of extreme gold and extreme fire. The damaged parts under the shock were all relatively fragile parts. Under the feedback of the two energies, these parts were not only repaired, but also strengthened. Especially under the effect of extreme gold, Chuan Yi's bones, flesh, and meridians were all rendered with a faint dark gold fluorescence. However, this is still a long way from being indestructible. The light disappeared, and Chuan Yi's hands seemed to be covered with dark gold skin covered with scarlet sun patterns. After taking it, it did greatly enhance Chuan Yi's physique, especially the strength and power of his limbs. It is rumored that taking Qirong Tong Tianzhu can make the eater practice an indestructible body. The water pressure here can no longer restrict Chuan Yi too much, so it can be seen to what extent Chuan Yi's body has been strengthened. If you don't look carefully, you can't see it at all, but their appearance makes the toughness of the external soul bone sore. The softness of this martial soul is not like metal at all, but more like a rubber glove. The cold dragon pupils bloomed with brilliant golden light again, and the difference from before was that this golden light was like a sharp edge. In the red jade-colored external soul bone, a faint golden fluorescence also appeared, like tiny gold sand scattered in a transparent glass bottle. However, when Chuan Yi's fists collided, a dull metal collision sound erupted, and the impact of the collision could not penetrate the thin protective layer. In the dragon state, Chuan Yi's body was covered with dragon scales, but this martial soul was perfectly matched, showing scale-like protrusions. Chuan Yi clenched his fists, and saw that the thin martial soul, like Chuan Yi's skin, was tightly attached to his palms and arms. The flow of dark gold energy did not stop there. It passed through the body and flowed into Chuan Yi's external soul bone. Soul summoning. The two hand armors looked the same, but Chuan Yi could feel the two spiritual fluctuations contained in the two hand armors. Chuan Yi stretched his body comfortably in the water, and crackling sounds rang out from all parts of his body. Dark gold and vermilion flashes appeared in Chuan Yi's left and right hands respectively. After a long time, the martial soul's feedback finally ended, and Chuan Yi's body completely recovered from all injuries, and his physical condition was several times stronger than before the damage. After relaxing his stiff body, Chuan Yi silently chanted in his heart. However, under the nourishment of the ultimate gold, Chuan Yi's body seemed to be moving towards true indestructibility. Chuan Yi took off the sealed helmet on his head. The left hand contained the dark gold dragon soul representing the ultimate gold, and the right hand contained the red dragon soul representing the ultimate fire. They expressed their admiration to Chuan Yi at the same time. Chuan Yi looked at the dragon soul that was connected to his blood, and felt a sense of intimacy in his heart, as if he was looking at his own children. No, strictly speaking, they got life because of Chuan Yi, and Chuan Yi was their father. In this case, children, let me see your skills. Chuan Yi conveyed words of encouragement to the dragon soul, and the encouraged dragon soul could no longer contain its excitement. The martial soul that was close to the skin began to melt into liquid like ice cream and dripped down the arm. The dripping liquid all condensed into a ball and floated in front of Chuan Yi's eyes. Then, two balls of liquid metal quickly solidified in front of Chuan Yi's eyes and turned into pocket-sized dragons the size of a palm. Their appearance and shape can be said to be exactly the same, the only difference is the color of their pupils, one is dark gold and the other is red. The dragon-shaped hand armor provides a body that can be freely controlled by the dragon soul. They drive the elemental body composed of extreme gold and wander around Chuan Yi at will. Chuan Yi stretched out his palm to call them. The two dragons rushed to fly to the palm, and when they saw the limited space, the dragon souls that were moving forward in parallel merged together during the flight. Finally, a dragon that was twice as large as Chuan Yi landed on Chuan Yi's forearm and licked Chuan Yi's palm with its metal tongue. The cold touch from his palms made Izumi once again confirm that they were made of metal. This time, after completing the recasting of the martial spirit, Chuan Yi's martial spirit has undergone earth-shaking changes. First of all, the most important change is that the attribute of Chuan Yi's martial soul has changed from a single attribute of ultimate fire to the dual attributes of ultimate fire and ultimate gold. Second, a dragon soul that did not exist before appeared in the martial soul. Moreover, in essence, there is only one dragon soul, but it can be divided and fused freely. There is another important point in this, that is, the dragon soul can only be split into two at most, and one half must inherit the ultimate gold and the other half must inherit the ultimate fire. Chuan Yi didn't know why this happened, but fortunately, the split dragon soul would not affect the attributes of the two gauntlets. The two gauntlets possessed both ultimate fire and ultimate gold. However, the dragon soul can respectively enhance the properties of the hand armor and exert a stronger effect. Third, the characteristics of Wuhan have undergone significant changes. That means it can change shape at will like a liquid. This is because it constructs its entire body with pure ultimate gold elements. In essence, it is actually a ball of gold elements. However, because the characteristics of the gold element are the same as those of metal, it will show extraordinary hardness, strength, and other characteristics. With the blessing of the dragon soul, the freely transformable gauntlet can even become a pet and fly freely. This is like Chuan Yi's sixth soul skill, the red dragon coming to the world. The difference between the two is that the gauntlet with the dragon soul has autonomous consciousness and can automatically control it, while the birth of the red dragon requires Izumi to control it throughout the process. This change sounds very similar to the weapon soul's beast transformation, but in fact the two are completely different. Weapon spirit beast transformation is a situation where certain special weapon spirit owners transform into beasts when using their true form. The transformation of Chuan Yi's gauntlet is entirely based on the shape-changing characteristics of the gauntlet, mimicking the state of a dragon. It is not a true beast transformation. Based on the above changes, Chuan Yi knew that the name Fire Sun Gauntlets could no longer represent this new martial spirit. Therefore, Chuan Yi combined the various characteristics of Wuhan and gave it a brand new name. Dark Golden Yang Dragon Claw. Kun Yi looked at Xiao Long lying on his arm and conveyed the message with his mind. With gold and red eyes slightly bright, Xiao Long quickly climbed to Chuan Yi's back. Then, its sharp claws clasped the dragon scales tightly, and its tail sprayed out blazing white flames, pushing Izumi upwards. Chapter 387 Soul Fusion, Magnificent Red. At this moment, Xiao Long becomes Chuan Yi's propeller again, providing power for Chuan Yi. The flames sprayed by the little dragon contain 100% of the increase brought by the dragon transformation. On top of this, there is another important factor. That is the blessing of the dragon soul. Just as purified metal produces characteristics, the presence of the dragon soul also gives the gauntlet corresponding characteristics. Taking the dragon soul at this moment as an example, the complete dragon soul in the fused state can enhance the power of ultimate gold and ultimate fire. Moreover, it is still a 100% increase. And when the dragon souls are split, they will each inherit the amplification effects of the two attributes. The same is true. With an increase of 200%, Xiaolong's advancement speed was extremely astonishing. Simply because, from Douluo's perspective, Chuan Yi gave him a completely different feeling than a few hours ago. The fire dance at this time, no, to be more precise, the phoenix tree is absorbing the energy of the coxcomb and phoenix sunflower, improving its own original power. Chuan Yi restrained his momentum and quietly poked his head out of the water, just in time to catch Douluo's sight. What on earth did this kid do at the bottom of the spring? Can a strange velvet blooming chrysanthemum cause such a change? Chuan Yi put his index finger to his lips, signaling not to disturb Huo Wu. Fortunately, I didn't miss this amazing scene. To put it simply, the existence of the dragon soul is like the soul ring effect of the martial soul. Moreover, it is a constant and amplifying soul skill that does not require additional consumption. His body and even the martial soul in his body were trembling slightly. If you look closely, you can also find that part of the aperture is still black. However, the black part is turning into red. A few hours passed, and Huo Wu also reached the critical moment of absorption. More importantly, these two abilities consume very little and can greatly enhance Chuan Yi's strength and long-lasting combat capabilities. What surprised Chuan Yi even more was that a deep red aperture appeared in his field of vision. Just by adding dragon transformation and dragon soul increase, there is a 200% increase. This halo of light is contained in Huo Wu's body, and Chuan Yi also observed this scene with the help of his red dragon pupils. However, Douluo's pupils contained unprecedented shock. Moreover, it is not too far away from completely turning red. This is an irresistible instinctive fear. At the same time, Chuan Yi also noticed Huo Wu, who was still in a cross-legged state. As the altitude rises, the water pressure gradually subsides and the speed becomes faster and faster. Douluo nodded repeatedly, and in his movements, besides panic, there was also awe that he was not even aware of. Subconsciously, Chuan Yi is no longer a simple junior, but a strong man whose strength far exceeds his. In Douluo continent, the strong are respected, and this law of the jungle has long been deeply rooted in Douluo's body. In fact, from Douluo's reaction, we can also see how amazing Chuan Yi's improvement is. Chuan Yi climbed up the shore. Fortunately, his whole body was covered with dragon scales, so he didn't have to worry about being seen naked. The little dragon clinging to his back climbed to the top of Chuan Yi's head, and his little head just passed through the red dragon horn, curiously observing the surrounding scene. Dragon Soul was born not long ago, and it was the time to be curious about everything. Chuan Yi did not stop it, but just gave the order to keep quiet. Douluo also noticed the little dragon on Chuan Yi's head. Even though he had felt surprise from Chuan Yi countless times, he still couldn't get used to it. What's wrong with this world? Am I too old and can't keep up with the changes in the world? Chuan Yi didn't have time to explain Douluo's doubts at this time. His attention was completely focused on Huo Wu. Huo Wu's absorption process was too ordinary, and it seemed that there was no change from her usual practice. This is because the medicinal power of the coxcomb phoenix sunflower was locked in Huo Wu's body without a single leak. At the same time, the medicinal power was fully infused into Wu Tong by Huo Wu. After several hours of absorption, Wu Tong no longer felt weak, and the soul fluctuations he emitted even surpassed the original undead phoenix. You should know that the undead phoenix is a powerful soul beast that is more than 90,000 years old. The medicinal power of the coxcomb phoenix sunflower has an extremely significant effect on Wu Tong's life source. The improvement of the source power directly drives the level of the soul ring. Chuan Yi can observe that the lines on the soul ring are also changing during the color change process. On the basis of retaining the original lines, it expands outward and becomes more complex and denser. Chuan Yi cannot miss the miraculous moment when the soul ring transforms from 10,000 years to 100,000 years. While memorizing the changes in the lines, he pays close attention to Huo Wu's state. After several hours of digestion, the medicinal power of the coxcomb phoenix sunflower will soon be completely consumed. In Huo Wu's spiritual space, Wu Tong, who had closed his eyes and was recovering his original power, suddenly opened his phoenix eyes. A clanging phoenix cry spread all around, and Wu Tong spread his gorgeous wings, showing his graceful dance posture. At the same time, the changing soul ring suddenly burst out with a terrifying suction force. In an instant, the energy of the coxcomb phoenix sunflower was completely consumed, and the suction force began to absorb Huo Wu's soul power. During the absorption process, the energy of the coxcomb phoenix sunflower was all used to replenish Wu Tong's life source, but as a soul ring, the source alone is not enough, and it also requires a magnificent soul power. However, Huo Wu's sixth soul ring is in the process of evolution, and she is now unable to use the protection of the phoenix to enhance her own soul power recovery. This makes Huo Wu's soul power recovery speed slower than the absorption speed of the soul ring. Paying attention to Huo Wu's dilemma, Chuan Yi went around behind Huo Wu, put his hands on Huo Wu's back, and transmitted his soul power into Huo Wu's body. At this time, Chuan Yi's body contained two different energies, dark gold and vermilion. He chose the vermilion soul power representing the fire attribute and transferred it into Huo Wu's body. During the process of martial soul feeding back, Chuan Yi not only recovered his body, but also completely recovered his cultivation level that had fallen due to martial soul. Moreover, Chuan Yi's soul power recovery speed at this time was not inferior to Huo Wu's sixth soul skill at all. Huo Wu felt the familiar breath pouring into her body, and her heart suddenly settled down. Chuan Yi's vermilion soul power followed Huo Wu's meridians and soon reached Huo Wu's danshan. When the vermilion and orange soul powers met here, they reflected each other and began to blend. This magnificent energy that fused the soul powers of the two people burst out with extremely powerful energy fluctuations. Since the two people entered the extreme fire realm at the same time, this is the first time they have entered the martial soul fusion state. Although this is only the fusion of soul power, the fusion of two extreme fire soul powers will be extremely terrifying. In terms of level, it is at the same level as Chuan Yi's nebula, and is a higher level energy that is more powerful than the extreme. After completing the fusion of soul power, Chuan Yi handed over the control of the fused soul power to Huo Wu. Huo Wu understood and immediately poured the fused soul power into the soul ring. When the soul ring was stained with the gorgeous red, the black spots on the soul ring were completely erased. At the same time, the entire soul ring bloomed with a gorgeous color different from the ordinary 100,000-year soul ring. Chapter 388 Wutong Origin Improvement, Huo Wu's 100,000-year soul ring. Huo Wu's sixth soul ring completely transformed into a 100,000-year soul ring at this moment. Moreover, this change is still continuing. High-level energy with extremely high purity continuously flows into the soul ring, rapidly increasing the strength of the soul ring. With Chuan Yi's blessing, although Huo Wu's soul power recovery speed has not increased, the role played by each strand of soul power has increased by dozens of times. Under the infusion of this high-level soul power, the color of the 100,000-year soul ring continued to deepen. Soon, another hour passed, and the suction of the soul ring gradually slowed down during this period. Chuan Yi and Huo Wu could feel that the energy that the soul ring could absorb was close to its limit. The limit of this soul ring was directly linked to the strength of the Wutong source. Although the effect of the coxcomb phoenix sunflower was powerful, it also had its limits. Seeing this, Chuan Yi's eyes suddenly lit up, and he whispered, "Xiao Wu, give me the control." This allowed her to withstand the impact of the 100,000-year soul ring in a hurry. After waiting for a moment, the magnificent soul ring burst out with hot energy. This is the soul attribute enhancement brought by the transformation of the ring. He first used soul power to transform into a thin film to cover Huo Wu's meridians, and then separated 6 soul powers to accelerate the circulation of energy in the meridians. The strength of Wutong's origin barely exceeded the 100,000-year mark, and the energy it could withstand was roughly the same. This energy spread to Huo Wu's whole body in the blink of an eye and transformed everything about her. The feedback brought by the 100,000-year soul ring was extremely rapid. These 6 soul powers drove the energy of the soul ring and fiercely impacted the 6 acupoints in Huo Wu's body. Chuan Yi's voice reached Huo Wu's ears. Huo Wu withdrew her consciousness without any hesitation and completely gave her body to Chuan Yi. The high-level fusion soul power was a cone, and the energy of the 100,000-year soul ring was a hammer. The seemingly thick iron wall was pierced in just a moment. That's right, Chuan Yi wanted to take this opportunity to help Huo Wu penetrate all the hidden meridians in her body. However, even so, facing the overwhelming energy pouring down like a flood, Huo Wu's tough meridians were expanded more than twice. When the soul power of the two could no longer be integrated into the soul ring, the two tacitly stopped outputting. After 10 months of practice, Huo Wu's meridians and body strength reached an extremely terrifying state. Chuan Yi did not disappoint Huo Wu's trust, and instantly took over the control of the soul power and began to take over Huo Wu's body. The strength of the meridians, flesh, bones, and mental power rose rapidly at this moment. The energy that squeezed the meridians of the whole body, like a flood, flowed into the 6 branches along the cave entrance. Huo Wu's reaction was also very fast. She immediately operated her soul power to digest the tremendous energy brought by the 100,000-year soul ring. This reminded Chuan Yi of the situation when Chuan Li absorbed the soul ring of the evil demon killer Whale King. The energy of the 100,000-year soul ring quickly penetrated all the acupoints of Huo Wu, and the blood and qi in Huo Wu's body were also fully stimulated. The flow of blood and qi accelerated the speed of the increase in physical attributes. An hour passed, and all 6 of Huo Wu's hidden meridians were connected. At this moment, Huo Wu reached the realm of Tongtian. The energy of the 100,000-year soul ring was completely swallowed up by the terrifying suction force that erupted from Huo Wu's body. The reason why Huo Wu could absorb the 100,000-year soul ring so quickly was not only the terrifying digestion power brought by the 8 hidden meridians, but also the more important reason that the feedback energy of the soul ring was not like the real 100,000-year soul ring. Before, Huo Wu had absorbed the soul ring of the 90,000-year period, and the energy at this time was just to make up the difference. This also made the energy this time less. However, the sum of the 2 times was indeed at the level of a 100,000-year soul ring. Chuan Yi loosened his palm at the right time, and Huo Wu also opened her eyes at this moment. In her bright eyes, the shadow of a phoenix flashed, and an extremely powerful aura burst out from her body. After this absorption, Huo Wu's soul power directly increased by 3 levels. Before, Huowu's soul power level was level 65. In just a few hours, she reached level 68. In fact, with Huowu's current cultivation and the properties of the ultimate fire, absorbing coxcomb phoenix sunflower can only improve her level by 1 level at most. However, due to Huowu's choice, she gained a greater harvest. The combination of the hidden meridians and the feedback energy of the 100,000 year soul ring brought Huowu a huge leap. And this is just the improvement of soul power, and the attribute increase brought to Huowu by the 100,000 year soul ring has not been calculated. And the most important soul skill of the 100,000 year soul ring. Huowu felt the vigorous power flowing in her body in disbelief, turned around and threw herself into Chuan Yi's arms. For the principle of confidentiality, she did not reveal any information. However, the huge level improvement brought to her by Chuan Yi made her extremely happy. Chuan Yi was also happy, but his body was covered with dragon scales at this moment. Although some parts were blocked, he was no different from being naked at this time. He hurriedly reminded, "Xiao Wu, wait a minute, let me put on my clothes first." Huowu also felt the hard touch of Chuan Yi's body. At the same time, under Chuan Yi's reminder, for some reason, her eyes instinctively moved downwards. However, what caught Huowu's eyes was the hard red dragon scales. Huowu's face turned red in an instant. While she was shy, a trace of disappointment suddenly flashed through her heart. Huowu quickly looked away and spat, "Pervert, put on your clothes quickly." Chuan Yi had just climbed out of the spring, and his body was still stained with hot spring water. He couldn't put on clothes immediately. When the heat of the spring water subsided, Chuan Yi's attention was attracted by Wu Tong and the spirit ring, and he had no time at all. In addition, with the external spirit bone, the dragon scales covered his whole body, so Chuan Yi didn't think much about it. Chuan Yi immediately got up and took out clothes from the heart of the fiery Sunday. Just when Chuan Yi wanted to put on a short-sleeved shirt, the little dragon lying on his head cooperated and flew away from his head. Huowu then noticed the little dragon on top of her head. She was surprised and said, "What is this? Such a cute little dragon." Before Chuan Yi could explain, the little dragon actually floated directly towards Huowu. As the little dragon approached, Huowu felt a familiar feeling from the little dragon's body. Like Huowu, the little dragon also felt an unusually close breath from Huowu. It chirped crisply and happily hovered around Huowu's body. Huowu was not afraid of it either, and directly stretched out her arms to call the little dragon. The little dragon gently landed on Huowu's shoulder and licked Huowu's cheek affectionately. "So cool." Huowu smiled dotingly and stretched out her hand to tease the little dragon's body. It was this touch that made Huowu feel not only the cold touch of the metal, but also the spirit of Chuan Yi's fiery sun gauntlet. The attraction of the fusion of spirits made her realize at the first time that this little dragon was Chuan Yi's spirit. "Say hello, this is my spirit, Dark Gold Yang Dragon Claw." When absorbing the strange mushroom, the spirit mutated, giving birth to its own intelligence. Chapter 389 Intelligent Drone. It's amazing, can spirits mutate into intelligence? Huowu was indeed surprised at first, but she thought about it again, even spirit rings can host souls, so why can spirits not? What's more, there are special spirits on the continent that host beasts. Thinking of this, Huowu quickly accepted the fact. This is all the effect of that strange chrysanthemum. It not only replenishes the lack of gold element energy in my martial soul, but also helps me to connect the hidden meridians in my body. Xiao Wu, we have to thank Senior Douluo for his generous gift. After putting on his clothes, Chuan Yi took off his external soul bone. He took Huowu's hand and bowed respectfully to Douluo. "Thank you for the gift, Senior." Douluo was a little embarrassed. He knew the medicinal properties of these herbs best. It is said that a person's heart is revealed when he is rich. Douluo was both pleased and a little impressed that he could still maintain a grateful heart when he was at his most proud. The sharp hook on the fingertips added a sharp edge to it, giving people a sense of danger. Then, Chuan Yi snapped his fingers. There must be some changes that he didn't know about. It is rumored that the powerful ancient dragon is sealed inside this weapon martial soul. Your martial soul is somewhat similar to theirs. His eyes swept over the dark gold dragon hovering above the two people's heads, revealing a curious look. "If I were to recommend it to you, it would definitely not bring about such a change. The reason why such an effect can be achieved is that you have a sharp eye and chose the most suitable herbs for yourself." Seeing the martial soul that can change at will, Douluo's expression changed in a complex way. The perfectly fitting metal gauntlet sets off Chuan Yi's three-dimensional fingers like sculptures, with a beauty of strength and elegance. Chuan Yi concealed the dangerous situation of self-destructing martial soul and recasting martial soul, and only described the gold element making up for the shortcomings, which then caused unexpected changes. Looking at Chuan Yi, who schemed over the details lightly, Douluo decided not to ask any more questions. 2 herbs are not worth such gratitude, not to mention that these tonics can only serve as icing on the cake for you now. Although they are all precious herbs, the stronger the strength, the weaker the effect they can play. The 76th and 77th worshipper of the Elder Hall has the top weapon spirit, the Penlong stick. The two shouted in unison. Besides, it is a spirit of innate full spirit power level, how can it be so easy to mutate? The flying dragon split into 2 small dragons, each flying to the back of Chuan Yi's hand, and turned into liquid metal, quickly covering Chuan Yi's hands. Martial spirit mutation? What's the situation of your martial spirit now? But, your martial spirit is obviously more spiritual, and this is the first time I have seen a weapon spirit that can change its shape freely. I really look forward to what changes your martial spirit will undergo after obtaining the 7th spirit ring. Senior, are you referring to the transformation of the weapon spirit into a beast? Chuan Yi immediately realized what Douluo was expecting, because he actually had the same idea. Yes, if you can fully tap into your potential, the effect of your martial soul body will be far stronger than that of an ordinary weapon soul body. You should know that the beast transformation of weapon martial soul combines the toughness of weapon martial soul and the beast transformation amplification of beast martial soul. It will improve your strength more significantly. Chuan Yi also nodded frequently to show his approval. You should know that Chuan Yi's power attribute is different from that of ordinary people. If he can obtain the beast transformation amplification on this basis, it will better magnify Chuan Yi's advantages. We will soon know what will happen. Chuan Yi's eyes were bright, and he burst out with a confident glow. Then I wish you success in advance. However, I still want to remind you to be careful in everything. Douluo said this with a serious look, and Chuan Yi was quite moved. Thinking of the act of suddenly giving precious medicine at the time of parting, Chuan Yi understood that this was Douluo's implicit concern. I will be careful. Please rest assured, Senior. Chuan Yi clasped his fists and thanked Douluo again. That night, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu prepared a sumptuous dinner, which was both a farewell dinner and an expression of gratitude to Douluo. After a night of rest, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu left Ruri Forest on the Red Dragon. Their destination was Hanhai City. This time, Chuan Yi's purpose of coming out of retreat was very simple, that is, to obtain the 7th soul ring. Moreover, Chuan Yi's target was still a fire attribute soul beast with a cultivation level of more than 100,000 years. There are very few soul beasts with cultivation levels of this level. If you want to obtain a soul ring of 100,000 years, the first hurdle is to find a soul beast. Fortunately, Chuan Yi had found his target soul beast a long time ago, and that is why Chuan Yi flew straight to Hanhai City. In the clear sky, a scarlet flying dragon was galloping. It streaked across the sky like lightning. On the back of the flying dragon sat Chuan Yi and Huo Wu. It had been a long time since the two had practiced at this time, so they both cherished this rare leisure time. However, what was striking was that outside the shield covering the two, a gorgeous little dragon in dark gold and scarlet was suspended. At this time, their tails were emitting eye-catching red tail flames, and they followed the galloping red dragon closely. They did not grab or cling to the red dragon. This was completely their own flying speed. Huo Wu leaned on Chuan Yi, glanced at the little dragon, and said, Xiao Hong has been flying for more than an hour, and it seems to be very relaxed. Xiao Hong was the red one of the 2 split dragon souls. This was the name Huo Wu gave for the convenience of distinction. Well, although the speed of the red dragon is not slow, it is still not as fast as the light Xiao Hong. It didn't even reach its fastest speed. However, I did this not only to test the speed, but also to test the loss of soul power. Before taking off, I injected a quarter of my soul power into Xiao Hong's body. However, more than an hour has passed, and the stored soul power has been lost very little, only about 1/10. Huo Wu quickly calculated the flight distance in her mind. That means that with only a quarter of the soul power, Xiao Hong can fly thousands of miles. Why is the loss so low? Huo Wu asked in disbelief. The answer is very simple, that is open source and high efficiency. After my observation, Xiao Hong can automatically absorb the external fire element energy to replenish its own energy. Another thing is that Xiaohong can increase the power of fire by 100%. 1 point of soul power can be used by it to achieve more than twice the effect. Moreover, what is even more amazing is that this little guy constantly corrects his flying posture and position during the flight. It is using its own wisdom to think about a more labor-saving and efficient way of flying. Throughout the whole process, Chuanyi did not give any instructions except for the initial order to follow him. However, even so, Xiaohong constantly improved himself with his own high intelligence and completed his task perfectly. This amazing performance made Chuanyi see unparalleled potential from it in them. Chapter 390 Fengming Chaoyang. You know, in the modern wars of the previous life, the role of drones has become more and more important. A small aircraft can not only expand the reconnaissance range, but also enhance the strike capability by carrying weapons and equipment. And Xiaohong is like a powerful drone equipped with high-end intelligence. As long as the soul power is sufficient, it can definitely play more diverse functions. Chuanyi took the opportunity of returning home to continuously experiment with its various abilities. By the way, I only talked about me. I haven't asked about your 100,000 year soul ring yet. Now that we are far away, we can have a good chat. Chuanyi's eyes shot out a curious look, he could no longer suppress his curiosity. I thought you could wait until we get home to talk. Well, since you can't wait, I'll tell you about my 100,000 year spirit ring. However, as the spirit ring evolved to 100,000 years, this shortcoming was completely made up. She was more happy than anything else to be shocked by Chuanyi. As you expected, after evolving to a 100,000 year spirit ring, my spirit ring skills became 2. And the phoenix's protection perfectly reflects this. Yesterday, you helped me connect the remaining hidden meridians, which greatly improved my main recovery ability in all directions. Wu Tong's spirit ring also brought me a very strong attack spirit skill. Chuanyi had not finished listening, but he had already started to breathe in cold air. It was to condense the phoenix flame of the burning spirit into a large white. The super strong explosive soul skill shot out by the scorching sun. The 100,000 year soul ring is not just a representative of high energy consumption. If it only relies on high energy consumption to bring high explosion, the 100,000 year soul ring will not be sought after by soul masters all over the continent. The power of the 100,000 year soul ring is actually more reflected in the fact that 1 point of soul power can produce a more powerful effect. The various effects of this soul skill have not changed, but compared with before, the soul power consumption of this soul skill has been greatly reduced. Facing such a Huowu, Chuanyi can hardly find a suitable way to deal with it. On this basis, if the recovery power increase brought by the soul skill is superimposed, the protection of the phoenix can be maintained for a long time in the battle. Originally, the disadvantage of this soul skill is that it consumes too much, and it will be slightly constrained in actual combat. The second 100,000 year soul skill of the 6th soul ring is called Fengming Chaoyang. Moreover, this soul skill will play a more powerful effect in the hands of Huowu who has connected 8 hidden meridians. Hehe, don't be impatient, this is not over yet. With my current level 68 soul power, I only need to consume 1/10 to perform it. Compared to the praise from anyone else, Chuanyi's recognition is the most valuable in her heart. Seeing Chuanyi's shocked expression, Huowu was quite happy. One of them is the protection of the phoenix. What's more terrifying is that this soul skill can lock the target and keep tracking the enemy until the scorching sun is completely extinguished. Completely hit the target. Under the condition of no amplification, with my current soul power, performing it once will consume all the soul power in my body. Although the specific power cannot be determined, I think Senior Douluo should not be able to block this move head-on. Chuanyi knew that Huowu's words were not false. On the contrary, she was actually a little modest. In fact, after hearing the effect of the soul skill, Chuanyi even felt that even Chuanli could not resist the explosion of Lai Yang in a head-on collision. The super-large fireball condensed by the extreme phoenix flame, once it explodes, it will generate terrifying heat and explosions that will burn everything. Even if it barely survives, the phoenix flame contained in it will burn the target's mental power. Although Chuanli also has a 100,000 year soul ring and a 100,000 year soul bone, the attribute gap between the two makes Chuanli need to consume several times more soul power than Huowu when facing the domineering extreme fire. What's more terrifying is that it actually has the effect of locking and tracking. Once the soul skill is used, the enemy cannot escape at all, and in the end, it still has to choose a head-on collision. Xiao Wu, this move is very powerful. In terms of power alone, it is definitely stronger than my tailed beast ball. However, this does not mean that this soul skill is invincible. Can I ask what is the specific charging time of this soul skill? The length of the charging time will become the only shackle of this soul skill. Such a powerful soul skill can never be instantly activated like Huowu's fifth soul skill, Purgatory Instant Shadow Kill. Moreover, a skill that condenses the soul power of the whole body cannot be instantly activated unless the soul power of the whole body is instantly extracted. Unless it pays some extra price. Huowu thought for a moment and replied, well, Xiaoai, your speculation is correct. The charging time of this soul skill is not short. 10 seconds. This is the charging time of this soul skill. If the fusion ring is used, the charging time can be shortened by about half, but even so, it still takes about 5 seconds to charge. 10 seconds may seem short, but in a high-level battle, 1 second may decide the outcome. However, on the other hand, a 100,000 year soul skill that needs to be charged for 10 seconds is definitely more powerful than a 100,000 year soul skill of the same level. Sacrificing charging time to obtain extremely high burst, this is the essence of Fengming Chaoyang. Ring Fusion, this ability is really a terrifying talent. Chuan Yi exclaimed sincerely. As the cultivation level increases, the power of the talent of Ring Fusion becomes more and more prominent. Just like now, with the talent of Ring Fusion, Huowu can directly shorten the charging time by half. This makes Fengming Chaoyang shine more brilliantly in Huowu's hands. However, unlike Chuan Yi, Huowu's face became a little depressed after she finished speaking. What's the difference between 5 seconds and 10 seconds? For us, 1 second is enough to do a lot of things. In fact, there is a huge flaw when condensing the scorching sun, that is, because of its huge size, it will be externalized, and the enemy will also notice the dazzling flames while attacking. If the enemy's escape speed is extremely fast and escapes the locked range before the trigger, the scorching sun cannot start tracking at all. Hearing Huowu's dissatisfaction, Chuan opened his mouth and said, Xiao Wu, do you not have an accurate understanding of your own speed? Your Phoenix Bone Wings and the teleportation ability brought by the shadow space allow you to surpass most of the agile attack spirit masters. In addition, the limiting ability of your innate skill Shadow Domain means that within a certain range, no one can escape your attack. Huowu's eyes suddenly stared straight at Chuan Yi, and she raised a sly smile at the corner of her mouth, and asked, I don't think so. What if the target is you? With your speed and the concealment ability of the fire spirit body, I can't even see your shadow. Chuan Yi was speechless for a moment. Yes, he didn't expect that his inference would have such a huge loophole. He didn't even think about his own situation. This is my mistake. I reflect on it. I actually arrogantly thought that there would be no one like me in the world. Perhaps it was this arrogance that made me exclude myself in my subconscious. Chapter 391 Holy Spirit Perspective. Pa. Huowu waved her hand and slapped Chuan Yi's shoulder heavily. What are you reflecting on? You are not arrogant, but subconsciously, you have never thought about dealing with me. However, I feel a little unhappy when I hear you admit that you can escape my attack so quickly. Don't be too proud. I haven't rested for 10 months. If you underestimate me, you will suffer a great loss. Chuan Yi rubbed his red shoulder with his hand. After absorbing the 100,000 year soul ring, Huowu's physical fitness has obviously improved a lot. However, this pat also made Chuan Yi come out of his contemplation. Looking at Huowu's dissatisfied expression, Chuan Yi said aggrievedly, how dare I underestimate you, am I not seriously helping you find a way to solve the defects of soul skills? Although Huowu's palm patted on his body, Chuan Yi felt a little warm in his heart. In this sense, Chuan Yi did underestimate Huowu. He likes her like this. The solution is very simple. Puchi. Chuan Yi asked humbly. If it is too large, just hide it in a large enough hidden space. Confident, powerful women are inherently fatally attractive. After saying that, Huowu kissed him fiercely. Huowu saw Chuan Yi's expression of weakness and pretended dissatisfaction, and her expression collapsed instantly. After saying that, Huowu raised her chin proudly. A huge hidden space. Can you let me hear your voice? The arrogant aura erupted from Huowu at this moment, and vaguely, the balance between the two seemed to be tilting towards Huowu. Then, like a proud queen, she looked directly at Chuan Yi and said domineeringly, I have already thought of a way to fill the loopholes in my soul skills. You should think about how to escape. She rubbed Chuan Yi's cheeks with both hands, and said with a doting face, you look much better now. The gloomy expression doesn't suit you at all. If it is too dazzling, just cover it with an opaque film. Chuan Yi looked at Huo Wu, who was full of vigor, with an obsessed look in his eyes. Besides, now that he thought about it, with Huo Wu's wisdom and talent, one night was enough for her to think of a solution. Huo Wu understood him better than he did, and this feeling was very good. Huo Wu smiled brightly and said, since you asked sincerely, I will tell you mercifully. Chuan Yi's brain started to work quickly after hearing Huo Wu's explanation. This is very simple, it refers to Huo Wu's shadow space. With the concealment of the shadow space, if Huo Wu hides inside the space to condense the scorching sun, it can indeed cover up the light and energy fluctuations. Moreover, with the help of the shadow field, Huo Wu's attack can ignore the distance and shoot out from behind the enemy in an instant. This is easy to understand, and Chuan Yi himself has already thought of it. However, Chuan Yi didn't quite understand the first method proposed by Huo Wu at first. However, when he thought about it carefully, he immediately understood what Huo Wu meant. He was surprised and said, great, you have already completed the fusion of the undead and holy spirit attributes. When did this happen? Huo Wu shook her head gently and said, not yet, you also know how complicated this matter is. However, now that Wu Tong has completely woken up, everything will become different. Huo Wu's sixth soul ring was obtained by her 2 years ago. As early as 2 years ago, she had been trying to fuse the fusion between two repulsive attributes. However, the repulsion between the Holy Spirit Fire and the Undead Fire is more obscure than Chuan Yi's Holy Flame and Dark Flame. If the Holy Flame and Dark Flame are more of an elemental repulsion, then the Undead and the Holy Spirit are a spiritual and soul power repulsion. The Phoenix Flame, which represents the Holy Spirit, gives people a sense of being upright and aboveboard. On the contrary, the Peach Illusion Fire, which represents the Undead, gives people a sense of hiding. When the two collide, the Peach Illusion Fire with the power of concealment will completely lose control. This leads to the intricate interweaving of appearance and concealment. In this case, even Huo Wu's mental power cannot accurately detect the hidden changes. Of course, the concealment ability of the Peach Illusion Fire is invisible under Chuan Yi's red dragon eyes. However, even if Chuan Yi can see it and share his perspective through sharing, he still cannot fundamentally solve the problem. This imperceptible problem has always been like a mountain blocking Huo Wu. Xiao Wu, what changes can Wu Tong's awakening bring? Chuan Yi has not fully reacted at this time, but when he heard that Huo Wu had her own way to solve the problem, he began to ask hurriedly. Last night, Wu Tong took the initiative to communicate with me spiritually. Although Wu Tong's intelligence is roughly equivalent to that of a child, it can barely communicate because it communicates with spiritual thoughts. It was at this time that Wu Tong accidentally showed me the world it saw. That's right, the two of us have achieved spiritual sharing. In Wu Tong's world, I saw countless energies different from the elements. What's more amazing is that through Wu Tong's perspective, I can also directly observe the mental fluctuations and soul fluctuations of the human body. At this point, Huo Wu's tone became more and more excited, and her excitement was beyond words. Chuan Yi was also shocked when he heard this. In other words, from Wu Tong's perspective, you can observe the changes of Dahuan fire without any influence. Huo Wu nodded firmly. I have tested it. From Wu Tong's perspective, no matter how the power of the undead is hidden, it has a completely different color from the Holy Spirit. With Wu Tong, we can observe the world from the perspective of the Holy Spirit. After saying that, Huo Wu's eyes suddenly became mysterious and unusual. Chuan Yi could feel that Huo Wu and the spiritual power fluctuations that did not belong to Huo Wu became active. Huo Wu gently stroked Chuan Yi's face with one hand, and the other hand was on her forehead. As Huo Wu's spiritual power came out of her body and slowly flowed to Chuan Yi. At this moment, Chuan Yi's mind suddenly presented an amazing picture. That is, his own figure appeared in front of him. Judging from the angle, this should be Huo Wu's perspective. However, what surprised him was that at this moment, from Huo Wu's perspective, a ball of light with dark gold and vermilion blended together appeared inside his body. What was even more amazing was that when Huo Wu's sight turned to the outer periphery of the shield, covering Xiao Hong who was flying outside, a small dark golden light ball appeared in its body. When Chuan Yi used the red dragon eye, he could not observe this kind of light ball at all. It was different from mental power and soul power. Just when Chuan Yi was confused, Huo Wu's voice flowed into Chuan Yi's mind through mental communication. Xiao, do you see this? This is the world in Wu Tong's eyes. According to my speculation, these light balls are most likely the souls hidden in living things. They are inextricably linked to spiritual power, but the two are essentially different. Chapter 392, Looking Directly at the Soul. A few years ago, when Chuan Yi was collecting information about undead soul beasts for Huo Wu, he thought about a question. How can the dead undead perceive the world? Because the bodies of undead creatures have long been rotten, and their biological functions have long stopped, they cannot perceive the world through light, touch, etc. like other creatures. The initial speculation was that the undead might observe the world through spiritual exploration. This speculation was basically confirmed later. However, it seems that this speculation is a bit too rough now. Soul. Is this my soul? As Chuan Yi's emotions fluctuated violently, the light ball symbolizing the soul began to fluctuate. This kind of fluctuation cannot be controlled. It is not like human expressions, which can be trained to hide information. This is the most straightforward expression of Chuan Yi's soul. Moreover, Huo Wu's own spiritual power level is not inferior to Wu Tong under the increase of the 100,000-year soul ring. However, in Huo Wu's vision, Chuan Yi's soul not only did not become blurred, but became brighter. Huo Wu took back her spiritual sharing. Indeed, unless someone knows how to hide the light of the soul, no matter what means it uses, it cannot escape Wu Tong's spiritual detection. With the replenishment of the original power, its spiritual power level is rapidly improving. Give it some time, it can also grow to the spiritual power level of a real 100,000-year soul beast. Well, with Wu Tong's perception, I can perceive the soul fluctuations around me. Chuan Yi feels that the potential of this ability is not inferior to his own red dragon eyes. In previous contacts with dead soul beasts, they did not seem to show extraordinary detection capabilities. And this is just the beginning. If Wu Tong and I merge our spiritual powers together, our spiritual detection ranges will be multiplied and added. Xiaohu, this perspective is too abnormal. And I can detect the difference between the fire of the undead and the fire of the Holy Spirit through this perception. Huo recalled that the three undead creatures before had not shown such reconnaissance power. Using spiritual power, the brightness of the light ball was enhanced. With this perspective, I think it won't take long for me to find the balance point for the fusion of the two flames. The spiritual power of the two is superimposed together, and the effect presented is not weaker than the head soul bone. Wu Tong's spiritual power level at this moment has been raised to the level of titled Douluo. But, then again, Wu Tong's ability doesn't seem to be a common innate ability of undead soul beasts. Quan Yi's perspective also switched back to his own perspective. Quan Yi immediately tried to cover his whole body with spiritual power to disrupt Huo's detection. Xiao Wu, with this perspective, can't you observe all the creatures that approach? In this way, those soul masters who are good at hiding and avoiding spiritual detection will also have nowhere to hide. Chuan Yi also fell into thought. Take the undead flame lord who produced the fifth soul ring as an example. It did not notice the existence of Huo Wu until it died. If the undead really have such ability, they would never let Huo Wu approach. From this, it can be inferred that this ability may be a special ability unique to Wu Tong. Although Wu Tong was purified from the dead, the essential properties of the two are completely opposite. The dead tend to be dark, while the Holy Spirit tends to be light. Perhaps it is this difference that leads to Wu Tong's unique ability. However, this is ultimately a speculation. After all, there is only one special case like Wu Tong in the world. There is no other reference, so there is no way to compare. Chuan Yi thought for a moment and stopped thinking deeply. After all, there is no reference and no precedent. No matter how much you think, it is meaningless. Huo Wu put down Chuan Yi's hand quietly and ended the spiritual sharing. Anyway, Wu Tong's Holy Spirit perspective can allow me to complete the fusion of the two flames. By then, Fengming Chaoyang is likely to add the hidden feature. The danger level of a scorching sun that cannot be observed will rise sharply. The more Huo Wu thought about it, the more excited she became. The already powerful soul skills became even more powerful in her conception. She was a little impatient to realize her idea. If I were to deal with it, I would definitely interrupt the soul skill at the beginning of the condensed soul power. Otherwise, I would use the speed of the fire spirit body to escape. However, I can make such a move because I know the effect of your soul skill, and I also have the red dragon eye to observe your movements in advance. Those who know nothing about you may not even realize that death is approaching. In fact, on the basis of fusion of flames, you can also integrate the power of the shadow field into the soul skill. In the process of tracking, Liang can also use its own light to limit the enemy's movements. Chuan Yi superimposed on Huo Wu's own opinion. That is to integrate the power of the domain. Huo Wu's shadow domain uses its own fire to illuminate the shadow and control the shadow to restrict the enemy. And the fire of the soul skill is also the fire created by Huo Wu. If it is integrated with the power of the domain, Feng Ming Chao Yang will almost become a soul skill that is sure to hit. Shadow domain. Why didn't I think of it? Okay, I will work hard in this direction. Huo Wu's eyes suddenly lit up and her mood became high. If the venue was not inappropriate, she would have wanted to start practicing immediately. After the subsequent conversation, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu named Wu Tong's amazing talent as the Holy Spirit perspective. In fact, the appearance of the Holy Spirit perspective is not only of extraordinary significance to Huo Wu. It also has extraordinary significance to Chuan Yi. What the specific meaning is will soon be revealed. A few hours later, the red dragon carrying Chuan Yi and Huo Wu has approached the western border of the continent, and the blue sea and the land can be observed with the naked eye. Approaching Hanhai City, the red dragon slowly lowered its altitude, and Huo Wu stood up to release her martial spirit. At this moment, behind Huo Wu appeared yellow, purple, black, and red. The appearance of the rosy red soul ring froze the surrounding air. The power emitted by the soul ring alone was enough to terrify people. At this moment, Huo Wu's fourth soul ring lit up, and in just a moment, the more than 10-meter-long red dragon suddenly disappeared in the sky. A few minutes later, the Chuan family villa in Hanhai City. Chuan Yi and Huo Wu appeared silently in the open space specially cleared for the red dragon to land. It was at this moment that Solinger in the villa sensed the breath leaking out of the red dragon. She couldn't help but be happy, and her eyes subconsciously looked at the jubilant little figure holding a small spear and a small shield not far away, waving them constantly. In a small open space in the room, a little girl who looked about 3 or 4 years old was seriously demonstrating the Chuan family shield and spear techniques. Her expression and movements form a sharp contrast with her delicate and cute little face, which makes people feel more pity for her. Solinger looked at the little girl gently and said with a smile. "Little Niu, your big brother is back." Chapter 393 Chuan Niu's amazing talent. As soon as the voice fell, 2 metallic sounds rang out. This is the sound of a small spear and a small shield falling to the ground. What is unexpected is that the items that look like children's toys are actually made of metal. Moreover, surprisingly, the weight of the shield and the spear combined is more than 20 kilograms. You should know that the weight of a 3 or 4-year-old child is about this heavy. Chuan Niu, who was called by Solinger, that is, Chuan Yi's sister, threw down the weapon in her hand and ran to Solinger in a hurry. "Mother, where is my big brother? I want to see my big brother." Chuan Niu gently shook Solinger's skirt. Solinger squatted down gently and wiped the sweat off Chuan Niu's face. After not seeing each other for 10 months, the relationship between the brother and sister was not only not alienated, but became closer because of the separation. However, surprisingly, Chuan Niu was very smart. Solinger walked slowly, her eyes were full of longing. Chuan Yi squatted down, stretched out his broad palm, and took Chuan Niu in his arms. "A mother's embrace is always so gentle. This little guy has been talking about you a lot in the past." Her memory and learning ability are different from ordinary people. Before Chuan Yi left, she could still communicate with people to a certain extent like a 2 or 3-year-old child. Just then, the big window on the balcony of the room suddenly opened. "Brother." Chuan Yi held Chuan Niu in one hand and Huo Wu in the other hand and walked to Solinger, embracing the family with his broad arms. Seeing Chuan Yi's tall figure, Chuan Niu shouted in surprise and ran towards Chuan Yi. "Little Niu." Chuan Yi and Huo Wu suddenly appeared here. Chuan Niu's body is larger than her actual age. She is only 1 year old now, not yet 2 years old. Chuan Niu looked at the balcony in surprise when she heard Chuan Yi's voice. Chuan Niu smiled brightly, and her innocent face was filled with pure joy. "Little Yi, little Wu, welcome home." And, for some reason, little Niu liked to stick to Chuan Yi very much in the past. When Chuan Yi left, he had to persuade little Niu to comfort him. The soft and fragrant body tightly wrapped around Chuan Yi's neck, and rubbed Chuan Yi's big face with her smooth and delicate little face. "Don't worry, your long-awaited big brother will come soon. 10 months ago, she was not even 1 year old. The inner fatigue brought by the retreat seemed to have dissipated a lot at this moment. After a long time, Chuan Niu, who was sandwiched in the middle, seemed to feel bored and shook his body gently. The 3 adults noticed Chuan Niu's movement and loosened their hugs. Chuan Yi lifted Chuan Niu in front of him and asked gently, "Do you miss your big brother?" "Yes." The little girl put on a serious face, giving people a contrasting cute feeling. After saying that, she seemed to think of something and suddenly asked Chuan Yi to put her down. Chuan Yi put Chuan Niu down in confusion, and she immediately turned around and ran back to pick up the spear and shield again. Then she ran to Chuan Yi and showed off, "Big brother, I now you can perform a complete shield and spear method." Chuan Yi is familiar with metals. He can tell at a glance that the weapons in Chuan Niu's hands are all made of fine iron. Although they are small in size, they are definitely not light in weight. Even Chuan Yi can't lift them at Chuan Niu's age. Chuan Yi praised Chuan Niu without hesitation. Hearing the praise, Chuan Niu took a training stance in front of Chuan Yi. "Hey!" As Chuan Niu swung the weapon in his hand, the sound of it passing through the air echoed in the house. It is hard to imagine that such a terrifying power can burst out from such a small body. Chuan Niu's steps are firm, his moves are more steady, and when he dances, he is even more powerful and majestic, which makes people amazed. Although Chuan Niu has shown extraordinary talents before, Chuan Yi never thought that it would be so amazing. When Chuan Niu finished dancing, Chuan Yi clapped his hands in approval. After finishing a set of moves seriously, Chuan Niu's breathing became rapid, but she still stood straight in place like a soldier, waiting for Chuan Yi's inspection. However, when she heard Chuan Yi's applause, the corners of her mouth still curled up unconsciously. Chuan Yi walked up and rubbed Chuan Niu's hair. Just at this moment, a slender dark golden dragon shadow quietly floated in from the window. "What is it?" Solinger's exclamation attracted everyone's attention. She was vigilantly watching the intrusion of unknown objects. "Don't panic, mother, this is my martial soul." Chuan Yi hurriedly stopped Solinger's outburst. "Hey? Martial soul?" Solinger's murderous intent disappeared, and she looked at the dark gold dragon with flame patterns with a strange look. Chuan Yi stretched out his hand and waved, and Xiao Hong flew to his arm. At the moment of collision, it flashed a burst of light and turned into a ball of liquid to cover Chuan Yi's right hand. "Wow! Big brother is so handsome." Chuan Niu saw this cool martial soul possessed, and his big pupils flashed with crystal light. "Haha, handsome?" Chuan Yi lightly snapped his fingers, and the dark gold yang dragon claw turned into a little dragon again, flying to Chuan Niu's side. Xiao Hong was like a butterfly, lingering around Chuan Niu. "Hee, so magical." Chuan Yi immediately dropped his weapon and chased Xiao Hong excitedly. While the 2 little guys were playing together, Chuan Yi began to explain the situation of the martial soul mutation to Solinger. At the same time, thousands of miles away in the center of the sunset forest, Douluo was studying various herbs as always. Just then, Douluo noticed the movement on the side. On one side of the laboratory, a familiar metal dragon ring was coiled. It is worth noting that the eyes of this little dragon are dark gold. Yes, this is Xiao Jin, who was transformed from Chuan Yi's other hand armor. A few hours ago, when he left, Chuan Yi deliberately left it here to test its extreme ability. Unlike the active Xiao Hong, Xiao Jin seemed much quieter. Xiao Jin, who stayed here, had been resting his head on his tail. However, at this moment, the silent Xiao Jin also began to move his body. After noticing it, Douluo whispered, "According to the time, it's almost time." The awakened Xiao Jin swam in the air and approached Douluo. In Douluo's surprised eyes, Xiao Jin landed on the table and carved words on the wooden board with his small and delicate dragon claws. Douluo's pupils condensed and he looked at the table carefully. Only a line of words was left on the table. "I'm home, don't worry." After reading, Xiao Jin bowed to Douluo, and then disappeared in the sunset forest in an instant. Douluo stared at the place where Xiao Jin disappeared for a long time. What a magical guy! After a long time, he smiled and shook his head, and put his attention back on his research. The sight was pulled back to Hanhai City. Another little dragon suddenly appeared on Chuan Yi's left hand. This was Xiao Jin, who had been by Douluo's side until just now. Chuan Yi used the ability to freely retract martial spirits to instantly recall Xiao Jin and summon him again with his left hand. Chapter 394 Ultra-Long Distance Teleportation of Weapon Spirits. Long-distance control of spirits is the focus of this experiment. Spirits, especially weapon spirits, have a characteristic that beast spirits do not have. That is, they can leave the body, and can be freely retracted regardless of distance, and released from the hand again. Let's take a simple example. A weapon spirit master with a wooden stick spirit, in battle, if the spirit is knocked away by the enemy, or caught by the enemy's hand, the weapon spirit master can instantly retract the spirit into the body. Then, by summoning again, continue his offensive. This characteristic of weapon spirits was originally very inconspicuous ability. However, Chuan Yi discovered extraordinary potential from it a long time ago. Imagine if a person moves his weapon spirit to a very far place and then takes it back. Then this will become a teleportation of spirit regardless of distance. Chuan Yi knows very well what this means. But there is indescribable courage. Chuan Yi actually cannot give a definite answer to Soul Linger's question. But in the plain tone, there is an unshakable absolute will. If I am strong enough, even the spirit cannot affect me. In this process, the spirit is likely to dissipate if it is far away. First, separate the spirit and the spirit master to a far distance. Even if the spirit master can feel the existence of the martial soul, but he can't release soul power remotely and release soul skills in this way. Through the connection with the martial soul, Chuan Yi can share their intelligence in real time. Another thing is that it also consumes soul power to maintain the martial soul, especially the stronger the martial soul is, the more soul power it consumes. When the martial soul consumes all the soul power, it will return on its own without waiting for Chuan Yi to recall it. Chuan Yi was delighted to successfully recall Xiao Jin. Chuan Yi said this in an extremely calm tone. After listening to the explanation, Soul Linger was more worried than magical. However, when Chuan Yi really obtained the weapon martial soul, he found that although the martial soul teleportation sounded amazing, it had no practical significance in actual combat or life. The autonomy of the Dragon Soul and the ultra-long standby ability brought by automatic energy absorption made Chuan Yi think of remote control, remote communication, and other functions at the first time. There is no external release of mental power and no soul power oppression. It is human instinct to be suspicious of unprecedented things. However, after the mutation, Chuan Yi's martial soul seemed to be able to make better use of this feature. Without the soul power and soul ring of the soul master, the martial soul is just a lifeless tool. Will a conscious martial soul affect you? But there is one thing that Chuan Yi is very sure of. In Huo Wu's sight, at this moment, Chuan Yi's soul is emitting an extremely bright spiritual light. This light directly overshadowed Xiao Hong, Xiao Jin, and even Wu Tong who was living in Huo Wu's body. Huo Wu could feel Wu Tong trembling slightly. Xiao Hong, who was surrounding Chuan Wei, also felt something. Without Chuan Yi's instructions, she flew back to Chuan Yi and stood quietly on his shoulder. Chuan Yi's powerful presence shocked them. Soul Linger's worries were completely dispelled by Chuan Yi. She smiled and replied, "It seems that I am too worried." Soul Linger could feel that Chuan Yi's retreat improved more than just his soul power level. "I think you are ready for this trip. When do you plan to leave?" Soul Linger asked. "I will leave immediately after a week of rest." Chuan Yi replied affirmatively. At night, the spacious mansion became lively again because of the arrival of Chuan Yi and Huo Wu. Except for Chuan Li who was far away on Blue Silver Island and Yun Kaiyan who was guarding Ghost Island, the family gathered together and held a lively dinner. During the week after returning home, Chuan Yi did nothing. He was like a vagrant. He did almost nothing except playing with Chuan Niu and Huo Wu. However, thanks to this, Chuan Yi's physical and mental fatigue was completely washed away. He and Huo Wu's state also reached the extreme. A week later, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu, who had rested, flew to the sea without any delay. Their first stop was Jinsha Island. 500 miles away, they arrived in a flash. Chuan Yi and Huo Wu hovered over the island, quietly observing the island below. Unlike a year ago, the slightly empty and desolate island was covered by a bustling scene. Is this still the pirate stronghold? Huo Wu used a telescope and the eyesight of a soul master to observe the various buildings with different functions on the island, as well as the busy streets full of people. Just a rough calculation shows that the population of the island is over 10,000. Chuan Yi can see the whole picture of the island more clearly with the red dragon eye. Hospitals, factories, docks, neat farmlands scattered around, and even ordinary colleges and soul master colleges. Chuan Yi can see that there are some children in the school building. This has already formed a small town and a small society. I didn't expect that the development of this island would be so rapid. What surprised Chuanyi the most was not the buildings lined up one after another, but the number of people. From Chuanyi's perspective, he could see people wearing all kinds of clothes, including Icelanders and mainlanders. Among the mainlanders, there were various clothing characteristics according to different regions. However, although the clothes were different, the vibrant vitality on them was the same. This was just a Jinsha island. Chuanyi could not imagine what the situation would be like on the Blue Silver Island, a key development area. After a simple observation from high altitude, Chuanyi did not disturb the people on the island and flew directly to the next stop, Maju Island. The situation on Maju Island was similar to that on Jinsha Island. The population was also tens of thousands, and there were fishing fleets around the island catching fish in the sea. There were wooden boats of various models, and a small number of small steam iron ships. A small number of steam iron ships were scattered in various fleets. Chuanyi noticed that they were carrying soul masters with soul power and shipborne firearms. Obviously, they were guards protecting the fishing fleet. Among this group of people, Chuanyi could see many people who were not family soul masters. This is obviously the other soul master families taken in by the Chuan family. While expanding, it is inevitable to accept affiliated soul master families. Objectively speaking, they do need more manpower. Chuanyi has no objection to this. After staying for a while, Chuanyi set off again and headed towards the last transit point, Ghost Island. After half an hour's flight, Chuanyi and Huo Wu successfully arrived at Ghost Island. When they arrived at Ghost Island, Chuanyi could intuitively feel the atmosphere that was completely different from the previous two islands. This place was more like a military stronghold. There were sentinels everywhere, and armed personnel stood in the sentinels with solemn expressions on guard. A cold atmosphere lingered around the island. Ghost Island was closer to the deep sea, and the danger here was much higher than the previous two islands. At the same time, as the last transit station, the strategic significance of this island was very important. It was certainly not excessive to have such vigilance. Chapter 395 Yun Qiang accepted a disciple, and Zai Zhenzu became an ant. Chuanyi glanced and saw two groups of very different soul power colors in the center of the island. Coincidentally, Chuanyi knew them all. Ghost Island implemented militarized management. And the center of the island was the command post of this island. In the command post, a sassy woman with short purple hair was reporting the situation to a kind old lady. Madam Yun, after a month of cleaning, we have completely eradicated the pirate group forces within 1,000 miles of the three islands. And the nests scattered everywhere have been completely controlled by our forces. These nests will form a tight defense line and will completely prevent outside forces from invading the three islands inside. If this scene was seen by outsiders, that person would definitely be surprised. Because the purple-haired woman is a well-known emerging power in this sea area, the leader of the Purple Pearl pirate group, Purple Pearl. Accept a disciple. After finishing the official business, Yun Qiang's eyes continued to stay on Purple Pearl. The terrifying deterrent power brought by Chuanyi and Huo Wu's bloody cleaning for half a year radiated to the farther sea area. Moreover, as an old predecessor in the Soul Master world, Yun Qiang often gave her advice. It was with this power that Purple Pearl incorporated the forces on the sea and became a major overlord on the sea. Purple Pearl, who was stared at and felt scared, asked in confusion, "Excuse me, is there anything else I can do for you?" Many merchant ships, passing through the waters of the Purple Pearl pirates, only need to pay a little money to safely sail in the waterways they occupy. The countless dead souls floating in the sea will remind them. However, outsiders don't know that behind Purple Pearl, there is the Chuan family. Yun Qiang looked at Purple Pearl, as if she had made a decision, and said solemnly, "Pearl, I want to take you as my apprentice, do you agree?" This person's power has developed very rapidly. In just 1 or 2 years, he swept through countless notorious pirate groups and brought long-lost order and peace to the sea area. Yun Qiang smiled and said, "Little Pearl, you have worked hard. From now on, the peripheral security work will continue to be left to you." On the contrary, she is proud of it. Female soul masters at the soul Douluo level are very rare. The hardest part was solved by the young master and the young lady. I just cleaned up the mess, which is not hard. The old lady that Zai Zhenzu treated respectfully was Yun Qiang. Yun Qiang, who was wise and powerful, majestic and kind, completely convinced Zai Zhenzu. Zai Zhenzu opened her eyes wide, obviously frightened. As for whether someone would cause trouble in their territory, Zai Zhenzu was called Little Pearl, and there was no dissatisfaction on her face. Why, am I not qualified? Yun Qiang pretended to be angry and asked Zai Zhenzu. Zai Zhenzu finally reacted, and her expression changed from surprise to joy. She knelt on one knee, clasped her hands tightly and said, "Disciple, I pay my respects to the master." "Okay, okay, okay. Get up, good disciple." Yun Qiang smiled and lifted Zai Zhenzu up, holding her hands tightly, showing her love for Zai Zhenzu. Receiving a disciple and becoming a disciple have extraordinary meanings for both parties. It was only after a year-long investigation that Yunxiang finally made up her mind to accept a disciple. Although Zhenzu was quite dissolute before, her nature was not bad and her talent was excellent. If she was polished a little, Zhenzu would definitely shine more brilliantly. Facing Zhenzu, a good material and beautiful jade, Yunxiang first thought of accepting a disciple. Fortunately, Zhenzu did not reject her, otherwise, she would really be embarrassed. On the other hand, Zhenzu, in fact, at this moment, she was like being hit by a huge cake and sweetness and surprise fell on her at the same time. However, she forced herself to cheer up and resolutely became Yunxiang's apprentice. On weekdays, Yunxiang had been teaching her intentionally or unintentionally. In Zhenzu's heart, Yunxiang had long been a teacher and mother. Now, Yunxiang proposed to accept a disciple. If she missed this opportunity, she would not let herself go. Zai Zhenzu felt Yunxiang's warmth with both hands, her eyes were slightly red, she hadn't felt the love of her elders for a long time. How can I be left out of such a good thing? In the closed house, the voice of an outsider suddenly sounded, which made Yunxiang and Zai Zhenzu sweat coldly. However, when they realized that the voice was very familiar to them, Yunxiang patted her chest and said, "Xiao, Xiao, are you trying to scare me to death?" "I'm sorry, Grandma, the security here is too strict. Aren't we afraid of causing a commotion?" Huo Wu's voice echoed in the house. As soon as the voice fell, the figures of Kunyi and Huo Wu gradually appeared in front of the two. "Grandma, we are back." Kunyi walked up to Yunxiang and rushed to her and hugged her tightly. Yun Qiang also gently stroked Chuanyi's back, relieving their longing for each other. "Alas, I didn't expect you to come out of retreat so soon. I really don't know whether I should be happy or not. It was a joy to meet again, but it also meant that Chuanyi had to face 100,000-year soul beast. Of course, she was not stopping Chuanyi from obtaining 100,000-year soul ring, but the problem was that Chuanyi's plan was to face 100,000-year soul beast alone. "Don't worry, Grandma, I'm fully prepared." After comforting Yun Qiang, Chuanyi looked at Zai Zhenzu. Zai Zhenzu hurriedly bowed, thinking of saluting Chuanyi. However, Chuanyi reached out to stop her. "No need to be polite. Since you have been accepted as a disciple by Grandma, I should call you aunt in terms of seniority." Zai Zhenzu looked embarrassed. Logically, it was true, but facing Chuanyi, she didn't dare to talk about seniority at all. Yun Qiang noticed Zai Zhenzu's difficulty and said, "Zhenzu, don't be nervous, this means Xiao recognizes you." Zai Zhenzu's mouth twitched slightly, and she suppressed her inner tension and said in a slightly trembling voice, "Okay, please give me more advice in the future, nephew." Chuanyi smiled faintly and stretched out her hand and said, "Please give me more advice, aunt." Chuanyi didn't know Zai Zhenzu very well, but Chuanyi believed in Yun Qiang's vision. Since he became Yun Qiang's apprentice, Chuanyi had to change his attitude towards Zai Zhenzu. The relationship between master and apprentice is sometimes closer than that between relatives and family members. In this way, Zai Zhenzu is also half a family member, and it is appropriate to call her aunt. Zai Zhenzu subconsciously wiped her palm and carefully held Chuanyi's palm. Zai Zhenzu even felt flattered to get Chuanyi's recognition. "Hello, auntie. Please take care of me in the future." Huo Wu suddenly appeared from the side. Chuanyi felt a chill on his back and subconsciously let go of her hand. Huo Wu smiled and shook Zai Zhenzu's hand, shaking her arm enthusiastically. With Zai Zhenzu's orientation, it should be a happy thing to be held by a beauty like Huo Wu. However, when she saw the looming coldness in Huo Wu's eyes, her heart tightened inexplicably. Chapter 396 Soul Ring Creature Plan. After greeting Zai Zhenzu again, Zai Zhenzu fled from the command room. What happened today was too exciting, and she needed to digest it well. Chuanyi, Huo Wu and Yun Qiang stayed in the room. "Now, you should be able to reveal your plan, right?" Yun Qiang acted as if she would not let Chuan Yi step out of the room if she didn't explain it well. At this point, Chuan Yi no longer concealed it. My plan is very simple. It is to copy Wu Tong and create a living spirit ring. After these words came out, the two people present were shocked and speechless. What? Xiaoai, do you know what you are talking about? The temptation of the 100,000-year spirit ring is so great. Obviously, Huo Wu didn't know about this. 100,000-year spirit ring. The most basic condition for replicating this is sacrifice. I have been thinking about these issues for a long time. Chuan Yi pressed his hands in an empty way, trying to calm the two of them down. After a brief confusion, Huo Wu hurriedly asked about the truth. Huo Wu understood what Chuan Yi meant, but she was a little reluctant at the moment. This is still Yun Qiang's firm mind. In fact, seeing this scene, jealousy is the more appropriate emotion. Facts speak louder than words. The bright examples were placed in front of her, and Yun Qiang was also dazzled. Envy. Why should I copy Wu Tong's miracle? The biggest reason is that such a soul ring has the possibility of evolution. Compared to surprise, envy occupied a corner of Yun Qiang's heart faster. Yun Qiang asked calmly, Xiaoai, Wu Tong's situation is an unprecedented special case. Chuan Yi's eyes stayed on Huo Wu's face. Yun Qiang had seen the 100,000-year soul ring with her own eyes, and because of this, she was more certain that the soul ring in front of her was the 100,000-year soul ring. Facing the 100,000-year beast, do you still plan to run to it alone and persuade it to willingly sacrifice itself and become your soul ring? Even if you really convince the soul beast, how can you replicate Wu Tong's situation? However, unable to bear Chuan Yi's burning gaze, she sighed. Please allow me to tell you. Then, in the house, brilliant colors emerged, and what amazed Yun Qiang the most was the red soul ring floating at the top. First, the most fundamental problem. As long as you are a soul master, it is impossible to be indifferent when facing a 100,000-year soul ring. You can take it back. The soul ring disappeared, and Chuan Yi spoke again. Secondly, it is precisely because the other party is a 100,000-year soul beast that I dare to put forward such an idea. If it is a 10,000-year soul beast that has not developed intelligence and cannot speak, it is impossible to negotiate. You have all seen Xiaobai. The intelligence of a 100,000-year soul beast is not much different from that of humans. It is for this reason that a 100,000-year soul beast has the conditions for negotiation. Since it is possible to negotiate, the next thing is much simpler. Lure them with benefits, enlighten them with reason, move them with emotion, and threaten them with power. As long as you master the negotiation, the point is, my plan is not without a trace of possibility. Benefit? What kind of benefit does it bring to soul beasts by giving away other people's soul rings? Yun Qiang put his hand on his forehead and asked with a headache. Chuan Yi's eyes flashed with extremely obscure madness, and he smiled and replied. Future. I want to bet on my future. Chuan Yi and Huo Wu did not stay on Ghost Island for too long. When leaving, Yun Qiang also rode on the Red Dragon, and the affairs of Ghost Island were temporarily handed over to Purple Pearl. After flying for several hours, across a distance of more than 1,000 miles, Chuan Yi's Red Dragon successfully arrived at the Blue Silver Island. Looking down from the sky, what came into view was the green farmland. However, the area of farmland only occupied a quarter of the island. The remaining land was still covered with desolate scenes. However, in the remaining 3/4 of the land, there was a roar of violent steam. Dozens of huge the steel steam car dragged a wide special iron plow to plow the soft soil. The tree roots buried deep underground were easily pulled out of the ground under the huge force. After further cleaning up the land, the desolate land will soon become fertile land for cultivation. These are only the wasteland areas reclaimed within a year. Even so, the efficiency is very terrifying. What's more amazing is that this was reclaimed by only about 50,000 people. On the coast of Blue Silver Island, there is an extremely large dock. On the dock, dozens of medium-sized ships are moored. Large iron boat. A very wide road extends from the pier to the inside of the island, and at the end of the road, there is a medium-sized town that can accommodate 50,000 people. In the center of the town, there is a striking 3-story building, and countless people flow in and out of the building. This is the government department of this island and this town. All matters, big and small, on the island can be handled here. This also makes it the busiest and most lively place on weekdays. And in the innermost part of the third floor of this building, there is a room that will not be disturbed easily. This is Quan Li in the office in the town. At this moment, Quan Li was sitting cross-legged on the training mat in the office, practicing with his eyes closed. The noisy sounds outside the house could not penetrate the room at all. The quiet interior and the noisy exterior formed a sharp contrast. With the town built to this point, Quan Li had to take care of very few things. He only needed to grasp the general direction and deal with some difficult emergencies. Just then, the reminder bell that had not sounded for a long time echoed in the room. Quan Li slowly opened his eyes, and his tiger eyes flashed with a fascinating look. Hey! Quan Li's broad chest naturally swelled and sank with the long cry. With each breath, Quan Li's eyes returned to their usual calmness. He stood up and walked towards the door. However, before he completely reached the door, Quan Li's face suddenly changed. The next moment, he took a few steps and opened the door roughly. 3 friendly figures were standing outside the door. Grandpa! The visitors were Kunyi, Huahu, and Yunxiang. Ha ha ha, I miss you guys so much. The excited Quan Li directly opened his broad arms and hugged Kunyi. Even before Kunyi hugged Quan Li, he directly picked up Kunyi and turned around at the door for a few times. Ahem! Grandpa, can you put me down? Everyone is watching. When I was a child, I was still small, and although I was not used to being held like this, I could accept it. But now, there is almost no difference in the height and size of the two. In fact, Quan Yi is slightly taller than Quan Li. Quan Yi looked at the dozens of obscure eyes in the corridor on the third floor with despair. Quan Li didn't care about that. He turned around several times before putting Quan Yi down. When he continued to move his eyes to Yun Qiang and Hua Wu, he noticed Yun Qiang's terrifying eyes. Quan Li was stared at by Yun Qiang, and his body trembled. He led everyone into the room angrily. Chapter 397 Extreme Strength. In the quiet house. After the 4 people exchanged a few words, Quan Yi told Quan Li the purpose of their visit and his plan. After listening to Quan Yi's plan, the talkative Quan Li fell into a rare state of silence. After a long time, he asked in a deep voice, "What can I do?" Quan Li did not ask why, and there was only support in his words. Why did Quan Li show such an attitude? The most fundamental reason is that Quan Li, with all his senses and the illusory 6th sense, felt the terrifying power hidden in Kunyi. If he could clearly understand the strength comparison between him and Kunyi a year ago, now this boundary has become very vague and he cannot understand it. The reason for this situation is very simple, that is, Kunyi's strength exceeds his. Quan Li thought that after absorbing the 100,000-year soul ring and 100,000-year soul bone, and breaking through to the realm of titled Douluo, he could widen the gap between him and Kunyi for a period of time. This area was originally covered with dense tropical rainforest. However, this gap only lasted for a very short time before Kunyi overtook him again, and even he was left behind by Kunyi. A mile away, Solinger and Hua Wu stood on a relatively high ground, overlooking the duel. Quan Li's eyes were bright, a heavy aura burst out from his body. Okay. Grandpa, why do I feel that you just want to satisfy your desire to fight? However, now, this area is only crisscrossed with dry branches. Quan Li agreed to Kunyi's request without hesitation. Thinking of this, Quan Li knew that he was not qualified to stop Kunyi. Kunyi was quite moved when he heard Quan Li's question. Kunyi felt that Quan Li's fighting instinct as a warrior was boiling. Kunyi obviously made unimaginable efforts for this matter. Infinite fighting spirit was brewing in his chest. However, before setting off, I must witness your true strength with my own eyes. His calm heart also produced waves of ripples. Kunyi and his 4 people immediately set out from the town, crossed large tracts of farmland, crossed the reclaimed wasteland, and came to the westernmost end of the Blue-Silver Island. Quan Li was both relieved and distressed about this. A strange silence flowed in this space. In that case, I will obey your order. I need Grandpa to help me. When the negotiation is over, I need Grandpa's strength. Quan Li and Kunyi, in the dead forest, faced each other. The 2 warriors facing each other were secretly concentrating their energy. The next moment, the older Quan Li took the lead. There was no warning or notice. Everything happened so suddenly. A black iron fist covered with spikes instantly approached Kunyi's eyes. A distance of dozens of meters was crossed by Quan Li in just a moment. What's more terrifying is that during the movement, the fragile dead wood was not damaged at all. This means that Quan Li not only has amazing explosive power, but his body skills have also reached an extremely high level. Facing Quan Li did not hold back at all. Although this punch did not have any soul skills attached, it condensed Quan Li's nearly 100 years of fighting skills. As soon as this punch came out, Quan Yi felt that the qi in his body was locked by an invisible force. Quan Yi's evasion path seemed to be completely cut off, forcing him to face it head-on. The skill is close to the Tao. Quan Li had never used this move on Quan Yi before. Quan Yi knew that Quan Li was serious just by this punch. The silent iron fist, wrapped in a surging force, approached Quan Yi's eyes. In terms of boxing and skills, Quan Yi could not compete with Quan Li at all, but one force can break all methods. Quan Yi clenched his right fist, and the soul power in his body instantly gathered in his right fist, and the surface of his skin was instantly covered with a pure dark golden film. This is the steel formed by the pure soul power. Quan Yi stepped forward, and the terrifying force was transmitted from the solace of his feet to the ground, which directly caused the hard ground to crack. With the help of the reaction force of the ground, the power from the ground was completely transmitted to Quan Yi's right fist. The dark gold right fist slammed out, hitting Quan Li's iron fist that could not dodge. Bang! The spikes of the mutant black iron gauntlet collided violently with Quan Yi's membrane. However, Quan Li found that his sharp fist peak could not penetrate the thin soul power membrane covering the body surface. How is this possible? Quan Li couldn't believe the scene in front of him. As the founder of Gang, he knew Gang's limit best. Gang, which was condensed only by soul power, could not resist the truly powerful weapon spirit in a head-on collision. However, Quan Yi's Gang showed extremely terrifying toughness. The spikes hit the fist, just like hitting a weapon spirit of the same level or even a higher level. Also, why did the soul power color change from vermilion to dark gold? For a moment, several thoughts flashed through Quan Li's mind, but before he could figure out Gang's matter, a vast force was transmitted from his fist to his arm. This is an unstoppable force. Quan Li, feeling bad, stopped trying to resist. He moved quickly and retreated dozens of steps before transmitting the power on his shoulders to the ground by stepping on the ground. Crack! Crack! Every step he took left deep footprints on the ground, and the terrifying power even shattered the dead trees around him. What kind of power is this? Quan Li looked at Quan Yi, who was understating things, in disbelief. At this moment, he only felt that his entire right arm was trembling slightly. What was even more surprising was that his martial soul, the black iron gauntlet, was actually trembling. This was actually Quan Yi's ultimate gold attribute, suppressing Quan Li's martial soul. That's right, Quan Yi did not use the fire attribute soul power in this punch, but used the gold attribute soul power to build rigidity. Compared to the fire attribute soul power, the toughness and stability of the gold attribute soul power are far higher than the latter. What's more, this is not an ordinary gold attribute soul power, but the ultimate gold. Even a powerful weapon spirit of the titled Douluo level cannot penetrate this terrifying film. Of course, defense alone cannot make Quan Yi retreat. Just now, Quan Yi did not use spirit power to enhance his strength. In other words, except for the strength of his hands, Quan Yi relied entirely on the strength of his body to deliver that terrifying punch. After 10 months of training, the baptism of the Qirong Tongtianju, and the feedback from the spirit remodeling, Quan Yi's strength has reached an unimaginable level. Especially the strength of his fists and feet, in the Qirong Tongtianju under the effect of Rong Tongtian Chrysanthemum, the progress is particularly obvious. At the beginning, Quan Yi's goal before retreat was to fully adapt to the load of 100,000 kilograms. However, now, Quan Yi's physical fitness far exceeds the scope of 100,000 kilograms. Before coming, Quan Yi had put on the weight-bearing armor and the Red Dragon Burning Heaven armor together. Under the load of more than 200,000 kilograms, Quan Yi found that he could barely move. This shows that Quan Yi's limit load has doubled from 100,000 kilograms to 200,000 kilograms. Chapter 398 Getting rid of forced control. In addition, Quan Yi's single arm strength has also increased significantly. Without the premise of strength increase, the 50,000 kg Xiang Dragon Lance can no longer burden Quan Yi. Even with a 100,000 kg weight-bearing armor, Quan Yi can barely lift it with one arm. It is precisely because of this that Quan Yi did not even use all his strength in the punch just now. At this moment, Quan Yi, with strength alone, completely surpassed Quan Li. Quan Li was also greatly shocked. It has been 2 years since Quan Li broke through the titled Douluo. With the help of Soul Core, 100,000 year Soul Ring and Soul Bone, his own qualifications have undergone a great transformation. This allows him to maintain a high-speed growth trend of soul power in the midst of busy affairs. Now his soul power level is close to the limit of level 94. Although it is only less than one level of improvement, it is still an enviable improvement speed for a titled Douluo. However, Quan Li, who has made rapid progress, still cannot compete with Kun Yi. Ka ka ka. The energy whale head seemed to come alive, biting up and down madly, and for a moment, a violent breath burst out from Quan Li. The blood rushed to the black iron gauntlet and condensed into the shape of the evil killer whale. I saw that Quan Li did not retreat like last time. This time, his arm used the powerful recoil force to quickly swing back. The two fists collided, and Quan Li once again felt the vast and infinite force like the waves, beating the whale on his arm. This time, Quan Li gave up the fancy steps and relied on pure explosive power. In addition, his strength increased significantly during the stage of releasing soul skills. With just one punch, Quan Li understood the gap between him and Kun Yi, but this was not the reason for him to give up. The heavy punch containing the power of the giant whale, combined with Quan Li's exquisite boxing, brought great pressure to Kun Yi. Bang! Black Iron Demon's Bite. The next moment, Quan Li stepped on the ground with both feet, turned into two deep red flashes, and charged at Kun Yi again. However, facing the sea, the giant whale can resist or comply. Kun Yi looked solemn, and his hands were instantly covered with dark gold yang dragon claws that alternated between dark gold and vermilion. A brilliant light burst out from behind Quan Li, and 9 soul rings appeared behind him. At the same time, the deep red soul ring burst into light. The dark red energy gushed out from Quan Li's arms like thick blood. This time, Quan Yi's muscles bulged all over his body, and he used 100% of his strength to fight against Quan Li's giant whale power. Even though the giant whale is huge, it is still not comparable to the sea. Next, I will use all my strength to deal with you. Hey, Xiao Yi, you have reached a height that I can't imagine. The black iron demon's bite and the dark gold yang dragon claw collided violently. For a moment, his speed was twice as fast as before. At the same time, Quan Li's footsteps and body also rotated to the right along with the movement of his arms. Combo method. Quan Yi immediately saw Quan Li's plan. At the first moment, Quan Yi flashed the idea that he must interrupt this trend. However, Quan Yi had not thought before that Quan Li had already mastered the information of using the combo method in actual combat. As a result, Quan Yi could not prepare in advance. At this time, Quan Li used Quan Yi's full strength to transmit power at an extremely fast speed. While Quan Yi's old strength was not yet restored, Quan Li's other hand, with terrifying force, swung heavily to Quan Yi's other side of the abdomen. In a hurry, Quan Yi could only raise his other hand to block. Bang! The huge whale head was like a round hammer, hitting Quan Yi's forearm with a loud roar. Under the push of this force, Quan Yi's body slid several meters horizontally. Deep grooves were left under his feet. Quan Li's attack retained Quan Yi's strength to the maximum extent. Under the combo method of using force to hit force, Quan Yi completely endured the combined force of himself and Quan Li. However, Quan Yi looked a little embarrassed at the moment, but it had no effect on his body. Although this attack was powerful, it did not exceed the limit of Quan Yi's body. Moreover, using force to hit force is not invincible. Everyone has a limit to their strength. If you want to use force, you must be able to withstand this force. In terms of strength, even Quan Li, who possesses the power of a giant whale, cannot be compared with Kun Yi at full strength. It is already remarkable that Kun Yi can withstand it once. If Quan Li uses the recoil force to throw a second punch with more power, he may be attacked by the power before it touches Kun Yi. As Kun Yi speculated, Quan Li looked quite glorious at the moment, but his whole body was swept by severe pain. When guiding the power, he only felt the giant dragon flowing in his body, and his muscles and bones cried under the impact of this power. This power exceeded the power that he could accumulate dozens of times when forging iron's terrifying force. Once. Being able to swing once was already his limit. Even so, his all-out punch did not have much impact on Quan Yi. However, this does not mean that this punch is meaningless. At this moment, Quan Li keenly captured the brief slack after the thrill. He must take advantage of the flaw revealed by Quan Yi due to carelessness and pursue the victory. If he misses this only chance, he will have no chance. Chuan Li endured the pain of his body, his soul power surged wildly, and the deep red soul ring behind him lit up again. Black Iron Killer Whale Demon's Shot. The dark red light instantly enveloped everything within a radius of 200 meters. And Chuan Yi was also in it. This move was Chuan Li's second 100,000-year soul skill. Irradiated by this light, ignoring physical defense, the enemy will be forced to be stunned for 3 seconds. During this time, soul skills, soul bone skills, everything will not be able to be used. In other words, Chuan Yi has become a fish on the chopping board at this moment. Xiao Yi, you are careless. Chuan Li will not miss this opportunity. If Chuan Yi uses the fire spirit body from the beginning, or uses rigidity to cover his whole body, he may be able to avoid this forced control. However, Chuan Yi's current strength is too strong, and he can suppress Chuan Li with strength alone. Ironically, it is precisely because Chuan Li is weaker than Chuan Yi that this shortcoming is exposed. Chuan Li drags his painful body and approaches Chuan Yi very quickly. 3 seconds are enough for him to throw hundreds of punches. Even if Chuan Yi's body is strong, he cannot be safe after being bombarded with so many punches in an unprepared state. Of course, Chuan Li did not use the sharp killer whale teeth. However, when he wanted to end the battle with this, under the control of the Black Iron Killer Whale Demon's capture, a wonderful movement appeared. Chuan Yi's stagnant body suddenly moved. Quan Li's attack on Quan Yi's abdomen was blocked by Quan Yi's right hand. How is this possible? Quan Li actually saw Quan Yi being illuminated by the light, he was not wrong about this. Chapter 399 Dragon Claw Breaks Whale Fist. Dang! The two fists collided, and countless sparks burst out. Quan Li's punch was blocked by a strong force. Compared to Quan Yi's own strength, this force was undoubtedly a little weak. In the collision, Quan Yi's body was still inevitably knocked away. Even so, Quan Li couldn't help but be shocked, but his offensive in his hands did not slacken at all. The left fist had been ready for a long time, and Quan Li rushed forward, and the second blow suddenly blasted out. However, before the fist hit, Quan Li's heart was alarmed. 5 sharp golden rays turned into golden lines and attacked. It turned out that Quan Yi's other hand had become a claw, and in a suspended state, it attacked Quan Li. A terrifying heat radiated to Quan Li's face through the dark red solid energy. Quan Li knew that this was Quan Yi's flame. However, Quan Li underestimated Quan Yi's dark gold dragon claws. Although the Black Iron Demon's Bite is an attack skill, it is also a powerful defensive skill. However, before he could be happy for too long, Quan Li's entire gauntlet began to burst into a strong white light. Quan Li instinctively changed the trajectory of his punches and used the huge whale head to resist Quan Yi's claws. The size of the whale head expanded rapidly, and its solidity was also increasing. Quan Li suddenly felt something was wrong. With a thought, the whale head covering his right fist shrank rapidly, and at the same time, the dark red energy on his left fist surged wildly. Quan Li's rich combat experience helped him. The 5 golden claw marks were like a knife cutting tofu, easily cutting through the energy whale head covering his fists. It turned out that Quan Li's purpose was not to block, but to use energy to solidify Quan Yi's entire arm and limit his power. Quan Li was terrified when he saw this. This energy whale head condensed all the energy of the soul skill of 100,000 years, and its hardness could completely withstand the attack of the titled Douluo. However, Quan Yi's unexpected attack unexpectedly stagnated. Even if it was a sharp blade, it would not be able to play its role without the blessing of power. However, this still could not stop the invasion of the sharp claw blade. The attack power of the ultimate gold could not be blocked so easily. The skin on the arm could feel the sharp breath through the black iron gauntlet. I saw that the entire arm used by Quan Yi to attack was covered with dark red energy. Quan Li could clearly feel that the strength of Quan Yi's arm was definitely not strong, but even so, the soul skill that Quan Li was proud of was easily cut by Quan Yi's sharp claws. Seeing that 5 sharp auras were about to penetrate the whale head and touch Quan Li's black iron gauntlet. Not good. The sharp claws of Quan Yi's hand armor are not long, but they give people an extremely dangerous feeling. He is using flames to try to burn energy and break free. If a general fire attribute soul master uses this method, Quan Li can absorb this energy with the swallowing power of the whale head and his own strong soul power. However, Quan Yi's flames are too hot and too pure, and Quan Li can't swallow them into his body at all. The part that directly touches the hand armor has already it was completely melted. Chuan Li reacted quickly and directly solidified the entire dark red whale head on Chuan Yi's arm. He pulled his fist out of the whale head. He took the opportunity to retreat quickly. Chuan Yi's flames burst, and even he could not bear it at close range. The huge whale head remained on Chuan Yi's arm. However, this was also a moment. The dazzling white light annihilated the dark red brilliance, and the terrifying heat wave swept around. Without flames, the dead wood around Chuan Yi was instantly burned by the scorching high temperature alone. The instantaneous explosion of extremely high temperature caused a terrifying gas explosion. Bang! The force of the explosion spread outward along the air. Chuan Li's body retreating backwards was also pushed away by this air wave. When the white light dissipated, Chuan Li had been blown hundreds of meters away. Chuan Yi, who was at the center of the explosion, stood there unscathed. His arms were drooping, and his body also maintained a posture. Quan Li, Huo Wu, and Yunxing, who were watching, all noticed Quan Yi's state. At this moment, Quan Li's 3-second control ended. Quan Yi's consciousness took over the whole body again. At this moment, Quan Yi raised his hand and touched his slightly stiff neck, muttering, "Is this the effect of forced control? What a terrifying ability!" Quan Yi was still thinking about the state just now. After truly experiencing this soul skill, Quan Yi could truly feel the disgusting degree of the soul skills of the control-type soul master. Quan Li saw Quan Yi's posture of releasing the stiffness, and his doubts became more. He asked directly, "Xiao Ai, what's going on with you?" Quan Yi looked at Quan Li and smiled, "Grandpa, the battle is not over yet, I won't reveal my trump card." Quan Li was slightly stunned, then raised his hands, retracted his martial spirit, and laughed and scolded, "You kid, you can even break free from the control skills. There is no point in continuing. I admit defeat. Why don't you tell me the secret quickly?" Quan Li realized at this time that Quan Yi's previous performance was not that he underestimated the enemy, but that he didn't care about the black iron killer whale demon's shot at all. At this time, Huo Wu and Yunxing saw that the battle was over, and they also approached. Yunxing's eyes looking at Quan Yi were also full of surprise and curiosity. She knew that Quan Li's black iron killer whale demon's shot was not an invincible skill, but she didn't expect that Quan Yi would use such an incredible way to crack it. "Xiao Ai, if I'm not mistaken, you were indeed controlled by the soul skill just now. However, after being controlled, why can you still defend and attack?" Yun Qiang asked curiously. Chuan Yi didn't say much about this, he snapped his fingers. The hand armor on his hand began to separate from his arm and turned into 2 pocket dragons hovering above Chuan Yi's head. "Everyone should be able to tell from the appearance that my martial soul has mutated, but my martial soul mutation is not just a change in appearance, it has also undergone earth-shaking changes inside. My dark gold yang dragon claw has its own spiritual intelligence. Just now, it was these two who controlled the martial soul by themselves and protected my body when I entered a dizzy state." Just when Chuan Li used the true power, Chuan Yi immediately thought of activating the fire spirit body to prevent Chuan Li's black iron killer whale demon. Chuan Yi has never forgotten the terrifying deterrent power brought by this soul skill. However, at the same time, a thought flashed through Chuan Yi's mind. This soul skill directly affects the soul master's body, so will the dragon soul and the martial soul not be affected? If it is in a battle with the enemy, Chuan Yi will not make any risky moves. However, the opponent is Chuan Li. Chuan Yi feels that he can make an appropriate attempt. Fortunately, the result is just as he expected, the dark red light cannot penetrate the special object between energy and matter. Chapter 400 Testing Armor. Among the people present, Huo Wu knows the specific situation of Chuan Yi's martial soul after mutation. However, Chuan Li and Yun Qiang don't know much. For this reason, Chuan Yi once again introduced the specific situation of the martial soul to the two. After listening to Chuan Yi's explanation, the two looked at the 2 little dragons in surprise. Chuan Li suddenly realized, "No wonder your last 2 attacks and defenses were so soft. I thought it was because of the influence of the magic, and I couldn't build an effective counterattack, but I didn't expect that it was these 2 little guys who did it." Chuan Yi reached out and grabbed the 2 little dragons, touched their heads affectionately, and praised them through telepathy. Although their performance was still unfamiliar, as a child who was less than a month old, it was enough for them to respond appropriately when facing Chuan Li. They are still young, and everything is still in the learning stage. They will become more skilled in fighting in the future. Chuan Yi has great confidence in the future of Dragon Soul. He followed Chuan Yi's example and grabbed the little dragon and gently stroked the cold metal body. However, the future is uncertain. Chuan Li looked at the cute little dragons and felt close to them. It's not a bad thing to build good relationships in advance. Chuan Yi revealed the effects of the Qirong Tongtianzhu to everyone. Chuan Li scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. Puchi. Seeing Chuan Li's behavior, everyone burst into laughter. The little dragon was under Chuan Yi's command, they all flew to Chuan Li and showed a friendly attitude towards him. While playing with it, he looked at Chuan Yi and asked, I already understand the matter of martial soul mutation. Although Chuan Li felt extremely strange, he thought that this dragon soul could be regarded as Chuan Yi's child and his great-grandson. Chuan Li's cheerful and open-minded mind influenced everyone. Is this also the effect of martial soul mutation? However, what is the situation of your body, why is the increase in strength so huge? Part of it, but the most fundamental reason is the herbs. Chuan Li smiled and scratched his belly. In just a moment, he couldn't let it go. Yun Qiang patted Chuan Li lightly and said jokingly, we should encourage children more, not discourage them like this. Chuan Yi laughed and replied, no, they don't understand human language yet, they can only communicate through thoughts. When he touched them like this, the little dragons showed their little bellies like little animals. Chuan Li said to the two little guys with embarrassment, don't worry, you have unlimited potential, don't be affected by what I said. Chuan Li looked at the two little dragons with a strange look and asked, can they understand human language? Chuan Li and Yun Qiang also felt grateful to Douluo. Xiao Yi, I can't see your strength clearly anymore. You can easily defeat me without even using your equipment and armor. But what is certain is that even when facing a 100,000-year soul beast, you are not at all inferior. Now, I can rest assured. The last trace of worry in Quan Li's heart was dispelled by Kun Yi. A short but intense battle came to an end. Kun Yi won everyone's trust through his strong strength. On the way back, Kun Yi looked at the large tracts of wasteland and showed a thoughtful look. After a moment, he suddenly asked, is there no one on the west side of the land? Quan Li replied, yes, this land is very large, and there are still 3/4 of the land waiting to be developed. However, our population is still too small. Under the current situation, it will take several years of accumulation to fully develop it. Haha, Grandpa, maybe it won't take several years to fully develop it. Kun Yi raised the corner of his mouth, and the other three showed puzzled expressions. The next day, early in the morning, Kun Yi and Huahe followed Quan Li to an empty wasteland. Quan Li pointed to the front and explained, from here, all the way to the west, it is a completely uninhabited and desolate place. In this land of tens of thousands of square kilometers, the vast land is full of the red dragon burning heaven armor. Chuan Yi looked at the vast land with a satisfied smile on his face. Then we won't be polite. As he said, Chuan Yi took out his majestic and domineering red dragon burning heaven armor from the heart of the fiery Sunday. That's not all. He took out a giant iron rake with a long iron chain from the huge storage space. The width of the rake is more than 10 meters, and it is forged from precious soul guide metal. This was forged by Chuan Yi himself yesterday with the iron block on the island. After taking out the equipment, Chuan Yi began to wear the red dragon burning heaven armor. When he put on the armor, a majestic and fierce warrior suddenly appeared. Quan Li looked at Kun Yi in amazement, and even muttered, this is the equipment that men should wear. I wonder if Xiao Ai can lend it to me to wear. Although Kun Yi was wearing armor, he still heard this low voice. Grandpa, don't worry, I will definitely let you try it on later, but now, let me test its performance first. As he said, Kun Yi walked to the position of the iron rake, squatted down and grabbed the long iron chain. He wrapped the iron chain around himself, and then turned his eyes to the vast land. Everyone step back, be careful to avoid my tail flame. Kun Yi's voice seemed to penetrate the closed helmet, and it sounded not only loud but also clear. While talking, Quan Li and Huahe noticed that there was a strange soul power fluctuation at the mouth of the helmet. That was the special fluctuation of the soul guide. Quan Li exclaimed in his heart, they actually added the function of the sound amplifying soul guide into it. When Quan Li and Huahe walked to one side, Kun Yi turned his head and nodded, and then used soul power to activate the armor. As the soul power flowed, the red armor instantly lit up with a faint fluorescence. At the same time, the backpack on the back slowly opened from the middle and changed into the posture of a flying vehicle, and several jet ports hidden in the backpack emerged into the world. In addition to this conspicuous position, Kun Yi's palms, elbows, calves, solace and other parts also opened the jet channels. For a while, the temperature of the space where the red dragon burning sky armor was located began to rise sharply. Fortunately, the iron chain wrapped around his body was forged by Kunyi himself, and it was very heat resistant. Speaking of which, this was the first time that Kunyi had fully tested the current red dragon burning sky armor. His heart also became a little excited. For the first test, don't use martial souls, just use soul power to test it. After Kunyi finished speaking, mental power and soul power instantly poured into the armor. The dozens of soul-guiding golden essences in the jet nozzles began to heat up instantly. Horrible the heat was brewing in the armor. When the temperature reached the limit, Xuanyi leaned forward slightly, with his palm facing backward. The next moment, dozens of terrifying flames erupted instantly. Under the terrifying driving force, Xuanyi's figure turned into a red lightning and rushed forward.